Chapter 426 King of the East, Anu. The ostensible reason. King Anu of the East arrived in Border Guard was Martai. But naturally, there was another agenda at play. Has Norelia gone mad, or is it their newly enthroned king who's lost it? I'll need to figure that out. But first, let's meet this so-called demon slayer. At 18, Anu made a name for himself by hunting lions across the eastern plains. By the time he was 50, he had gathered his people and founded a nation on the eastern lands, a true hero in every sense. Yet, this legendary man had one peculiar habit. Whenever he encountered someone impressive, he tried to bring them to the east. He was obsessed with acquiring talent. Not that it was always a misfortune for those he brought over. Do you regret becoming my brother? Then you're free to leave. He was, after all, a man whose bold and jovial personality was unmatched across the continent. Those who followed him often became Easterners over time, swept up in his charisma and captivated by his ambition and dreams. His dreams were vast, lofty, and often seemed absurd, but he was making them a reality. So much so that every inch of the eastern frontier now bore Anu's mark. Since the age of 18, he had devoted every moment of his life to pioneering the East. Anyone who truly understood his life and witnessed him in action couldn't help but acknowledge his allure. A bit stubborn and headstrong, but Anu's brown-skinned lieutenant, Azaluhi, adjusted his turban and mused silently. Regardless of what others said, he deeply respected his king, whose boldness and lack of grudges defined him. Azaluhi believed his role was to fill the gaps in the king's judgment. Let's go. Time to meet this so-called demon-slaying maniac. Although Encrid's story had been slightly twisted in its retelling, King Anu wasn't one to harbor biases. A maniac obsessed with killing demons, is he? Well, why not? Martai was merely an excuse. The real reason was clear. Anu was hungry for talent. The king had been preoccupied with a few recent developments in the east, but this visit conveniently coincided with a rare period of respite. Perfect timing. Arriving at Border Guard, it wasn't difficult for him to find his way into the city under a plausible pretense. Finding this Encrid fellow and entering the military training grounds was even simpler. Will he accept any duel request from anyone at all? Azaluhi's question made the soldier size them up, but he didn't seem inclined to stop them. After all, anyone who had made it this far wasn't someone a soldier could stop. The general himself had issued orders. Let them through. Whether it was an assassin or a duelist, the soldiers had no business interfering if they couldn't handle it themselves. Of course, the general had added a caveat. If they were eager to fight, no one would stop them. But such enthusiastic soldiers were exceedingly rare. The soldier finally opened his mouth, prepared to let them pass. That's correct. Anu chuckled heartily and strode in first. The soldier didn't stop him. As a veteran of some experience, he wasn't about to pick a fight with someone who had likely already passed through the frog Malin, the city's guard. The general had also warned them, unless they were confident in defeating Malin, it was better not to provoke visitors of this caliber. Well, he's certainly bold. As he brushed past the soldier, the king muttered to himself, moving forward without restriction. The soldier observed the departing figure and couldn't help but think the man seemed oddly excited. Anu entered the training grounds. Interesting. He was already feeling a surge of exhilaration. When he met the so-called demon slayer, their presence stirred a sense of competitive spirit in him. It had been a long time since he'd felt such pure, clean fighting energy. Normally, Anu wouldn't strike first, but the opponent's aura moved him. Why not? I'll indulge myself. To be precise, he was drawn by the rawness of their determination, which compelled him to act. Thus began the Eastern mercenary king's stay with the unit. Let's see here. Here. Surveying the group, Anu couldn't help but let his greed for talent show. First, there was Ram. Natural instincts, this one. The way he wielded his twin axes was far from ordinary. Anu referred to those he acknowledged as his brothers, a tradition dating back to his early days in the East, when his group was known as the Ochre Turban Brotherhood. The name had stuck ever since. Even among his brothers, such skill was rare. Though not entirely unprecedented, it was uncommon. The East was a harsh land, rivaling any magic-infested zone. The uncharted territories were inherently dangerous, teeming with colossal monsters and perilous beasts. And then there were the flying predators and cunning demon spawn. Despite these challenges, Ram stood out, a talent even rare in the East. Yet, he wasn't the only one. And what about Audin? Let's test your strength. During a spar, they locked hands to measure their might. Stronger than a blood-hide bear, huh? Anu was genuinely impressed. More than that, Audin wasn't just a brute relying on raw power. I've seen strong men before. When Anu tried to twist his wrist, Audin responded with subtle, skillful techniques. It wasn't just his strength. His mastery made him exceptional, a rare gem even among Anu's brothers. Then there was Ragnar. To call someone a genius is to acknowledge their extraordinary talent. Ragnar was undoubtedly a genius. A being crafted by the heavens, he mimicked and mastered the essence of every skill Anu displayed. His fundamentals were solid. His swordsmanship with a black greatsword was swift and heavy, making him a formidable opponent for any but the most seasoned knights. All of this fueled Anu's desire, though it didn't shock him. Extraordinary instincts, a well-honed body, fearsome talent. Rare? Certainly, but not unheard of. Yet, rarity didn't make them any less desirable. There was even a talented beastskin in Teresa, a half-giant among them. Even Roperdon Fell the shepherd caught his eye. Each one was a talent he coveted. Fascinating. Anu felt a renewed sense of joy. And then, there was an anomaly. A mage, too. Esther in human form had spared him a single glance before losing all interest. She barely acknowledged his presence. All of this might have been remarkable, but what truly fascinated Anu was the man leading them. Defeat. What does it mean to lose? Most skilled warriors carried an unyielding pride, and these men were no exception. Ram, Ragnar, Audin. They all fit this mold. But then there was this one. Who is this guy? A single man seemed to overturn all negativity in the group. Would you care for a duel? To lose is to deny one's own ability. The first thing that struck harder than a competitive spirit was the bitter taste of defeat. It lingered longer, gnawed at one's resolve, whispering like the devil in the corner of the mind. Such is the nature of negative emotions. Especially for those utterly shattered before Anu, the sensation was amplified. Anu acknowledged their stubbornness, but didn't reciprocate kindly. Every technique brought before him was crushed. Yet despite that, busy are we? They charged at him again and again. Defeat eats away at the soul, more so for the skilled. But this one was different. Though Anu wasn't fond of the term semi-knight, even by that standard, his opponent was remarkable, likely among the top 10, even when compared to his own sibling. And yet, this skilled individual fought without regard for losing. Does he lack pride? Or perhaps he held something greater than mere pride? Anu recalled his own past defeats. They hadn't been pleasant, but he hadn't had the time to wallow. There was always a path forward. It seemed his opponent felt the same. That familiar scent of resilience. Anu recognized it. Let's spar. The king of the East nodded. The opponent, unbothered by thoughts of defeat, raised his blade. Encrid lost, and Anu won. A result as inevitable as the dawn. Thank you. Such were the words of the defeated. The fiery resolve in those eyes told Anu, It wasn't indifference to losing, but a focus on something far greater. A dream so grand that defeat became but a stepping stone. "I will pioneer the East," Anu declared. Encrid gazed at him, clearly curious about the meaning of his words. "We'll talk about it next time." Anu laughed heartily. The mere thought of bringing these people to the East thrilled him to no end. Within days, the reason for the Eastern King's visit became clear to all without needing to ask. "Your skills are impressive. Would you care to join me on an expedition?" He was openly seeking talent, making no attempt to hide it. Rem blinked at the offer. He was chopping down a hefty tree to craft a sturdy log chair, getting accustomed to his newly forged axe. Each swing sent fresh wood chips and sawdust flying as the axe bit into the tree. Even with such a mundane task, Anu could tell. This one wields an axe with remarkable finesse, he thought. At first it seemed vaguely familiar, but the more he watched, the more he saw a unique and refined technique. "If I'm impressive, what does that make you?" Rem asked casually, his tone as loose as ever. Rank and title mattered little to him, be it king or knight. Hardly a comparison. Anu shook his head. "And yet, your tone's worse than our captain's. As Aluhi, is this treason? An offense against the crown?" It was a jest, of course. Even if Anu had been genuinely offended, Rem wouldn't have cared. "I have some things I need to deal with in the West," Rem resolved. The thought of confronting Anu without sorcery left him uneasy, which irritated him to no end. Sure, he wouldn't lose in a real fight, and he'd learned a thing or two from their sparring, but something still felt off. "Yes, I'll go to the West," Rem reaffirmed. The king wasn't foolish, he knew how to exploit weaknesses. To Rem, he bantered like an equal, but with Ragnar he hit where it hurt most. "So would you care to help me navigate the East? You need a guide?" "Indeed, I do. Finding shortcuts and forging new paths is my specialty, but I'm occupied at the moment." Once annoyed, Ragnar was even worse than Rem. If his mind was made up, there was no persuading him. His resolve was as unyielding as Audin's iron fists. But the king remained tireless, extending similar offers to everyone he met. When he encountered Dunbakel, his boldness reached new heights. "Want to be my daughter? And why would I?" Dunbakel replied in a manner reminiscent of Rem. "Or would you prefer to be my wife? Apologies, but I have no need for a partner." "What nonsense is this? I don't like old men." The king of the East wasn't one to take offense. He simply laughed heartily. Everyone had a similar thought. What kind of man is this king of the East? No one wondered this more than Craze. "Your Majesty, king of the East, is it true? Does gold really pile up like mountains in the East?" The king chuckled once again. "You? I have no need for you." His priorities were clear. He sought skilled fighters. His lieutenant, Asaluhi, seemed unfazed, clearly accustomed to such antics. Ragnar watched the two combatants finish their sparring session. A simple thrust can appear extraordinary if you adjust the tempo. What was technique, after all? At its core, it was nothing more than the means to pierce or cut the target before you. Ragnar delved inward, reflecting deeply. His talent wasn't just exceptional, it was unparalleled. It was hard to imagine anyone possessing greater natural ability. Though he could progress without external motivation, the presence of a catalyst in his path amplified his drive. He reconsidered everything he had learned, discarding the unnecessary and refining the rest. Lying on his cot, he gazed outside. The Madmen unit's training field was directly connected to the barracks, a design feature that allowed for such moments. Despite the dust, the proximity was convenient. A sentiment Encrid had voiced, and Craze had accounted for when designing the layout. Thanks to this, Ragnar could observe the training field and lose himself in his thoughts about swordsmanship. From the outside, however, it seemed like he was simply lazing around. That bastard's slacking again. Knew it wouldn't last, Rem remarked, carving a table after finishing his log chair. Chapter 427. The King's True Heart, as far as Encrid knew. Cray was not a person who clung to things that were impossible. You're not needed. At the mercenary king's words, Cray quickly abandoned his pursuit, just as he had been doing. Yes, I see. In reality, Crace never had any real intention of following him. If he had, his change of attitude wouldn't have been so quick. Isn't there a gift, perhaps? You've come as a guest. Instead of giving up what the king liked, Crace focused solely on his goal. The king's goal. Encrid had heard rumors about a warehouse filled with gold in the eastern regions while traveling across the continent. There were also stories about a thief guild that united to try and steal it, only for none of them to survive. Encrid dismissed the rumors. Gold, huh? It must be a lot. That was the extent of his thoughts. He didn't need that much gold, so there was no point in learning more. Rem, Ragnar, Audin, and Jaxon felt the same way. The madmen's unit was full of those with no attachment to Krona. But Cray was different. His eyes glowed with an unusual light. It was as if the ghost of a vengeful spirit, abandoned by a lover and trapped in a ruined house for 100 years, had taken hold of him. As Cray spoke of gold, there was a burning heat in his eyes, a madness in his gaze. Still, Encrid thought the situation was too bad, even if the person was Cray's. A gift? You want me to give you the gold from the east, don't you? I would appreciate it. No, you are the king of the east. Isn't your heart supposed to be as vast as the land? I am not such a generous person. You are the king of the east. Do you mean this meeting has no significance for you? I can't hear you. Encrid thought the king of the east wasn't particularly good at speaking, but he was incredibly skilled at drawing people into his pace. Cray didn't get angry. He didn't even grind his teeth. He simply continued with the same smile and tone as before. Then I'll ask you again tomorrow. From a distance, it might seem like a friendly conversation. The king nodded and smiled. For a moment, Encrid worried. If Cray ended up getting striked, it would be hard to meet him again in this lifetime. Are you sure about this? Encrid asked Cray, who had just left the king's presence. Crace, his back turned to the king, silently mouthed the words, "That bastard is such a petty man." Cray wasn't someone who would be easily sent away, and Encrid himself still had much to learn. So he considered him a valuable teacher. Do you know who you're talking about? When asked again, Crace frowned, nodded, and answered. Yes, even so, do you still want the gold? Yes? Encrid looked at Cray with eyes that questioned the reason behind his demand. Crace, tossing his thumb over his shoulder, explained. He's the king of the east. Do you think someone like that would kill people recklessly? Especially when he's come here with the intention of recruiting talented individuals. He'll try to leave a good impression rather than a bad one, so he won't act rashly. And besides, it's gold from the east. You may not know this, but Lewis Mountain Steel and Uber Mountain Silver both come from the east. Should I just let that opportunity slip by? The first part of his reasoning was to reassure Encrid that there was no need to worry. Crace must have read the concern in Encrid's eyes, which was why he started with that. The fiery glow in Crace's eyes clearly indicated one thing: gold. Would Cray succumb to the immediate threat just because of the gold? No, Cray wasn't that foolish. A knight would never kill someone who made a reasonable request. Since the person in question was the king of the east, he wouldn't act recklessly. Moreover, a king came without large-scale escorts, with just 2 people, which showed his unpretentious nature. He had even trained with Encrid's leader and offered some guidance. When considering all this, it became clear what kind of person the king of the east was. Crace understood this very well. But Captain, just then, Cray, his golden eyes losing their intensity, called out to Encrid. "What is it?" Encrid, having finished 100 downward cuts, wiped the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand. "You're not going, are you?" The King of the East didn't try to hide his intentions. Still, he didn't seem unpleasant, which was a sign of his natural charm. He wanted to take everyone, including Encrid, to the east. But Encrid himself had never received such an offer. Ram, Ragnar, Dunbakel, Audin, and Teresa had all been given that offer, but Encrid hadn't. Though the king had made similar remarks upon meeting him for the first time, he had never brought it up again afterward. Was it out of pride? Or did he not want to bring up a suggestion that had already been made? That wasn't the case. The king was simply someone who repeated the same words diligently. However, he didn't do that with Encrid. Instead, he had only engaged in training and offered brief advice. What if the king had asked him to go along? Encrid instinctively knew the answer. "I'm not going." It was a statement he made with certainty. Cries let out a sigh of relief, but a subtle unease lingered in his heart. If the captain leaves, will the 5 walls of this border hold up? Cries had been subtly recommending the expansion of the city walls in each city under Encrid's command, encouraging the expansion of urban areas. He had also spread rumors through traveling merchants. Of course, it was all part of a larger plan. By making the 5 cities feel like one, he aimed to solidify the recognition of a new ruler and lord, while encouraging the city lords and merchants to get involved in securing trade routes. The scale of Krona's movements has changed. All of this was only possible because of Encrid, the central figure. Kreis was one of the people who understood his commander's desires the best. A knight, someone who sought to be a heroic figure. What he desired was knighthood, honor, and loyalty. A person who moved forward while upholding those ideals. Would the East be attractive to him? From Kreis's perspective, the King of the East overflowed with charm, so much so that it seemed to burst forth like a fountain. Though his attention remained solely on this unit, there were a few who had already taken an interest in him from afar. Some were former mercenaries who had been famous in the border guard. A few swordsmen who had once served nobles also showed interest. Kreis had also seen the king's urgent letter sent just the other day. What could the contents of the letter have been? It had been sealed for Encrid's eyes only, and Kreis never bothered to ask about its contents. Had Kreis known the situation, he would have realized that it was a letter containing many promises. Because of his tendency to imagine the worst, Cray couldn't help but think about all of this as he left the training ground. Rem was twirling an axe he had carved on the table, making a strange trajectory in the air with his fingers. "Are you doing that for fun?" The King of the East approached and asked. His guards followed behind. "It's the process of making the axe familiar in your hand." Whether spinning the axe or making a table, the reason was the same. Even though the 100-year-old monster asked, Rem didn't even turn his head as he answered. It didn't matter if the other party was the King of the East or whoever. It wasn't his concern. That's just how Rem was. "You're a person without greed." "What do you mean?" "You just seem like it. I am quite greedy," Rem answered honestly. The King of the East shook his head and then spoke. "If that's the case, why don't you follow me? If gold was needed, take the gold. If beautiful women were needed, go and claim them. If a formidable opponent was needed, seek a fitting challenger." However, Rem didn't desire any of those things. At least, that's what the King of the East thought. "Would you like to go hunting together?" The king made the proposal to Rem, and while it was hard to guess his intentions, well, why not? Rem nodded, not giving it much thought. He was already feeling restless. While Encrid was wasting his time sparring with a mad old man in front of him, Rem had also been reflecting on a few techniques. It was based on a small realization. Through a few tools obtained after killing the immortal madman, Rem had used other people's magic. I thought my body would suffer from a curse or something like that. But nothing happened. Only a small part of the expected side effects appeared. It wasn't just about the difference in vessels. My body has changed. Going to the west was one thing, but verifying what he had was another matter altogether. To confirm that, he had been carving chairs and tables with his axe. Now it was time to swing the axe in battle, facing monsters and beasts. Until now he had controlled his fine senses, but now he felt the need to unleash what he had. "All right, let's go." The king's hearty shout caught the attention of Dunbakel, who was watching from the side. She saw the mad axe-wielding man in alignment with the king. Will that guy follow him? Seeing the king of the east with that man, she wondered if it was possible. That would mean someone who could pound her would be gone, and it would make it harder to improve my skills. Though Dunbakel didn't welcome the torment from Rem. One thing was undeniable. The more he tormented her, the stronger she became. Her gaze turned to Encrid, who seemed unbothered as usual. A hunt with a typical noble and a hunt with the king of the east could never be the same. Above all, Rem was his hunting partner. Neither of them had any intention of chasing down deer that swiftly ran around. "This is the Penhandle mountain range. Have you been there? Back when I was active on this continent, it was my playground. Quite the place. Huh? Yeah, quite the place." They exchanged casual banter. Asalui thought the king really liked the man, Rem. On the other hand, Rem didn't try to push the king away. The two of them joked like old friends. The three headed into the Penhandle mountain range. At the entrance of the mountain range, Crace had deliberately set up a stronghold. It was 3 times larger than any other outpost, like a small city. It was a measure to block the monsters and beasts that came down from the mountains. To secure a safe route in this area, they had to deal with the things coming out of the Penhandle mountain range on the spot. If left alone, monsters like grey ghouls, blood-sucking flies, and the troll brothers, which had been cleared by Encrid and his squad, would show up again. However, there was a problem with setting up a stronghold. Looking at the general shape of the mountain range, Rem figured that preventing monsters from coming out like this would lead to problems later. The interior of the mountain range had plenty of places to hide and regroup. The monsters would grow cautious of the stronghold, and when they gathered, they would naturally form colonies. Later, monsters might rush out in the hundreds. You see? Just setting up a stronghold won't solve it. This could lead to a massive massacre. The king of the east realized that as well. He was certainly not just someone good at fighting. He could read the terrain and assess situations, as well as "What do you see? Didn't I tell you? This place used to be my playground." Half of that statement was bluster. Rem knew that. While it wasn't as much as the east, the Penhandle mountain range was also full of secrets. It was the first place treasure hunters would target. Such a place couldn't truly be a playground. But, well, you're not bad. It was an ability worth acknowledging. Of course, the king, despite being a king, was surprisingly humble. Rem liked that. The two entered the mountain range shortly thereafter. Craze hadn't left the stronghold without knowing about the issues it might cause. He judged that it would be better to deal with monsters using the Mad Squad and prioritize securing safe zones. Though monsters and beasts might always appear, there was no danger. This was what they would say. Alternatively, it could be said that while there wouldn't be monsters and beasts, soldiers were always vigilant, ready for any unexpected situation. This would be perceived differently by those traveling through the area. Once they passed through the Penhandle mountain range, they would be able to make the fastest shortcut compared to any trade route. For that reason, the king and Rem saw a group of monsters the moment they entered. A nest of more than 30 trolls. It was hidden behind tangled tree branches and leaves. A faint scent of weak magic lingered in the air. Some monsters were born with magic, sorcery, or powers. It seemed there was such a creature in the troll group. Here. This is it. They spoke and looked at each other. It was like a well-coordinated team. Quarg. The trolls smelled the human scent and peeked their heads out. How's it going? Rem asked as he suddenly lunged forward, swinging his axe. He brought the axe down vertically, cutting the troll's head as easily as slicing tender meat. The troll's head split lengthwise, but it still swung its left hand violently. Rem swiftly cut off its wrist with the other axe. Another troll leaned in right beside them. The giant, with its bulbous green skin, opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. At that sight, the king, Anu, spoke. This will be a fun hunt. With 30 trolls, even a knight would find it difficult to ignore them. With a magic-using monster in the mix, it could be dangerous, but not for these two. The king drew his weapon. It wasn't the usual jambia, but the long spear carried by his aide, Asalui. The king caught the spear thrown by his aide, unfurled the cloth wrapped around it, and took his stance. As the cloth flew off with the wind, Asalui reached out to catch it. The king wasn't just playing around. He wanted to show the warrior from the west something. Something more powerful than what Encrid had shown with his brute strength. The king of the east put a bit more heart into it. It was bad news for the trolls. Chapter 428. Dream and dream. The power of a knight often shattered preconceived notions. Take, for instance, the Aspen knight Encrid encountered not long ago. Encrid, holding his sword, sank into thought. What if I had seen that knight's sword? What if I had anticipated the attack? Would predicting it have made a difference? Just as moving one's body was crucial, so too was the time spent in meditation. He delved into his thoughts, painting a vivid image. The Aspen knight reappeared in his mind, and the trajectory of the sword he swung was drawn with clarity. It wasn't extraordinary swordsmanship. It was simply a swing. Yet it was so fast and powerful that it was overwhelming, so much so that the idea of blocking it felt impossible. So, was that what a knight's strike was? A speed and force so immense that even if you saw it, you couldn't stop it? Would witnessing a knight in a proper battle always be astonishing? Such thoughts, however, were fleeting. What is a knight? A term for those who break the limits of humanity. Though the king of the east was not a knight, he was a man with comparable might. He displayed his strength without reservation. Not that he revealed all he had, but even watching from nearby was enough to leave anyone in awe. A troll swung a stone axe wrapped tightly in tree vines. It was too slow. The moment the troll's shoulder moved, the king had already thrust his spear. Whack! The spearhead pierced the troll's skull, and then shattered it entirely. The sheer force behind the thrust made it so. The king's spear burst one troll's head and moved sideways. Whack! Whack! Wherever the spear's shaft or blade struck, the troll's skulls cracked. To kill a troll, you had to burn its body completely or sever its neck. Cutting the neck, after all, meant severing the connection between body and head. Breaking the skull achieved a similar result. Anu's spear proved this. Thrusting, slashing, striking, and sweeping. At first, his movements were almost casual, like warming up. But within a few breaths, his spear moved even faster. Even so, it precisely targeted the trolls' heads. It was like a swift swallow snatching fish from the water. A swallow blessed with natural hunting talent. Not a single mistake. Not a single miss. This display was for Rem's eyes. Anu killed roughly 20 trolls, each with a single blow. Though black blood dotted his clothes, there were few traces left considering the scale of the slaughter. Rem, who had split open 3 trolls' heads himself, stood blankly, staring at him. King Anu, retrieving his spear, glanced at him and unconsciously tilted his head. Isn't this where he should be impressed? Typically, yes. People who saw his spearwork usually began with shock, and ended in admiration. But Rem's eyes held a profoundly irreverent light. They seemed full of dissatisfaction. "Having fun doing it all alone, are you?" His tone matched his expression. The king blinked once. "It appears so, my lord." Azaluhi, who had been observing, approached and whispered. He took the spear, wiped the blade and shaft clean, and carefully rewrapped it in cloth. The aide roughly understood the king's intent. By demonstrating his extraordinary skill, he likely hoped to earn admiration. Hadn't he even drawn his secondary weapon for mere trolls? Rem, about to grumble further, stopped himself. If someone wanted to show off, wasn't it best to just let them? "I still haven't fully warmed up. I'll stay here a bit longer. Let's split up." With that, Rem turned and walked away, his stride showing no care for the fact that this was the Penhannel mountain range. To Rem, this reaction was natural. What did it matter if his behavior left the king dumbfounded? The king called out to him as she walked away. "Ask away. Why are you here? Why do you stay by that man's side?" "What keeps you in this city?" answered as if it required no thought. "It's fun." After all, hadn't he left the West in search of enjoyment? Currently, his joy was in watching Encrid climb from the bottom, seeing where he would go. In hindsight, it wasn't a profound reason. It was simply a matter of doing what brought her pleasure at the moment. If something more enjoyable came along, it was clear he would leave without hesitation. The king nodded at his reply. "I see." His tone was matter-of-fact. Rem headed further into the mountain range. When the king returned from his hunt with only his aide, the big-eyed fellow greeted him with a smirk. "Did you bury Rem somewhere? If so, gold coins might not suffice. At least gold bars would be necessary." He said he wanted to play more and went off alone. The king curtly cut him off and strode inside. There, his eyes fell on Audin. "You're Audin, correct?" "Why are you here?" "My lord father instructed me to remain." "You're a lord." "Father?" "Quick." The king saw no need for further questions. Asaluhi whispered discreetly so the others couldn't hear. "A zealot, no?" The king shared the sentiment. No matter the question, the answer was always about following divine guidance or divine arrangement. He nodded and shifted his gaze. There was Ragnar, fast asleep, and a half-giant passing by the tent entrance. "Why are you here?" the king asked. "I owe a life debt." Teresa's voice, tinged with steel yet oddly pleasing, carried no trace of jest. A life debt was something no one else could repay on her behalf. "My desire is to explore the unknown. Look at him. What a fascinating human. And he's handsome. Pleasant to look at. But that's not the case with you." That was Aluagarn's answer. Though the king was proud of his looks, he merely quipped, knowing Aluagarn's unique sense of aesthetics. "Are your eyes damaged? Take another good look at my face, you nearsighted frog. Does the East lack mirrors?" "Of course," Aluagarn retorted without missing a beat. Next was Dunbakel. "If I leave now, I'll probably spend the rest of my life running." Her comment about becoming his daughter was half in jest, half sincere. If she came to the East, he could offer her much, but she refused every suggestion. "You do realize I'm a beastkin too, don't you?" "Who here wouldn't know that? Except perhaps that idiot." Dunbakel gestured toward Squire Rupert. Having gone this far, the king questioned everyone he came across. "I came here to find myself. How could I dare leave now?" Rupert, with one swollen eye from being struck, spoke up. "I am merely a shepherd of the wilderness. I came here for a brief matter." Fell concealed his true intentions. The Eastern king caught a glimpse of an irrepressible fighting spirit in Fell's eyes that could not be hidden. The shepherd's gaze was fixed on none other than Encrid. Not Ragnar or Rem, but Encrid. This was unusual, though not entirely incomprehensible. Encrid possessed an innate quality that made one want to challenge him just by looking at him. The king understood this well. He also noticed the fairy, Shinar, coming to see him. When he asked her about it, she replied, "We have promised to be engaged." Then came Encrid's voice right after, "She's joking." Once again, Encrid remarked on how impenetrable fairy humor could be. The king didn't press Shinar further. Her answer already made it clear she wouldn't follow him, even without explicitly stating why. The king stayed for several days, meeting Jaxon as well. "I have a rough idea of your origins, and your skill level could be deemed that of a master." How many could instantly discern what he had hidden, yet Jaxon remained unshaken. Such extraordinary occurrences were routine when standing by Encrid. After all, wasn't he doing something unimaginable himself? A comment that made Jaxon reflect on himself anew. Have I changed? He didn't know, but one thing was certain. Jaxon had found his place, and he liked it here. When the king asked, "Why are you here?" Jackson's answer was succinct. "Because this is where I belong." The king asked no more. Each person he inquired of gave a different answer. They stayed for their own reasons, but those reasons all led back to one person. One morning, Ragnar finally woke up and came outside. He had slept for more than 3 days straight. The king turned his gaze toward him. Ragnar walked out with his usual gait, but the king could see he had broken through some kind of barrier. Still, that did not mean he had instantly become a knight. No one becomes a knight overnight. Knighthood requires not just talent bestowed by the heavens, but unrelenting effort layered upon it. It was a shift in presence that only the king in this moment could perceive. Or perhaps I wasn't the only one to notice. Indeed, Rem had already recognized it. Despite having witnessed his skill, Rem hadn't been astonished then, but now his clenched teeth and grim expression betrayed a mix of frustration and resentment. Audin, too, reacted similarly, though he had previously endured Ragnar's presence with composure. Now he was deep in thought, and before long he clasped his hands in silent prayer, turning his back and bowing his head. The king's gaze shifted to Encrid. Sharp eyes indeed. Even he had noticed it. A peculiar thought struck the king. No matter how many times he was beaten down, Encrid always got back up to fight again, like an unyielding skeletal warrior. The king also understood this. Ragnar, having just acquired new strength, was practically bursting at the seams to use it. It was also clear to the king, who then said, "If you follow me, you'll have plenty of opportunities to use that power to your heart's content." The king cut straight to the point, like a spear that pierced directly into the heart of the matter. It was an offer difficult for anyone to refuse, especially someone who had just surpassed a wall. The king folded his arms and looked at Ragnar. An air of natural authority and dignity emanated from him, a presence only someone who was both a nation's ruler and a master of martial prowess could project. There are few places where you can fully exercise your power. Come to a place where you can find freedom and fulfill your desires. This country cannot contain you. It was an invitation to seek a broader world beyond the confines of any knightly order. Nearby, Encrid, who had been practicing his swordplay, was also observing the changed Ragnar. Riem, Audin, Teresa, and Dunbakel were present too. Rupert and Fell, however, were absent due to their duties, adhering to Encrid's insistence that obligations, no matter the reason for staying, should not be neglected. In any case, all eyes except theirs were on Ragnar. Squinting at the morning sunlight with a drowsy expression, Ragnar muttered, "What other?" Though he spoke politely, the content of his words was far from respectful. "A bother?" The king, forgetting his regal composure, echoed the words. There had been many who resisted him, but this was the first to simply call it bothersome. Just thinking about the journey to the east feels tedious. Ragnar reiterated his stance. Even with his excellent sense of direction, the journey would take over half a year. On horseback, riding tirelessly without rest, it would normally take only 2 weeks. The king let out a short, incredulous laugh. His lieutenant Asaluhi watched his reaction anxiously, concerned the king might be angry. Fortunately, the king neither erupted in rage nor displayed any effort to suppress anger. "A bother, you say?" He merely murmured the words. Ragnar found explaining himself at length equally tedious. He had gained enlightenment, processed it, and moved beyond it, but his senses still felt unaligned. It would take days of intense training to fully harmonize them. Most of all, Ragnar had no intention of following the Eastern King. Calling it bothersome wasn't a lie, but if I were to serve under someone, it would have to be the one who brought me here. Look at that madman watching him with fiery eyes from the side. If not for him, Jaxon wouldn't have felt motivated in the first place. Even now, despite his apathy, seeing those eyes ignited his own resolve. After 3 nights of relentless sword practice to align his senses, he wanted nothing more than to clash his blade against Encrid's Acker sword. The king, observing Ragnar, eventually turned his head away. "It's about time we head back," his lieutenant suggested, and the king nodded, though he didn't seem in a hurry to leave. Another day passed. Rain had fallen lightly through the night and morning, but now the sun emerged, breaking through the clouds. The sunlight was gentle, and the air crisp. It was an unusually pleasant summer day. In the afternoon following a rain, the air wasn't humid or hot, but cool and refreshing. A clear, bright day. On such a day, the king spent the evening sparring with Encrid. "One more round?" "Agreed." Endlessly, they dueled again. The king struck Encrid's solar plexus with his elbow, claiming victory. Though the strike was quite forceful, Encrid's body was sturdy, enduring it well. After the sparring ended, the king looked up at the sky. The sun had sunk low, painting the world in the hues of twilight. Orange clouds filled the sky, casting their light down to the earth. As the dying light of dusk settled, the king spoke. "What do you think lies in the east? Gold? Silver? Iron? Treasures? I don't know. No one knows what's there. That's what makes my heart race." Standing at the edge of the training grounds in the fading sunlight, the king shared his dream. Encrid listened intently. Goosebumps rose on Encrid's skin repeatedly as he listened. The king's words conjured visions of unexplored lands and the thrill of venturing into the unknown. He spoke with the fervor of someone setting his soul alight. "To conquer new lands, that is my fight. That is my struggle. What do you think?" The king, enveloped in passion, posed the question. Anyone could be swept up in such fervor. It was the kind of speech that made one want to follow, respect, and believe in him. A speech delivered to an audience of one. The Eastern King poured out his fervor. Encrid responded, "Do you know the song of the night of days gone by?" Just as the king had shared his dream, Encrid now shared his own. It was a dream rooted in an old weathered song. A dream tattered and patched together but still tightly held. Chapter 429. A man who dreams with his sword can surpass any limit. The cloudy sky felt lower than ever, as if the clouds were grazing the small hill rising behind the training field and the lodgings. Amidst everyone tending to their tasks, the king and Encrid discussed their dreams. Breathing in the crisp, refreshing air left behind by dried rain, they exchanged words. "I want to become a knight and wield a sword." The tone and demeanor were so calm and unembellished that the dream seemed like someone else's story. Becoming a knight was just the beginning. It was about the things Encrid aimed to accomplish across the continent. The king listened to Encrid's dream and thought to himself, no despair, no frustration. He didn't even acknowledge others' ridicule. He would move forward, forging his path without doubt or hesitation. This man did not consider the possibility of failure. Memories of the king's past flickered through his mind. Establish a nation? Stop with such absurd nonsense. Do you think that's even remotely possible? Those were the words of his younger brother, who had been his most loyal follower. Anu couldn't blame him. His brother was simply a realist. His words weren't wrong, and there were many others who echoed similar sentiments. It's impossible. To invest in such a venture is foolish. What are you planning to be? A bandit or a marauder? What is there in the East anyway? Why waste such strength? Focus on defending against the demon realm. I will grant you anything you desire. But Anu did not heed their words. He rejected them all. Not a single one of their arguments stirred his heart. I will pursue what makes my heart race. And for him that was establishing a nation in the East. In the end, Anu succeeded. He poured his life into laying the foundation of his nation. Everyone said it was impossible. Everyone dismissed it as meaningless. Everyone laughed at him. But Anu had no time to concern himself with such things. He had far too much to do. He simply moved forward. And as he walked and pushed onward, "That sounds interesting. Let's do it together." More and more people began to stay by his side. "You seem to have gaps. Allow me to fill them." And so, he arrived at the present moment. It wasn't over. This was just the beginning. Though he hadn't intended to, the king's voice carried weight, and his gaze burned with intensity. The Eastern Kingdom, that's merely a checkpoint. A nation is just the foundation. My goal is to conquer the entirety of the East, to explore the unknown, open new paths, and plant his flag on that land. As he spoke, the king bared his fangs, a smile, but one that also revealed his fighting spirit. Becoming a knight? Are you referring to the knights of old? Yes? Do you plan to erase war from the continent? To destroy the demon realm if they are the enemy? To slay devils if they block your path? To topple empires if they stand in your way? A dream even grander than conquering the East. This was madness. While the king respected others' dreams, wasn't this too much? Encrid remained composed, sweat now cooled. A breeze tousled his black hair, now grown enough to tickle his neck. He possessed no exceptional lineage. He wasn't royalty. He lacked extraordinary talent. He was simply a man driven forward by a single dream. "You really are an interesting one." Anu echoed the words many had once said to him in admiration. This was no ordinary dreamer. "If I ever challenge the continent to a fight, you'll stand against me, won't you? In that case, for the future, I should kill you here and now." It wasn't a genuine threat to kill. The king had recalled something he had forgotten from Encrid's words. For the first time since arriving here, he glimpsed the man's true will. That was why. The remark about killing was, in a way, a lesson. It wasn't something he cared to explain with words, so he wrapped it in the guise of a threat. Of course, no one could truly fathom the king's inner thoughts. After all, wasn't he a capricious man who acted on whims? Rising from his seated position, the king extended his hand backward. His lieutenant hesitated for a moment. The man had followed Anu for over 20 years. Is he serious? That hesitation came from knowing him too well, but duty won out. The king meant to call for a weapon, but then spoke. "The bull." "Hi." The lieutenant froze. The name of a weapon Anu only wielded against opponents who were either his equals or had to be defeated at all costs. "My liege?" Asalui unintentionally questioned him. "Bring it." The king's tone was resolute. His lieutenant retrieved the weapon strapped to his back and removed its covering. The spear shaft was a deep brown, its material indiscernible, while its blade split into 2 prongs. The blade resembled horns, gray and sharp like a bull's. In darkness, they might not even be visible. The 2 horns formed the bull's head, and the shaft was its body. The king's presence changed as he gripped the spear. A weight emanated from him, compelling those nearby to bow their heads. Encrid, seated beside him, felt an oppressive force that seemed to push him into the ground. But he soon activated will of rejection. The force of his will pushed back against the king's pressure, affirming his resolve. He stood, pressing his palms against the ground for support. That act alone was astonishing enough to make Asaluhi widen his eyes in surprise. To stand before the king wielding the bull without a tremor, such resolve was no small feat, especially after being knocked down twice today by the king. Fatigue should have set in. His spirit should have wavered, but Encrid did neither. Instead, he picked up Acker, the meaning behind the king's words. That wasn't his concern. His weakened legs after 2 rounds? That wasn't his concern either. The king had heard his dream, and now sought to crush it, to kill it. Encrid did what he always did. He stood with his sword, resisting. He patched up his torn dream. He steadied his stance and met his opponent's gaze. He kept walking, his focus solely on his dream. He gathered strength in his legs and regulated his breathing. And as always, he resolved to live in the moment, even if it meant death. The king's spear moved. The horns pierced forward with such speed that even their faint after-images blurred. Encrid angled Acker defensively to block. Had luck not been on his side, he wouldn't have succeeded. Ting! The spear, which had approached in the blink of an eye, scraped against Acker's blade and halted. Then the 2 horns locked onto the sword's blade and twisted sideways. The skill to stop an attack after such speed was impressive. More so, the horns now sought to snap the sword. Creak, got. The blade caught between the 2 horns groaned. Encrid held firm, gripping his sword tightly with the iron grip honed every morning, aided by the strength of his determined heart. The blade did not break, nor did the weapon slip from his hands. The king smirked. Then block this. With surprising ease, he retracted the spear and thrust again. To Encrid's eyes, the horns seemed to multiply into 6. 3 prongs split and extended, each strike appearing genuine. And in truth, they were. Speed was relative. To Encrid's eyes, every strike in this flurry was real. It was an illusion created by the king's rapid thrusts and withdrawals. There was no time to shout or gather strength. Encrid loosened his grip for a brief moment before tightening all his muscles and slashing. A soldier skilled enough to recognize Encrid's current technique would immediately qualify to train under Aluagarn. A combination of pressing sword and will of swiftness. His strike met the horns of the bull. Once again, the horns barely grazed his blade and withdrew. Ting! Encrid pulled Acker close, taking a moment to steady his breath. For some reason, the sword felt heavier than before. No, more than ever, Acker's weight transmitted vividly through his arms. He wondered if it was simply exhaustion. Instead of attacking, the king spoke. A knight creates techniques by realizing will, and when they surpass that, they fight with will itself. That's what you're talking about, isn't it? Encrid didn't have the luxury to respond. The king continued. If you're fighting with will, wouldn't you need a weapon worthy of it? The answer is obvious. The bull is such a weapon, what people commonly call an engraved weapon. It contains my will. As he spoke, the king thrust his spear once again. His breathing, if it even existed, was impossible to discern. Encrid raised his sword to meet the attack. Ping! Once again, the blade and horn merely glanced off each other. Encrid couldn't decide if this was the moment to make a decisive move. Even with his eye for a step ahead, the future was obscured as though cloaked in fog. He tried to predict the next move by observing the subtle shifts of shoulders and the tension in the opponent's footing, but his adversary betrayed no such signs. It was like peering into the fog. The sword in his hands felt heavier than ever. Each clash with the spear made it seem as though someone was secretly adding weight to the blade. The fog and the weight, it was all bothersome. So what? Ignoring it, Encrid drew in a deep breath, holding the air tightly in his lungs. His cheeks puffed out. He would do everything he could, as he always had. Encrid's sword seemed to vanish from the air with a sharp shake. It was a thrust, deploying all his strength, activated with lightning speed. He had poured every ounce of himself into the strike. Breathlessness, singular focus, heart of the beast, and sense of evasion. "Where do you think you're going?" The king extended his spear, redirecting the blade's trajectory. Ping! Another sharp sound rang out. Encrid yanked his blade back with force. If one attempt wasn't enough, he'd try twice, thrice, and if that failed, he'd try 10 times more. If an endless wall blocked his way, stopping would mean he could never surpass it. Acre's blade shattered the twilight, dancing wildly in the air. The king deflected each strike with the horns of the bull. Drip, boy, drip, but. A few raindrops spilled from the dark clouds above. Ting, 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 ting. Acre and the bull clashed countless times, parting and meeting again in an instant. After a brief but fierce exchange, Encrid staggered back. Fine raindrops fell onto his sword, steaming as they evaporated with a hiss. "I see. You need to die." The king's voice cut through the stillness. Encrid, though staggering, did not loosen his grip on his sword. After a tense moment of mutual observation, the king spoke again. "Axe, I know you're hiding back there, so don't bother throwing anything." His words hung in the air, then continued. "You're still awkward with your senses. If you take the wrong path now, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." The king's gaze bore into Encrid as he raised the bull, planting its shaft firmly into the ground. "And let me remind you, I'm a beastkin, and I haven't even transformed yet." His final exclamation sent shivers down everyone's spines. It was a roar of self-assured confidence, forged through long years of proven dominance. Despite the king's erratic tone, his meaning was clear. "Why now?" Aluagarn asked. She had been standing to one side, idly fingering the handle of her loop sword. The frog, too, seemed prepared to jump into the fray if needed. The king knew this but pretended otherwise as he replied. "Whim. Asaluhi. Yes." The king tossed the bull, and Asaluhi caught the heated spear. He swung it lightly to cool the horn-like blade before wrapping it back in cloth. "Let's go." With that, the king decided to leave, as abruptly as he had come. No one stopped him. As he passed the barely conscious Encrid, he paused briefly, whispering something into his ear before giving his shoulder a firm pat. Then he walked on. "We'll meet again if the need arises," Asaluhi called back, looking over his shoulder. No one responded. From the treetops, where she had been watching tensely, Dunbakel locked eyes with Asaluhi. He offered her a gentle smile before retreating. Each of them had been ready to strike. On their way out, they passed Teresa, who stood holding her shield at the ready. "Take care," Asaluhi said as he followed the king. "Why did you do that? They don't seem like people heading to the east," Asaluhi asked as he caught up with the king, quickening his pace to match. He had followed the king long enough to understand the reasoning behind most of his actions. Though initially puzzled, Asaluhi soon grasped the gesture. The king had given Encrid a gift. Even his parting whisper was part of it. "I received a gift first." "What do you mean?" Asaluhi pressed further. The king chuckled as he answered. "I took to swords and spears the moment I touched them. You know this, don't you?" "Yes, I do." The king had once been known as the mercenary king, famed for his natural talent and charisma, born the son of slaves. "I freed my parents from servitude before I turned 16. After that, he gained renown for slaying a lion with nothing but a spear." And yet, the king hesitated, swallowing his words. The brief rain had passed, leaving behind a clear, crisp sky and air that felt fresh and sharp against the skin. The cool wind brushed past his cheek. Could I dedicate my life to conquering the East? He had once wondered. The question lingered, an internal struggle fed by the passing years. Somewhere along the way he had forgotten his youthful ambition. Was recruiting talent necessary? Did he need companions to forge ahead? Even after establishing a kingdom in the east, he felt an insatiable lack. It was the loss of his spirit. During those fleeting 10 days, the king had watched Encrid and remembered what he had lost. That forgotten spirit had been reignited. A man with clumsy swordsmanship showed greater resolve than I ever had. Asalui tilted his head, puzzled, before asking abruptly, "Do you think he'll become a knight?" "I don't know. The path isn't easy." Asalui had sharp eyes. He couldn't see knightly potential in Encrid, no talent to speak of. Hearing this, the king laughed before responding. "His talent is abysmal. I've never seen someone so unskilled." Compared to others, Encrid had no exceptional gifts. From their duel, the king had confirmed that much. Yet, he believed Encrid would become a knight. Does swinging a sword endlessly make one a knight? Or is talent the deciding factor? Isn't it both? Effort and talent, surely those were the prerequisites. The king smiled knowingly, thinking of the man who had reminded him of what he'd once forgotten. A man who dreams with his sword can surpass any limit. That was what the king believed. Chapter 430. Squadmates, Fiancé, and Mage. How long had it been since the sword in his hand felt so heavy? In the first year of wielding a blade, the sword always felt cumbersome. Swinging the weighty steel a few times left his arm muscles trembling, and the sharp ache between his thumb and forefinger lingered throughout the day. That was a time when even a wooden sword felt burdensome. Now, it was several times harder than back then. Heavy. It felt as though dozens of iron weights had been tied to the blade. If he loosened his grip even slightly, the sword tip seemed ready to crash down and embed itself into the ground. His arm muscles trembled violently. It was unbelievable. Thanks to Audin's training, Encrid had rarely felt his strength lacking, but there was no time to dwell on such thought. It felt like he might drop at any moment. Even raising the blade slightly felt as arduous as scaling a winter mountain with bare hands. The rain that had briefly soaked his body earlier evaporated in the heat of battle, replaced by a relentless cascade of sweat. Soon, Encrid's entire body was drenched again. Sweat poured down in streams, trickling off his chin and dripping continuously to the ground. Incredibly heavy. At this rate, he would inevitably lose his grip. It was remarkable he had managed to fight while holding such a weight. He hadn't caught his breath in what felt like an eternity. It was as if he had been running non-stop for hours, leaving him gasping for air. The sweat soaking him only increased, drenching his body like he had plunged into a bath with his clothes on. Yet, the hardest part was undoubtedly the lump of steel in his hands. The famed blade, Acker, which once felt like an extension of his hand, now seemed like a writhing snake trying to escape his grip. Why is it so heavy? He couldn't understand. All he had done was deflect his opponent's spear. As Encrid struggled to endure, a whisper came from Anu, who had approached his side. Although the time he had been holding the sword felt long to Encrid, it had only been a moment in reality. Just the time it took to exchange a few words. Can you withstand it? The bull loves to burden others. While Encrid couldn't grasp the full meaning of the words, he understood one thing. If you let go, that's your limit. If so, you won't achieve what you desire, even if you die. The statement about death implied that he needed to embrace death to progress. Even without the king's words, Encrid already understood this. He couldn't let go of what was in his hand now. There was only one clear truth. Although the thought of dropping the sword crossed his mind, Encrid also knew he wouldn't do so. If I would let go just because it's heavy, then he wouldn't have taken even the first step toward his seemingly impossible dream. Did you aim to become a knight? Then see, experience, and accumulate much. All of it will aid your path. The king finished speaking. His words were ambiguous, at least to the current Encrid. But Anu's tone was nothing but kind. "Don't forget what you've imbued into your sword, and the path will open." Those few words lingered in Encrid's mind. Even a sweat poured down, and his sword trembled. "Thanks." The king gave his shoulder a final pat before departing. Encrid looked down to see the sword tip dipping slightly. Neither will of rejection, heart of the beast, nor his intensely honed body, through techniques like isolation or sense of evasion, helped him now. The king's bull had made his weapon feel unbearably heavy, a mystical act born of will. Recognizing this, Encrid still managed to lift the sword tip once more. Just because everything he had learned seemed ineffective didn't mean his will would break. If he was going to quit, he wouldn't have started. The blade tip slowly rose. Finally, with great effort, Encrid raised the sword properly, and in that moment the weight vanished. The weights imposed by the king's bull disappeared entirely. It was only then that Encrid realized his palm had been torn apart. Blood dripped from his hand, soaking the leather-wrapped hilt of Aker and staining it dark. The injury had occurred when the bull had twisted Aker's blade and tried to wrench it from his grasp, a wound endured to protect a knight's weapon. Acknowledging this, Encrid wavered and collapsed. "Foolish." A voice came from someone catching his body. It was Esther's. And with that, Encrid lost consciousness. Encrid dreamed. It had been a long time since he had a true dream, rather than one dominated by a boatman. "Thinking of living by the sword? Forget it. You'll die young. Even the most talented don't last past 50 as mercenaries." These were words spoken before he had even properly articulated his dream. They were warnings to abandon his ambitions and discard the rickety boat meant to navigate the sea of dreams. But he didn't. Despite the scorn and doubt, his small raft had transformed into a seaworthy caravel with sturdy oars. To become a knight, what must I do? Everything else blurred as an aspen knight appeared before him. "Block it once, and I'll spare you." Was that what had been said? Dream or not, the meaning mattered more than the words. Block it once. The Knight of Aspen swung their blade, a strike of pure speed and power. Unable to parry, Encrid struck first. The knight retreated to protect their honor. Using that moment, Encrid practiced his moves, refining thrusts, cuts, and parries. From the King of the East, Encrid also witnessed a multitude of techniques. If the king had wished, he might have easily killed Encrid. Yet, even in defiance, Encrid had no intention of dying easily. Eventually. "You fool!" The boatman tore through the dream, entering it as if he were part of it all along. Ignoring him, Encrid thought deeply and reached a faint realization. A signpost pointing the way forward. Different. The King of the East and the Knight of Aspen had walked different paths, wielding different techniques. They were utterly distinct. With this final thought, Encrid woke. Pain radiated faintly throughout his body, his grip throbbing dully. Raising his hand, he saw it was tightly wrapped in bandages. Through the dim light of a nearby lamp, he noticed someone sitting in the chair beside his bed. "Shinar? Now that you've called my name, we just need the ceremony," came the fairy's teasing response. Encrid didn't laugh. It was hard to humor a fairy's jests so easily. "What are you doing here?" "Observing." He didn't need to ask what she was observing. With one leg crossed, her elbow rested on her knee as she propped her chin, watching him closely. "You collapse every time you fight." Shinar continued speaking. Encrid shrugged, feigning indifference. "If you recover, I can show you something interesting." "What are you talking about?" Shinar, still seated, allowed a faint smile to emerge, one she rarely showed to anyone. With that smile, her posture shifted. She uncrossed her legs, lowered her arms, and unsheathed her sword to thrust. The speed and angle defied comprehension. The blade pierced Encrid's heart from beyond his perception. A reflexive cough of blood threatened to rise. Every muscle in his body tensed, momentarily overriding the aches of his battered frame. Death loomed near. Was this the end? Would he close his eyes and perish like this? But it wasn't. How does it feel? At Shinar's words, the sword piercing his heart crumbled into grains of sand. Her posture hadn't changed. She remained seated, arms loosely at her sides. It had all been an illusion, or rather, a reality brought forth by the intensity of her aura. What was that? Do you think I left your side for no reason? Even through her teasing tone, Encrid quickly grasped several truths. Having experienced the prowess of knights twice now, it was easier to understand this time. What Shinar had just shown was the raw might of a knight. From a corner, the panther approached and nestled into Encrid's embrace, as though protesting Shinar's presence and demanding she leave. "I'll wait for you to recover," Shinar said. Encrid's heart pounded furiously. The desire to rise, grasp his sword, and face her blade surged through him, ignoring the muscle pain echoing through his body. "Thud died you." Esther tapped his chest lightly with her paw. It felt like a silent command to restrain himself. "I know," Encrid replied, understanding her intent. He knew full well that his current state made sparring, even light training, impossible. For now, patience was the only option. He would dedicate himself to recovery, and once he was back on his feet, he would challenge Shinar and wield his sword again. "What do you think of your fiancée?" Shinar had erased her smile, and now asked plainly. Encrid had no choice but to answer. "She's the best." "Good to hear." With that, the fairy stood quietly. Her movements, as always, left barely a trace as she exited the tent. The creak of the tent's hinges signaled her departure. "Not sleeping? Causing a ruckus the moment you wake up, huh? Seriously, what's with all this noise?" "I was finally resting in the tent. Pray for a swift recovery. It helps," Audin quipped. Snore. That was Ragnar, whose snores echoed loudly. Though Ragnar rarely snored unless utterly exhausted, tonight his snores served as an odd lullaby. "How long have I been out?" "Half a day," Kreis replied. "Get some more rest." "Ignoring your body's warnings is unwise," Audin chimed in. Esther tapped his chest again. It was a clear message to rest. And she wasn't wrong. Encrid closed his eyes, resigning himself to recovery. Sleep soon overcame him as drowsiness settled in. From one side, Jaxon silently approached, placing a small jar of ointment next to his bed. "It's medicine," Jaxon said before returning to his place. Encrid noted with some surprise Jackson's rare return to the tent. Dunbakel, Teresa, Fell, and Ropard, though stationed at separate quarters, stood guard near the tent as if protecting it. Unaware of this, Encrid fell into a deep sleep once more. Esther had been absent from the barracks, often since arriving at border guard. Had Encrid paid more attention, he might have noticed. However, he was wholly absorbed in wielding his sword, a constant state for him. Esther roamed the Penhanel River, its surrounding lakes, mountains, and forests. It was part of her effort to restore the damaged spell world from her battle with the Count. At the same time, she tended to the bonehead creature she had acquired earlier. She even summoned a few spirits she had contracted in the past. "Do you see me as your prey, ghoul?" Occasionally, she encountered groups of ghouls. The outposts and security measures Kreis had established scattered the monsters, forcing them into groups for survival. It was only natural. Small, solitary monsters could no longer survive, so those with instincts to endure banded together. Esther easily disposed of such ghoul packs. While she could enslave them with necromancy, doing so would be a pointless exercise, one she instinctively avoided. "That would degrade me rather than elevate me," she mused before incinerating 6 ghouls with a single gesture. The ghouls, engulfed in flames, screamed before collapsing into burnt remains. "I'm working hard too," she muttered. She understood her reasons. Standing beside someone constantly striving forward demanded a commitment beyond mere determination. Simply regaining my former strength would be an insult to the title of a battle witch. So she would push forward. She had the perfect opportunity to do so. Exploring hidden ruins and monsters within the Panhandle mountain range, she honed her craft and rediscovered what she had learned in her youth among the 6 magic schools of the tower. Ragna might be a genius of swordsmanship, but Esther was a genius of magic. She knew her path, discerning what was necessary and what wasn't. That fool. Recalling Encrid being defeated by the so-called King of the East, Esther smirked to herself. He would continue to grow, crossing paths with devils and wizards like the Count. His path was paved with such challenges, and she would be the one to clear away magical obstacles from his journey. This was how she sought to assert herself. How could a battle witch contribute nothing while standing beside him? That's unacceptable. This was a matter of pride. She also wondered whether Encrid would achieve what he sought. What lay at the end of his path? Such questions never arose with the King of the East, yet they intrigued her now. As Esther refined her magic and sorted the useful elements from the 6 schools, she encountered a soldier on her way back to the unit. She didn't know his name, but he caught her eye, rolling dice and unconsciously manipulating mana. He had a knack for magic. Initially, she intended to pass by, but she changed her mind and approached him. "You're coming with me." Interest? No. It was for herself. "Teaching teaches you too," her master once said, and her own experience confirmed it. So she made her decision. The soldier, known as the border guard's top gambler, blinked in confusion. "Sorry. What? If you don't come, I'll subject you to suffering worse than death." As usual, her approach was blunt. And knowing her reputation as Encrid's mage partner, the soldier wisely refrained from resisting. The matter of adjusting his assignment was left to Graham, the unit's leader, who simply remarked, "Let her handle it. She knows what she's doing." Thus, Esther's peculiar tutelage began. Chapter 431. 2 days Audin contemplated his inner self, confirming the restraints placed upon his body. In his mind, the image of golden chains tightly coiling around his entire being emerged. Over time, thin veils covering the chains had frayed and vanished, likely from his occasional use of divine power, but the chains themselves remained. The chains were his own doing, while the veils were restrictions imposed by others. Seeing the chains again after so long brought a flood of memories that he had deliberately avoided confronting. Defending heresy. Is that what you believe an inquisitor's role to be? A corrupt bishop had once raged at him. Trusted because he claimed to follow the god of war. What a disgrace. Another priest's rebuke resurfaced. What will you do now? Even the one who had mentored and guided him asked this question. That person, the previous pope, was a man said to be blind but capable of glimpsing into people's futures. He had resigned from his position just 10 days after becoming pope. "This is no place for me, brothers and sisters," he had declared, casting aside his authority before whispering to Audin. "I felt like I wouldn't live long if I stayed there." It was an absurd reason, yet he had claimed it was the result of foreseeing his future. Among the chaotic entanglement of memories, this was someone Audin respected as a father, the only family he had known. And it was his question that had left Audin unable to answer for a long time. This happened shortly after Audin became a sinner for failing to fulfill his duty as an inquisitor. "Do you not know what to do?" "Yes, I have lost my way," Audin had confessed, kneeling. "The only destination for a shepherd who has lost their path is the darkness below." The previous pope, the man he saw as a father, had spoken in a stern tone. "To the underground prison cloaked in darkness, is it not?" Audin had responded. In the doctrine, the judgment of sin was overseen by the deity of balance, who governed the sun and moon. A sinner would face judgment before the god of war, and, if condemned, be confined to an underground prison. Audin served the god of war, while the previous pope worshipped a two-faced god. One face symbolized the jailer of the divine prison, embodying darkness and love, while the other represented judgment through radiance and divine light. Though seemingly contradictory, Scripture proclaimed these two aspects to be one. A deity had descended into the deepest prison of the underworld to offer pure love while leaving the light of radiance on the surface to illuminate the world. Thus, the single deity served both as the jailer of the underworld, offering compassion and forgiveness, and as the enforcer of justice, delivering punishment through light. "You are destined to wield the radiance," the previous pope had once said to Audin. Those words led Audin to become a punisher of heretics. The god of war had blessed him with an exceptional body, allowing Audin to swiftly transition from an apprentice priest to a combat priest. His time as a combat priest was extraordinary as well. "You're the first to delve so deeply into Valor-style martial arts and achieve such mastery." His talent quickly brought him into the realm of divine power. With the light of radiance and divine brilliance descending upon him through his devotion to the god of war, his peers began to exclaim, "A miracle!" While training to become a paladin, Audin was appointed as an inquisitor. "Pray and temper your body and spirit there," instructed a sly-eyed archbishop, pushing Audin to take on the role of heretic punisher. Audin complied, wielding the light of radiance to punish. One day during his duties, he executed the hidden son of a guilty bishop. This marked the beginning of his doubts. In a small town under orders from a bishop, Audin encountered a man accused of heresy. The man immolated himself in a desperate bid to prove his innocence. Watching the man's body consumed by flames, Audin instinctively felt that something was profoundly wrong. But what was the mistake? Was it his faith in the divine? The decayed state of the temple? The power-hungry archbishop? The pope who resigned after glimpsing the future? Or perhaps, is it the fault of the God who granted me, so unworthy, this strength? No, it could not be. The flaw lay in his own inability to grasp the will of his God. His faith wavered. The foundation of his belief began to crumble. The dream of becoming a paladin who eradicated evil and sent demons to divine judgment was shattered. The tower built on his faith collapsed. "If punishing with radiance is unbearable, then hide yourself in the darkness," his mentor had advised. At the time, Audin simply sought to escape. He placed restrictions on himself, both to suppress his power and to avoid responsibility. Even that wasn't enough. Others who wielded divine power added further restraints to his body. "I'm sorry, brother," said a comrade, who would have willingly sacrificed their life for Audin. "Why did you do it?" asked a sister who now looked at him with hatred, despite their shared laughter the day before. Without a word of defense, Audin accepted the restrictions, abandoned his position, and left the temple. On his way out, his mentor had spoken one last time. "When the day comes that your path becomes clear, you will step forward of your own accord." Is that a prophecy? Prophecy? Hardly. Let me be honest. I cannot predict the future. It's a guess and expectation. If I, as Pope, have more enemies than allies, it's inevitable that someone will truck. 6 months later, the mentor who spoke those words was stoned to death as a heretic. He had no divine power beyond simple healing abilities. Audin learned of the incident 6 months after it happened. The rage he felt then was indescribable. He wanted to storm the temple and destroy everyone inside. But he didn't. To do so would have been to uproot and burn the last remnants of his foundation, leaving nothing behind. Instead, he wandered, eventually finding himself in the ranks of a chaotic squad. There, In his despair, he encountered someone who had not given up on anything. That man welcomed knights, survived wars, triumphed in civil strife, and faced demons without faltering. Even the king of the East sought him out personally. Audin began to question whether he could persevere without breaking his own restraints. He dreamt once more of becoming a shield and sword of divine brilliance, a fist that would eradicate evil in the name of his god. However, a problem remained. He had sworn an oath to bind himself and could not break it on a whim. No one in the temple would approve of him breaking the prohibition. The past intertwined, bringing him back to the questions he had once hurled into his inner void. Legion? A secluded monastery in the corner of the holy city. He had no parents from the moment he was born. Why was I born? Audin had often asked himself. His unnecessarily large body. What was its purpose? Even when he attained sanctity, the question remained. Was it to slay the temple's enemies, labeled heretics? No, it couldn't be that. He sought to become a fist that eradicates evil. That was his goal. But there were times he couldn't achieve it. He threw those moments behind him, leaving the past temporarily forgotten. Instead, he looked toward a new sun, setting his sights not on today, but on the approaching tomorrow. What did you say you wanted to achieve by becoming a knight? Audin asked, and Encrid answered, a battlefield free of children, a knight who upholds chivalry, a world that reveres what is right. That is the world I wish to build. On that day, hearing Encrid's answer, Audin wept. He hid in a secluded corner behind the barracks, praying as tears streamed down his face, careful not to let anyone notice. Jaxon and a few others saw but said nothing. It wasn't the first time Audin had cried while praying. During one of those moments, Teresa approached him, patiently waiting for his prayer to end before speaking. I think my body and talent are insignificant. I tried learning songs to calm my heart, but it hasn't been easy. Why do you strive to go further? Because I wish to walk the path I believe is right, and I think that path lies beside him. More than anything, I want to protect this place. Is that so? Yes, it is. I want to set a purpose and act on it. That was the greatest light a person could possess. It may not be divine, but it is an enduring light. Reciting the words of the Holy Scriptures, Audin nodded. I heard you've chosen some recruit. Let's begin sincere training together. Audin's words made Teresa briefly regret sharing her worries. The phrase sincere training alone gave her a sense of foreboding. Perhaps imprisonment in an underground dungeon would be preferable to such training. It was during the process of selecting devout recruits with strong physiques that an incident occurred. Audin realized that one of the prohibitions binding him had broken. Never defy the temple's words, for they are always correct. Then he would have to return to the temple and adjust that correctness slightly. If necessary, he would have to break the prohibitions. However, until he received permission, he wouldn't arbitrarily break them. That was rooted in Audin's belief. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't release all the prohibitions. Only after telling the temple what he believed to be right would he consider breaking them, even if it meant dying for it. Thanks to one person's unwavering dream, another's life had changed entirely. Ragnar woke from sleep and immediately noticed the change. The cold air, his breathing as he inhaled and exhaled, the fallen leaves resting on the ground, the dust swirling in the air. Everything felt several times clearer and more vivid than before. It seemed as though if he stretched out his hand, he could snatch the barbarian's axe from far away. Even though the axe lay almost 20 paces away, it felt possible. Ragnar extended his hand, clenching the air. Naturally, without extraordinary abilities or magic, the distant axe didn't leap into his grasp. However, the moment he mimicked grabbing the air, Rem instinctively gripped the handle of his axe tightly. It happened almost simultaneously. Seeing the barbarian react, Ragnar smirked. Crazy bastard, can't you just stay out of my sight? It was as if Rem had read his mind, though it hadn't been realized in action. This won't work. Though he felt capable of anything, many things remained impossible. He had made a breakthrough, surpassed a wall, but there was so much to explore and understand. Ragnar recalled the duel between the Eastern King and Encrid. The king had stood firm, resisting the knight's might. He had held back significantly, not as a mentor, but as a sparring partner, helping Encrid unleash his full strength. Ragnar had seen it all. He had observed the energy flowing from the king's weapon into Encrid's blade. No, he had felt it. Could intent be gathered and realized in reality? Could he, for example, pull Rem's axe toward him, disregarding physical distance? Yes, it's possible. To do so, he would need to close the distance by moving his feet. He couldn't accomplish it merely by reaching out. But through this, he naturally understood the principle of oppression. It wasn't simply about glaring at someone with murderous intent or exuding energy. It was about manifesting will into reality. To tell the opponent through sheer willpower, this blade at my waist, the spear on my back, even this fork I hold can end your life. Even a hand alone could suffice. By envisioning an action and subtly conveying it to the opponent, their survival instincts would constrict their limbs, heart, and mind. That was oppression. Ragnar experimented with a fork in the dining hall. Once on Remiu. This lunatic, what's his problem? Rem snarled, glaring with a barbarian's ferocity. Brother, please restrain yourself, Audin said with a smile, though a vein bulged on his forehead. Dunbakel hissed and retreated. Teresa furrowed her brows, reciting a part of the scriptures while subtly pulling her tray to use as a shield. Roppard, sitting nearby, trembled visibly, cold sweat dripping onto his tray. You might give someone a heart attack, the shepherd of the wastes muttered, subtly unsheathing a blade. Its black edge gleamed faintly, a weapon known as Idol's Slayer. Ragnar saw what clung to the blade, something that gnawed at the soul and severed will itself. Though he sensed its presence, its exact nature eluded him. To truly understand, he would have to wield it. Lastly, there was Big Eyes. Unaware of everything, Crace commented on the chilly air. For those who react sharply, there are also those who don't. Could this be a way to gauge skill or talent? It seemed possible. Ragnar spent every waking moment, apart from eating and sleeping, honing his swordsmanship. The Eastern King's parting words rang true. Now was the time to set himself on the right path. While he felt omnipotent, every accomplishment required a process. Could his blade split a mountain? Not in one strike. But he could slay a mage attempting to rend the mountain with magic. Distinguishing what was possible and what wasn't, Ragnar trained relentlessly. His body moved tirelessly until it was drenched in sweat, leaving him to sleep soundly at night. After days of repetition, Encrid removed the bandages from his hand and asked, "When will you be ready?" It was a challenge to fight. Ragnar paused for a moment to reflect, then said, 2 days. He felt certain. Though controlling his strength was still difficult, 2 days would be enough. His talent was extraordinary. For most, crossing a wall and stepping into a knight's realm would take months of readjustment. But Ragnar didn't need even half a month. Chapter 432. Like black lightning, Encrid didn't waste his time while waiting for Ragnar. Of course, he wasn't the type to. Even now he was sparring with Rem, creating friction between sword and axe. Clang! The silver axe, blocking Acre's slanting slash, pushed the blade away. Encrid tightened his grip, twisting his torso to divert the force. Noticing this, Rem feigned pulling his axe back before slamming it down vertically. Bang! The weapons clashed again, sparks scattering from the collision. Neither side gave an inch. Their exchange continued, skill countering skill in an unyielding rhythm. It was an intense conversation of sword and axe, with no room for breath. And no human could live without breathing. Both fighters pushed their stamina to the brink, until their visions swirled. This scene had already repeated 12 times. Hours of fierce sparring had even Encrid gasping for breath. Rem wasn't much better off. "Ha! Ha! Watch closely," Rem said, stepping back. He pursed his lips into an O, drawing in a sharp breath. His ragged panting and heaving shoulders quickly subsided. Instinctively, Encrid traced the line of the axe swing that began from Rem's shoulders. As expected, Rem swung the axe. No, it didn't stop at just one swing. Encrid barely managed to counter with Acker. Shing! The blades crossed, and Encrid twisted away. Despite his exhaustion, Rem's axe strikes continued relentlessly. Rem's axe was already fierce, sharp, swift and heavy. When the seemingly weightless weapon slashed without recoil, it often sent chills down one's spine. But now, it was even more formidable. What's worse, after panting like that, he suddenly unleashed this. Amid the rapid recoil-free swings, another axe came flying unpredictably. The dual axes held in each hand shattered the rhythm, attacking endlessly. Encrid parried and blocked with Acker and Gladius, feeling as if he were catching raindrops with bare hands. It wasn't an attack you could block just because you anticipated it. And yet, Rem was holding back. If not, this onslaught could have easily cost Encrid an arm. Just when you think it's over, squeeze out every last bit. I call it a handful of breath. Rem's explanation came between labored breaths. His complexion had turned a sickly purple from holding his breath and pouring every ounce of energy into the attack. Rem still taught through action more than words, and that suited both teacher and student. After steadying his breath, Rem continued, "If you're not careful, your heart could burst, or your blood vessels might rupture. Hell, it feels like you've shaved off a bit of your lifespan." It was a far more dangerous technique than the heart of the beast. Originally a technique used with protective spells, Rem had modified it slightly. His recent insights into spellcasting made it possible. Moreover, it was a skill the lunatic commander before him could master and use even more effectively. If you want to land even one hit, you'd better learn it before the duel. The spar with Ragnar was in 2 days. Rem's intention to help was clear. Encrid didn't refuse. Why would he? He spent the morning loosening up with the isolation technique, and then dedicated himself to learning Rem's handful of breath. Rem offered advice freely throughout. "I'm naturally ambidextrous, but you're not. What are you trying to say?" Even as he trained Encrid, Rem was refining his own skills. It was obvious from the sweat dripping off him, more than usual. Because of this, Dunbakel was at her wits' end, unable to keep up. She had even postponed forming the unit Encrid had previously assigned her to. Encrid didn't push her. Forcing it wouldn't work on someone like her. Kreis likely didn't think forming a unit was urgent either. Unit organization is important, but it's not like war will break out tomorrow. At least for the next year. Things will stay quiet. The time required for a king to stabilize the nation. Moreover, after observing the border guard's policies, Norelia had begun setting up outposts in every city connected to the capital. The kingdom and border guard were developing along similar lines. Of course, Encrid spent no time worrying about such matters, choosing instead to swing his sword one more time. Regardless, Rem was focused on his axes, training with more dedication than ever before. And somehow, he still found time to spar with Encrid, even if his explanations were a bit lacking. "I'm not using both hands fully yet. It's more like this. Explain. Huff, huff." "A bit more," Encrid said, planting his sword tip into the ground to catch his breath. Rem thought for a moment before asking, "Can you write with your left hand?" He couldn't. He could summon swift will by plucking sparks with his left hand, but writing was beyond him. If you're going to use both hands, you need to use them properly. If you're clumsy, it's worse than not using them at all. He didn't insist on wielding two weapons, but Rem was right. You had something, you needed to use it properly. Otherwise, it was pointless. By now, only opponents who demanded such skill remained. 2 days passed quickly, but this time, Encrid delayed. Aluagarn had intervened. Of course, Encrid agreed, or it wouldn't have happened. Postpone the duel. You're wondering why, aren't you? Fine. I know you won't improve drastically in a few days, but you can solidify your mindset. You can't waste what you learned from the mercenary king, can you? Aluagarn rarely gave direct answers. Self-discovery came first. He helped, but never outright solved the problem. That was Aluagarn's way. Encrid delayed for a few more days. In the meantime, he practiced writing and eating with his left hand. Once you've built flexible, sturdy muscles, using them is what gives them meaning, brother. Audin also assisted Encrid. He even taught him a few more Vala-style martial techniques. There was one grappling technique and one striking technique. Not all techniques needed names. Ragnar merely watched it in silence. In the meantime, Encrid had grown adept enough to write letters with his left hand, despite his clumsy handwriting. After all, he had to send a reply to the king's missive. When Crais saw this, his curiosity about the contents of the royal letter got the better of him. What does it say? It must have been something about offering this and that to keep the Eastern king in check. After all, the letter had arrived after news of the mercenary king had spread. Crais, upon seeing the letter, had felt unease. But his expectations were way off. It's a lament about how sitting on the throne isn't all it's cracked up to be. A lament? Encrid nodded. At such a time, Crais wondered whether it was the king who was strange, or his commander. In any case, the reply was sent. A message urging the king to take things seriously if he decided to go through with them. Encrid put down the quill he'd been gripping with his left hand, clenched his fist, and then opened it again. It's not enough. He couldn't become as proficient with his left hand as with his right overnight, but he felt he understood the meaning behind Aluagarn's words. So he stood and stepped outside. It was noon, the sun directly overhead, on a day brighter than any other. The sky was clear, with not a single cloud in sight, and the air was filled with the scent of heat. The smell of heated stone, dry earth, and fresh grass mingled in the air. It wasn't a bad day. Though Ragnar had said 2 days, a week had passed since. Ragnar had waited patiently. During that time, he had become confident in his ability to control his sword completely. He could swing with all his strength, and still stop the blade in time to cut no more than a single strand of hair. He could halt it so precisely that it wouldn't leave even a red mark on the skin. If they'd sparred 2 days ago, he might have ended up severing an arm in the process. But not anymore. I've kept you waiting. In the center of the training grounds, Ragnar practiced alone daily, swinging his sword. To an onlooker, it didn't seem like he was refining an extraordinary technique. If anything, his movements seemed even rougher than before, as if they lacked discipline. Nearby, Rem sat with arms crossed in a chair he had crafted himself. Next to him, Audin lounged on a massive stone he'd somehow acquired, and was using as a seat. Even Dunbakel, Teresa, Fell, and Ropard were spectating. Jaxon and Esther, however, were absent, both busy with other matters. Encrid didn't concern himself with anyone's gaze. He lifted his sword and pointed it forward. The tip of the acre blade seemed to form a dot, aimed at his opponent. Pressure built, emanating from his sheer will, and brushed against Ragnar. But Ragnar appeared unaffected. To Encrid, Ragnar didn't seem particularly imposing. If anything, he looked weaker than before. Miss, and you die. Ragnar's lips moved just as Encrid registered his words. Beyond the realm of perception, where the naked eye couldn't follow, where only a faint sense of instinct could catch the edge. Ragnar's blade swept upward across Encrid's thigh. It was an unexpected angle, a strike too swift and well-timed for Akka to block. Encrid barely managed to shift his weight back, relying solely on instinct, avoiding a critical wound by leaning away. The black blade skimmed the thin fabric of his trousers, leaving a shallow cut. Blood began to seep from the tear, staining his pants. With a single strike, it became clear. "A knight?" Encrid murmured. "The beginning of one." Ragnar's tone was calm, but to Rem, that nonchalant attitude was infuriating, and he spoke up. "Spenadul, brat." Spenadul was a word from the Western tongue, roughly translating to someone who smokes from their rear. It implied pointless effort or meaningless actions, often used as a jab against idlers in the West. Naturally, no one else understood the term. Even if they had, no one cared enough to respond. Ragnar remained unperturbed, lifting his black greatsword, Gumtoon, forged from dark metal. Despite its massive size, he wielded it as if it were lighter than a rapier. When he swung it, the blade seemed to bend like a whip, though it maintained its weight. While it lacked overt menace, anyone watching Ragnar at that moment would instinctively step back. His sword appeared as though it couldn't be stopped, a divine punishment about to be delivered, or a black lightning bolt poised to strike from the heavens. Though he had yet to swing, everyone could already sense the destructive power of the impending strike. Audin's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't a blow one could counter, even with a restriction in place. Though the sword had not yet descended, Teresa envisioned her shield shattering into pieces. Dunbakel broke out in a cold sweat, vividly imagining her own death. She knew, if she wanted to survive, she shouldn't face that swing head-on. Fell, gripping Idol Slayer, found the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Robert recalled the one time he'd seen a true knight of the order. A memory seared into his mind. Aluagarn stood off to the side, quietly observing Encrid. Everyone tensed. Knights were such beings, forces of nature that altered the air around them simply by existing. Catastrophes, walking calamities. And if one stood before you, sword drawn, if that sword was aimed at you? The frog's bulging eyes were fixed not on Ragnar, who had reached the cusp of knighthood, but on Encrid. More precisely, he couldn't tear his gaze away. "He's smiling?" Encrid smiled. A grin much like the one he'd shown when the ferryman told him he would die, that he'd hit a wall, and that his days would be stuck in an endless loop. No one else could have understood. But it was true. Encrid smiled. And then, whoosh! The black lightning struck without the roar of thunder, a silent blade that seemed it would cleave Encrid in two. Drip, bite. Encrid raised his sword above his brow just in time, intercepting the blow. Yet he was pushed back, and the blade of his own sword grazed his forehead. Blood trickled down in droplets. The black lightning had been intercepted at the last possible moment with Acker, and Gladius crossed in defense. It was a narrow escape, but a block nonetheless. The hurried motion of twisting Gladius had caused the edge to scrape his skin, resulting in the bleeding. The dripping blood wasn't insignificant, painting Encrid's face red. Even so, he didn't close his eyes. It wasn't as though he'd reached some grand realization. Encrid was a wanderer, a man who had spent his life searching for answers, charting paths, and chasing milestones as he roamed. A madman who had stitched together tattered dreams to make it this far. And so, at this moment, he felt joy. Chapter 433. There was never a need for permission. The mad wanderer, seeker of dreams and lunacy, encountered 3 knights. The first was a knight of Aspen. His every skill was swift and powerful. Even knowing his strikes, there was no way to block them. Perhaps now, Encrid might deflect a casual blow without much effort, but back then, it felt impossible. This knight's physical abilities were leagues apart from ordinary men. His swordsmanship reflected that difference. Next was the might of the mercenary king, Anu. He had not revealed everything he was capable of. What he displayed was merely a fragment. Moreover, Anu was a beastkin. He hadn't even transformed, yet his demonstrated techniques were formidable. Even so, there was much to observe, feel, and learn, for the mercenary king fought as though teaching, unveiling his art bit by bit. He displayed mastery. From incomprehensible movements came spear strikes at unimaginable angles. The last encounter stood right before him now. A strike so devastating it forced the opponent's blade backward. Ragnar's swordsmanship was a one-hit, one-kill style. His blade was designed to deliver certain death, embodying the essence of heavy swordsmanship. Not all knights are the same. What did the mercenary king mean by experience? Where did this difference originate? From honing what one possesses, to believe the path you walk is the right one, and to take one more step forward rather than looking back and hesitating. The king's words lingered vividly in his mind. His teaching was clear. At that moment, Encrid realized something with certainty. Heaven, talent, none of it guaranteed him what he sought. 1 in 10,000. From those gathered, another rare one would be chosen. A knight. So what? Would anything change because of that? No. Life was the same as always. He had never needed permission. Not from the heavens, not from talent, nor from anyone else. But what if there was a way despite that? Encrid felt he understood. A clue was in sight. That brought a smile to his face, and words escaped his lips before his brain could catch up. Again, his arms trembled. If he didn't brace his core, he felt he'd be pushed back. It was like standing against a storm without even a cane for support, or like scaling the icy peaks of a glacial mountain with nothing but rags for clothing. No, not quite. He had a cane, and though meager, he had garments covering his body. Encrid steadied his mind. What he had built up until now was his cane and his clothing. There is no tomorrow for someone who denies what they have built and doubts themselves. Thus, believing in himself was the first step. The mercenary king's words carried that meaning too. To walk the path one believes to be right, and to not turn away from what one has built. Encrid laughed and looked at Ragnar, asking with his eyes, "Are you really going to end this with just one swing of your sword?" Ragnar assumed his stance as if the answer was obvious. His black blade pointed skyward, splitting the sunlight and standing perpendicular to the ground. He intended to repeat the same motion over and over again. An attack that couldn't be stopped, even if known. The very impression Encrid had when he first faced the Knight of Aspen. Ragnar's strike, even with restraint, was devastating. The black lightning struck 3 times, and each time Encrid managed to block it, or more accurately, endure it. His right arm nearly tore, and his left was on the verge of breaking. That brute, Rem, who had been observing, almost voiced his thoughts but stopped himself. His throat itched, and scratching it, he muttered under his breath, "I can't blame him." He understood that it was hard to go easy on someone like Encrid. Even with trembling arms and a swaying body that looked ready to collapse. Encrid gripped his sword again. His eyes were unyielding, burning with a spirit that refused to die. Could anyone face such a person lightly? If Ragnar had exerted even a bit more strength, Encrid's arms would have been shattered. So it was hard to fault Ragnar's restraint. "Ha! The lazy brother seems to have grasped something profound," Audin remarked with genuine admiration. Witnessing knightly swordsmanship was a rare occasion. Even Audin couldn't replicate such feats immediately, even if he lifted restrictions. Time and harsh training were required. That didn't mean the heights were unattainable. Rem and Audin remained composed, but others were not. Encrid was surrounded by talented individuals. Rem, Jaxon, and Audin stood out, but the rest were no less formidable. Teresa, half-giant, pondered deeply. She replayed what she had just witnessed in her mind. It was a bolt of black lightning, a calamity in the form of metal, impossible to block. Could a shield stop that? Even if the shield were indestructible, could the arm holding it withstand the impact? Teresa clenched her teeth, a line forming across her jaw as she strained her masticatory muscles. Just as despair crept in, she saw Encrid collapse, unconscious but unbroken. Seeing him replaced her despair with something else entirely. I can do it too. It was a refusal to lose and a determination not to give up. Dunbakel and Roppard felt the same. Their thoughts churned with determination. Lagana's eyes sparkled with emotion, brimming with tears. "Why is that frog crying?" Rem asked. "She seems overwhelmed," Audin replied. He was correct. Aluagarn felt something swelling in her chest. It was an unshakable inspiration. How could someone do that? She had witnessed Encrid's growth, and was aware of his lack of talent. The frog's abilities, coupled with Aluagarn's experiences, made her acutely aware of his limitations. Yet, he kept moving forward. She saw something far greater than the absence of envy. Even without the heavens' permission, even without talent, he advanced with sheer will. It shone brighter than a falling star and burned hotter than a raging fire. It was pure determination. There was never a need for permission. Encrid had conveyed that truth with his entire being and proved himself through his actions. Aluagarn spoke. "He'll become a knight." The sudden declaration was met with no objections. The mercenary king hadn't entrusted Encrid with something out of certainty. It was more of a gift, offered to someone who dared to dream through his blade. And now, the frog who sought the unknown while remaining grounded in reality felt a certainty that required no explanation. That man would become a knight. While Aluagarn was moved and the others lost in thought, it was Fel who was most shaken. What was that? Never before had Fel considered the possibility of being surpassed in talent. But now, for the first time, that confidence wavered. His confidence diminished as he witnessed what unfolded before his eyes. What he thought was a solid mountain seemed to scatter like a light pile of dirt blown by the wind. Is my talent truly insignificant? Fel was paralyzed, unable to move, overwhelmed by shock. If his arms were ruined, then training his lower body was the solution. There's no such thing as rest for you, is there? That's a good mindset. The faster blood circulates through the body, the quicker it heals. If a properly trained physician had heard that, they would have called it madness. When the body reacts with inflammation, the first step is to rest, not overexert. But there was no such physician here, and Audin wasn't entirely wrong. Encrid's body wasn't weak enough to break down under such conditions. Over time, combined with his isolation technique and regenerative instincts, his body had adapted to specialize in recovery. It took 7 days for his arms to fully heal. Exactly a week later, Encrid grasped his sword and called out to Ragnar. "Stop slacking off and come out here. Today, I'm going to fix all of your bad habits." In the center of the training grounds, Ragnar, who was more diligently swinging his sword than ever before, turned his head and calmly replied, "You could have just asked for a normal sparring session." Feeling slightly awkward, Encrid scratched his cheek and said, "It's a habit of mine." It was a habit he had developed from calling out Rem and the others. Habits like that don't disappear overnight. After all, yelling, "You mad savage, come out here so I can break your nose." At Rem was essentially a request for sparring rather than an actual provocation. "This time, I'll try this." Ragnar, holding his sword parallel to the ground, announced his intent. Previously, he had brought his sword down vertically. This time, he intended to swing horizontally. If the previous attack felt like lightning striking, this one carried the impression of a collapsing wall. Though it wasn't faster than before, there was no escape from its reach. It was like watching a massive boulder rolling toward you. It seemed to declare, "This is what it means to strike as a knight." This time, two of Encrid's ribs cracked. Still, he didn't die. A few days later, when the pain in his side subsided and he was back in one piece, Shinar returned. She glanced at Encrid sweating in the training grounds and for once showed some emotion. It was subtle. A slight lift of her left eyebrow, but Encrid knew it was a sign of surprise. "Did you go far? Missed me, did you? My battered fiancé. Is that phrasing something you picked up from Audin? I'm not exactly at an age to be learning from others." Encrid nodded and gripped his sword. He hadn't forgotten what Shinar had shown him when he was down. If it hadn't been for Ragna, he might have spent his days endlessly wondering when she would return, unable to forget her even in his sleep. Shinar smiled, a rare expression she reserved only for Encrid. He didn't fall for the enchanting charm of her inhuman beauty. As soon as her smile faded, she closed the distance. Thud. Perhaps it was thanks to Ragna. Shinar's attack was slower than a black lightning strike, and easier to block than Ragna's all-encompassing horizontal slash, which felt like a charging fortress wall. But her sword moved like a butterfly. Even when blocked, it would curve and drop from above. When that was barely deflected, it would suddenly return and aim for the stomach. Blocking and dodging were all he could manage. Even though he remained vigilant, an invisible blade targeted the back of his head. She struck downward with her sword, while another blade simultaneously appeared from behind. How could a sword come from the front and back at the same time? It was a technique she had demonstrated before, a secret skill of the fairy clan, harnessing the energy of the forest. "There's no escape," Shinar declared. Encrid laughed again. He had no intention of escaping. In an instant he twisted his body to the side, blocking Shinar's blade with the Acer in his right hand, while striking down the invisible blade with the gladius in his left. Flick! The incorporeal blade vanished weakly, though he couldn't entirely block Shinar's main attack. After a few more similar strikes, he accumulated a few scratches. As expected, he lost. This time, he narrowly avoided having a hole pierced through his thigh. "If she'd aimed slightly higher, you'd have become a whole new species. Neither man nor woman," Rem quipped. "I almost made a grave mistake," Shinar admitted with a rare hint of remorse after the spar. "It's fine," Encrid said, brushing it off. Thus, an unusual yet ordinary routine continued. One day, he sparred with Ragna. Another day, with Shinar. In his spare time, he learned various techniques from Ian. He also spent time with Audin or pestered Jaxon, who didn't seem as busy as before. The invisible thrust isn't about making it unguardable. It's about making it undetectable, he was told. Though it wasn't strictly necessary to learn, knowing diverse techniques was always helpful. That was why he trained in everything. The fairy's blade might have been invisible, but it was caught in the net of his senses. Ultimately, is the goal to strike without being seen or felt. It was an insight he gained from intuition before Shinar demonstrated her secret again. Such repetition was Encrid's specialty. While honing his left-hand writing, he also dodged the daggers Jaxon threw to sharpen his reflexes. It was a monotonous yet relentless cycle of training. For Encrid, it wasn't difficult, and so time passed. The ferryman appeared in Encrid's dreams. He had nothing particular to say, but seemed to criticize whether such repetitive days were enjoyable. "If that's all, you might as well settle for a comfortable life," the boatman seemed to imply. But before the boatman could speak further, Encrid asked, "When will a new wall come?" Those burning eyes, seen countless times, reflected the depths of his soul. It wasn't merely a question, it was desperation. The boatman, who was the source of the ominous feeling, couldn't tell him that the one who cast the curse had already met their end. Hadn't he boldly told Encrid to be cautious? "Oblivious?" Encrid asked again. "Is it just around the corner?" It was a question driven less by hope and more by sheer defiance. The boatman couldn't answer. Or tomorrow, perhaps. Encrid pressed further. The boatman silently cursed him. This mad bastard. Unable to risk saying something that might diminish his stature. The boatman said nothing more and sealed the world they shared. In the end, Encrid woke from his dream after meeting a suddenly silent boatman. Chapter 434. Training à Aluagarn. It lasted an entire month. Aluagarn meticulously observed Encrid's changes. She watched him without fail every single day. She was one of the most perceptive and sensitive frogs on the entire continent. When it came to evaluating and teaching someone's talents, she was arguably on par with a seasoned knight. Thus, observation alone was sufficient. Encrid was already at his limit. This was the end. He was at the final stretch. It was akin to suddenly choking on a bite of soft, boiled potato. The conclusion was inevitable. He's stuck. Stagnation. It's a shame. This was the simultaneous emotion that surfaced. For an entire month, he lived as if scraping together every remaining second of his time, as though he'd received a terminal diagnosis. You'll die if you keep this up. The fairy sparring with him remarked bluntly. Don't push yourself too hard, advised the human knight, demonstrating his swordsmanship. Even the bear-human hybrid had to persuade Encrid to rest for a day, using both hands and feet. Though whether beating him into resting during a sparring session was the proper way to go about it, was another matter entirely. This is one of the traditions of martial priesthood. Forcing someone into unconsciousness to make them rest? Audin's words were true. Martial priests devoted to the god of war often wrecked their bodies with excessive training. When that happened, it was the duty of senior priests to care for them, sometimes with fists and feet. Aluagarn, being an open-minded frog, nodded in understanding. Others, however, reacted differently. Dunbakel, observing from the side, widened her eyes. He's not running away after taking all that? She muttered in disbelief. Fell, meanwhile, stiffened as if frozen, murmuring, a shepherd could withstand this much. Yet no one took him seriously. I'll rest properly. Reipod made his resolve clear. He might have persistently challenged Ragnar to spar countless times, but taking a quality nap after being hit by Audin's fist was a different story. In a way, it could be seen as a wise decision. He hadn't been chosen as part of the knight's ranks without reason. Regardless, Aluagarn observed Encrid's struggles. Despite such desperate efforts, it was stagnation, not progress. And even that stagnation was precarious. He barely avoided regression. The reason he hadn't regressed entirely, it's thanks to mastering various techniques. The rigorous training Encrid subjected himself to each morning had forged his body into something unlike that of an ordinary man. Having already realized will, his body had transformed to match its demands. Will represented sheer determination. Techniques driven by that resolve placed immense strain on the body. Yet enduring that strain hardened the body further. It wasn't without reason that knights exhibited combat prowess of another level. Aluagarn retrieved a squirming, high-quality caterpillar from a leather pouch, placed it on her hand, and snapped it up with her tongue in one gulp. She needed to eat to think clearly. Over the month of observing Encrid, she devised various methods. What would help? Nothing was certain. She plunged herself into thought. Sitting on a chair Rem had crafted, she pulled one knee close to her chest. Occasionally she'd puff out her cheeks, eat another caterpillar, or sniff the frog-exclusive herb epiphragm, which had a pleasant scent. Frogs preferred summer over winter. While they didn't have a pathological aversion to the cold, dry climates often left their skin parched and cracked. Severe cases could even lead to bleeding, which was far from pleasant. For humans, it would be akin to someone cutting their skin with a blade daily, painful and miserable. Cold and wind dried out frog skin, so naturally they favored summer. Aluagarn felt fortunate it was summer. She could forgo moisturizing her skin and focus entirely on observing and thinking. Why did that man struggle so desperately? I understand. Aluagarn listened to what Encrid conveyed through his actions and demeanor. Even if the heavens denied him, he declared he would press on. It was a silent scream directed at the world. At least that's how Aluagarn saw it. So what could she do for him now? Something for a man at a standstill. Thought alone wouldn't suffice. What mattered was action. Aluagarn rose from her seat. You can't keep going like this. Encrid was in the midst of training, wielding a sword 10 times heavier than an ordinary blade. Whoosh! Unable to fully control the weight, the blade trembled as it came to a halt. Sweat streaming down his forehead flung into the air in tandem with his movements. Between his damp black hair, his piercing blue eyes glimmered. You must already know. Aluagarn spoke again. Is there another way? Encrid replied calmly. He already knew. If Aluagarn had recognized his stagnation, it was no surprise that Encrid had foreseen it. He always knew this moment would come. Although he had squeezed out talent he didn't possess and tasted the joy of unprecedented growth, he had anticipated that a limit would eventually present itself. It was a familiar feeling. He recalled the boatman's words from the previous night. Skate. You should have stopped at enjoying today. Do you seek the thrill of advancing further? Then you'll never find such a day. There might have been one had you not looked to tomorrow. A day where you repeat today endlessly and feel the same joy. The boatman had scolded Encrid. Of course, before their parting, the boatman had revealed the nature of the ominous aura surrounding him. When Encrid dreamt again, the message echoed, there is no such thing as perfection in this world. The boatman had said this boldly, feigning confidence. Encrid paid it no mind. Was his distaste for stagnation so strong that he wished for a wall to appear? It wasn't so much dislike as it was a resolve to find a way forward. Since he expected it, he preferred action over idle contemplation. The knight's path? He understood it now, observing other knights' swordsmanship to learn even a fragment more. Simultaneously, honing his own techniques and moving forward. This was the path Encrid had grasped. Was it the correct one? He didn't care. Instead of wasting time on doubt, he received Ragnar's black thunder more times than he could count, evaded Shinar's invisible blade, and worked tirelessly to comprehend Jaxon's life-preserving thrust. He had tried everything, or so he thought. Once, there was an exceptionally talented bard. To compose extraordinary and remarkable songs, he shut himself in his room, repeating the same tasks over and over. He believed that was the best approach. It was an old story about a foolish bard who never ventured out. The moral was simple. One must experience and witness the broader world to find true inspiration. Encrid already knew the rest of the story. It was his friend, a lifelong baker, who made him realize the error of his ways. With just a few words, that friend inspired the bard to write the famous song The Well-Bound Frog, a tune known across the continent even today. Yes, I know the story. The bard was a frog, and upon understanding his mistake, he created a song that even children and adults still hum today. Did you think the sky was round? Did you think the world was round? Was my world so narrow? Frog, oh frog, if you don't leave the well, you'll gain nothing. The lyrics repeated a simple yet profound message. Are you willing to follow my lead? Aluagarn, the continent's greatest mentor, had never encountered a disciple like this one before. What was she to do? She decided to try everything possible. Let's do it. Encrid nodded. He had no other choice. He had faced stagnation like this several times. While it didn't make him restless, it was far from a situation he welcomed. Walking under the moonlight felt like being engulfed by a sudden overcast sky, obscuring his vision. It was as if a sturdy bridge he'd been crossing abruptly collapsed midway. In such moments, Encrid always found a way forward. even if it meant closing his eyes or stringing ropes across the broken bridge to crawl over it. This time was no different. That summer was unusually long. The scorching heat felt as though it would barbecue a person whole. "This is insane, instructor," one soldier muttered before the torturous march began. He was a nobleman's son who had studied in the capital. While from a cadet branch, his family was among the vassals of the newly appointed Duke of Octo. Confident in his skills, he had joined the border guard, convinced he'd soon stand out among the so-called madmen unit after a bit of training and luck. But what was this madness? The instructors handed out a long sword, 2 daggers, a heavy wrist-mounted crossbow, armor padded with linen and leather, guards for the forearms and shins, at least 3 throwing knives, a hand axe, a small round shield, a helmet, a short baton, and top of it all, a backpack. They called this state of gear fully armed. This isn't arming. This is torture, he thought. For him, it truly was. The instructor leading the reconnaissance unit simply nodded at his protest and responded with a single line, "Then leave." She was ruthless. The soldier couldn't retort. Many had challenged this female instructor and ended up beaten to a pulp. Fighting back only made things worse. Then the monster will come next, he thought bitterly. If Rem showed up, there was no hope. Though rare these days, he used to appear frequently to complain about the training intensity being too weak, dragging someone out to pummel them. It was pure, one-sided violence, targeting nobles especially. That noble slayer! The soldier knew Rem's infamous nickname, well known among noble circles. Run! Even fully armed with a sword belt and backpack, they were expected to run. Grinding his teeth, the soldier started moving. This is reconnaissance training. If you can't handle it, drop dead, the instructor barked. The exercise lasted 3 days, scaling mountains, digging smoke-free pits at designated points for meals, and then returning. Even demon slayers wouldn't endure this, he grumbled, staggering up. Resentful, he cursed his father for sending him here out of admiration for the so-called demon slayer. But eventually his exhaustion left him too drained to think. Then he noticed another soldier. A steel helmet? While everyone else wore leather helmets, this one had a full steel helm. His backpack looked larger and heavier. He carried 3 hand axes, 2 long swords, and even a gladius strapped horizontally across his lower back. And if that wasn't enough, he had 2 spears slung over his shoulder. A spearman! It didn't make sense. Their current training was for reconnaissance, a fact everyone painfully knew. But why was this man so overburdened? The soldier dismissed it as a hallucination until he caught a glimpse of the man's face. "Demon Slayer!" he gasped. Though too exhausted to shout, his voice carried enough to catch attention. The man, the legendary Demon Slayer, holder of a general's rank bestowed directly by the king, turned his head slightly. "Dragging your feet will only make it harder," he said, offering a brief piece of advice before continuing ahead. The noble-born soldier fell silent. The Demon Slayer carried several times his own load, and still marched unfazed. In that instant, the small rebellion brewing among the soldiers evaporated. Finn, the instructor and commanding officer of the training, approached Encrid as he walked ahead. "It's been a while," she said, giving a casual salute with her right hand at her waist. She, too, was fully armed. "Improved, have you?" Encrid remarked, instantly assessing her with the same sharp gaze as ever. Finn clicked her tongue and shifted the conversation to Torres. "They've ramped up the frontier defense training at Martai. You should visit sometime. Maybe if I have time," he replied. For now, his schedule was packed with exercises inspired by Aluagarn's methods. Finn sighed. Even after so long, Encrid was still an unparalleled training maniac. But then again, that's what made him the Demon Slayer. Though she had once been his superior, she had later served under him, and now commanded as part of his forces. Despite everything, Finn couldn't help but feel proud. Encrid had a unique way of making those around him feel fulfilled. Breaking through narrow perspectives requires diversity. Try everything. Following Aluagarn's philosophy, Encrid pushed himself to the limit, carrying heavier gear than any soldier, and running alongside them. Run, Dutch. Splash! He dove from mountain ridges into lakes below. How do you break past your limits? I have no idea, but I know clinging to a sword alone won't get you there. Broadening one's view allowed for greater understanding, and that was the essence of Aluagarn's teachings. Chapter 435. The Lake of Experience. Encrid had experienced pauses in his life numerous times, so he had long forgotten the feeling of impatience. He simply did what he had to. He ran, jumped, and climbed mountains. Aluagarn used every tool available without hesitation. She would use anything, human or otherwise. It was the same for her. Encrid had fought against Dunbakel, Teresa, and Roper just yesterday. He thought they wouldn't accept fighting 3 against 1, out of pride. But the 3 of them accepted without hesitation. Aluagarn showed them a formation so their movements wouldn't get tangled. That alone meant Encrid couldn't easily take the upper hand against the 3 of them. Their tactics were tricky. Dunbakel used her fast legs and nimble movements to circle around, looking for openings to strike, while Teresa relentlessly pushed forward with her shield. Her vision-blocking techniques had become more refined, and her overall skill had clearly improved, making her a much harder opponent. Beside them, Roper swung his sword steadfastly. It wasn't a longsword technique. It was a method based on calculated moves and counterattacks. For instance, sometimes Roper would swing his sword not at Encrid's front, but at the empty air, forcing Encrid to deflect it when there was no other place to dodge. That naturally created openings, and through those, Dunbakel's scythe-like blows came at him. Encrid realized Roper's talents. They're fighting together, yet calculating the moves. Such a talent would shine when commanding a small group of soldiers. Roper was actually awakening his own potential. It was the kind of sense that allowed him to read the flow of battle from above, like seeing it from a higher perspective. That ability applied not just to small unit tactics, but could be used in personal combat as well. It was the essence of swordsmanship. While Aluagarn had spoken of hints and suppression, Roper had faithfully swung his sword, forcing his opponent into submission. Impressive. Encrid recognized Roper's potential. Aluagarn had recognized it long ago and had awakened it with just a few words of advice. Encrid could have felt the stark difference in talent, but he didn't care. Every day, he was too busy gasping for breath from his training to worry about such things. Dunbakel's skills had also drastically improved. She showcased her killing techniques using both her twin scythes, claws, and even her toenails, utilizing her whole body for lethal strikes. It was a blade that came from her instincts. Her claws, extending with thought, were wild but hard to block. In any case, yesterday, he had barely held his ground against them. And today, a different conversation came up. "Have you ever fought against a mage?" Before Encrid could even answer Aluagarn's question, a woman with long hair and a thin robe appeared behind the frog. It was, of course, Esther. "Do I need it to improve my sword skills?" he asked. Esther thought for a moment before answering. Perhaps. Honestly, she had no idea, but she knew there would be something to gain from it. One of Encrid's greatest talents was his ability to learn from everything and everyone in the world. Esther didn't refuse either. She blinked her large eyes a few times, combing her hair with one hand, and raising the other as she said, "Then, let's do it." The Demuller's scythe. Along with her words, she extended her thumb, index, and middle fingers, making a gesture that seemed meaningless. At that exact moment, Encrid drew Acker and swung it. Clang! The compressed blade of air flying toward him collided with Encrid's sword, shattering in mid-air. Encrid felt a subtle recoil in his arms. It felt like the blow of a warrior with arms as thick as his own had struck his sword. It should have been shocking, but Encrid didn't hesitate. As soon as he blocked the attack, he spun and advanced. He kicked the ground, leaving after images in his wake. The speed was almost impossible to track for anyone but a knight. "Watch out for the snake." Esther's voice pierced his ear, worming its way into his mind. No, it was a voice that vibrated through his entire head. It felt like he couldn't ignore it. It was an odd feeling. He was charging ahead, eyes focused, but he could still hear her voice ringing in his ears. Encrid, at the same time, saw the illusion of his sword becoming a snake, coiling around his arm, but the vision vanished in the blink of an eye. It was a result of his strong will to resist. Clang! Encrid's sword was blocked once again by Esther's palm. It was a mage's shield. How could he break it? He had experienced it before. Back when he had beheaded the Count. He needed to raise his sword vertically and strike down with a long sword style. It was an attack with the full intent to cut through. Encrid's sword wasn't as fast as lightning, but it was still a strike similar to one. "It will be blocked," Esther spoke, moving her hands ceaselessly, changing the shapes of her magical barrier. As she drew several shapes with her hands, layers of shields formed above her head, trapping Encrid's sword. Loiter's tenacious spiderweb. If any passing mage had seen it, they would have been horrified. Just moments before, Esther had implemented the spell first, and then recited the incantation. This was a technique known as postcasting, which even most mages would hesitate to try. To summarize, Encrid was helplessly pushed back by Esther. The saying that a prepared mage is more frightening than a knight was not just a saying. She proved it. The magic the Count had used was vast and overwhelming. Encrid had thought that when it came to magic he would have the advantage. But that wasn't the case. Of course, Encrid didn't know how incredible a mage Esther was. Especially in combat with others, Esther was a genius that no other mage could match. If she were at her peak, even the Gallifran mage, who had grasped the river's flow in the battlefield prepared by Aspen, would have been defeated in an instant. Esther had felt 3 distinct threats while fighting Encrid. It was impressive that Encrid had pushed a mage like her this far, but he didn't recognize it. One more time? Encrid simply continued as before. Any time. Esther nodded, willing to continue. Since Encrid wanted it, she was happy to oblige. She didn't step back, and by the end of the day, Encrid's left arm was broken, and his hair was burned and had to be trimmed short. "That looks good on you too." Aluagarn, with her strong aesthetic sense, even admired Encrid's short hair. Through all of this, Encrid hadn't made any groundbreaking progress. But the change in his perspective had gained him much. When fighting a mage, simply talking gives the initiative to the opponent. Esther advised on fighting mages. Encrid absorbed everything she said. He was especially good at learning from others, repeating and digesting everything he was taught. He did so. Esther smiled. Encrid, seeing this, spoke. "You shouldn't laugh so casually at others." Thinking about it, she was as rare with her smiles as Shinar. "Why?" Esther asked in return. "If you look in the mirror, you'd understand. If someone looks too closely between that thin robe of yours, they'll lose their eyes, don't you know?" "No, I know. This too is a weapon. Those who lose themselves, looking at my face, forget for a moment that I am a mage. Where does the beginning of tactics lie?" Encrid had a small realization. If you can use your appearance to disorient the opponent's eyes, it was a principle that aligned with the teachings of the Vala-style mercenary swords. "Excellent. My face is always excellent." Esther, no longer smiling, responded to Encrid's words. Though he had meant tactics, Encrid didn't press the matter. Anyone overhearing their conversation might find it quite cold. But in reality, they were having a surprisingly friendly exchange. Or so Encrid thought. Esther had come to accept that she had blended into this group. "What about that soldier?" At the end of their sparring, Encrid asked. Esther had brought a soldier to train, sometimes calling him over for something, and he was curious. "He has talent," Esther replied briefly. That was all. Encrid didn't ask more. Esther wasn't trying to raise a disciple. The primary reason was to establish her own understanding while teaching. The second reason was because it was clear that the soldier would inevitably learn flawed magic and end up causing trouble if left to his own devices. It was better to guide him toward something useful. Encrid's actions had shown her a more open mindset. Does a mage have to be narrow-minded? Not anymore. Yeah. Esther acknowledged it. Her life had once been about solitary research and struggle, but having people around her to observe and learn from had proven invaluable. No, it had actually been a greater help to her. Right, don't kill him. Encrid, aware of the rumors that Esther used soldiers as sacrifices, spoke up. If he dies because of bad luck, there's nothing you can do about it. Esther spoke with the understanding that the path of magic was perilous. Encrid nodded, recognizing that Esther meant no malice. She wasn't really intending to use him as a sacrifice. Of course, a few soldiers had been terrified when they saw the strange marks on the body of a friend dragged into Esther's care. If their mentality was so fragile, they would break easily on the battlefield. Encrid wanted to build strong soldiers. Such trivial rumors were nothing to them. So, sparring with a mage became part of Encrid's routine. What will you do if the opponent uses suggestion or disruption? Aluagarn started sharing her experiences. She had spent over 100 years studying combat and fighting, constantly seeking to uncover the unknown in the process. Suggestion and disruption aren't everything, but if you can, there is no better way than the mirror blade technique. That breaks easily against a sturdy blade. If you anticipate the opponent's heavy, rigid sword, that's ideal. Brother, it'd be even better if you can deflect and break it. Suggestion and disruption can also be done with the eyes. If the opponent is sensitive, you can use your will to achieve it. Somehow, Ragnar's opinion blended into Aluagarn's teachings. Audin also contributed, and even Jaxon left a note, despite his busy schedule. Rem, surprisingly, didn't often step in. Encrid absorbed experience from Aluagarn. From others, he learned how to break through conventional thinking. And then he physically executed what he had learned repeatedly. If it had been before, it wouldn't have been fun. But now, it's at least improving. Amidst all this, there were also compliments from Ragnar that didn't quite sound like praise. Before, the Encrid who couldn't even implement what he was taught was no more. His body had grown solid, as if he hadn't forged it through isolation techniques for nothing. From the way he stood with his weight evenly distributed between his feet, his balance was clearly better. In short, he had become a semi-knight who could endure the strike of black lightning. Although Aluagarn hadn't intentionally set everything up, the time, experience, and training she provided had been incredibly helpful to Encrid. His skills hadn't increased dramatically, but his vision had widened, and his thinking had changed. Naturally, this affected others as well, especially Rupert who, under Aluagarn's guidance, had overcome a certain mental barrier. Rupert was a natural-born talent. He couldn't predict what was ahead, but he showed a remarkable ability to push the opponent into traps with his sword. There was an old saying in the continent, "Is it best to predict one move ahead? Or is it best to control even that move within your own intentions?" It referred to two approaches in the art of swordplay. Rupert followed the second approach, having the talent to do so. "Not bad," Encrid said during their sparring, and Rupert nodded contentedly. He had received recognition from the person he sought acknowledgement from. How could he not be happy? But Rupert showed satisfaction more than joy. Having a keen interest in human observation, frogs loved beautiful and intriguing people, and being able to read their expressions was key. Aluagarn saw satisfaction in Rupert's face. A thorough and loyal satisfaction. She suddenly realized that the biggest difference between Encrid and others was this: he never knew satisfaction at any moment. Once more, you. Wasn't this the most common phrase Encrid used during training? Even though he reveled in the moment and joy, he would never be satisfied. Would he stop once he becomes a knight? Not a chance. Aluagarn knew the world of knights. Even within that world, there were disparities. Ragnar was a perfect example of this. Being among knights still means you're at the starting point. Of course, it was better than being a ruined knight. Extraordinary talent? Once you became a knight, talent wasn't something to discuss. To rise above a knight meant it would be ridiculous to compare talents anymore. They were all people who were considered geniuses, but it was still too early to call them geniuses. From that point, what mattered was not talent but effort, direction, enlightenment, and the will to endure. The world of knights was vast. Aluagarn knew this. Even the knights of Norilia were a good example. What about that knight from the western country? What about the king of mercenaries, Anu? They were all disasters of their own making. Ragnar had risen to a similar level, and even the fairy seemed to have done so. But they still lacked something. A knight was not an end, but a beginning. Among semi-knights, many couldn't pass the wall to become full knights because they didn't understand this. At least that's how Aluagarn judged it. The strength of a knight wasn't a mirage that one could reach by seeing it as the end. In this regard, she wasn't worried about Encrid. That man wrapped up in greed and desire didn't seem like someone who would ever stop. If only his talent were a little better. She couldn't help but think that. What if he had talent that was at least extraordinary, above average? He wouldn't need to hear the word genius. Just that level would have sufficed. Or if only he had been given more time than others. For example, if one day for others was a week for him, it was a pointless fantasy. Worrying over something that would never happen was foolish. And thinking that because of Encrid made it even more foolish. There was a man in front of her who, instead of wasting time thinking, swung his sword. Aluagarn believed that this man would become a knight. She had no reason for the belief, just a certain certainty. Chapter 436. Can't stand that Rem watched Encrid struggle but didn't intervene. He also didn't often engage in the fencing discussions between sessions. Rest if it hurts. He didn't step in enough to be spoken to by Encrid like that. Mind your own business. Even then, Rem only drew the line so subtly that it wasn't overly noticeable. After seeing Lagan step in, Rem refocused on his sparring with Encrid anymore. Their interactions became sparse, only occasionally exchanging a few moves. Want to fight? Come on out. It was during these rare occasions that he would still teach. His lessons were still more about action than words. From Rem's perspective, Encrid was still the same. Growing slowly to the point of being frustrating, but at least not regressing. He was making progress. Rem limited himself to watching from the sidelines. There were plenty of others who could engage with Encrid. He didn't need to intervene just to spar. He helped a little by guiding Encrid in breath control, but once Encrid found his rhythm, Rem withdrew. Lately, his only activities had been swinging his axe by himself, or occasionally bothering Dunbakel. Or he would take walks near the Penhanel Mountains, which felt more like a leisurely stroll unless his body was aching. On one of those walks, the blood of the beasts living in the Penhanel Mountains soaked into the earth. Since you're going, take care of the null pack. Craze approached Rem, who was walking casually, wearing a feathered hat that looked strangely fitting on him, unlike anyone else it would suit. Got it. Rem nodded casually. Watching Rem leave, Craze turned to his subordinate and lover, Norat, who had just approached. Is something going on lately? Why is he so quiet? It's unsettling. I feel really uneasy. Isn't it good when he's quiet? Norat, his dark-skinned lover, tilted her head. Wasn't it worse when Rem was loud? Hey, I'm bored. Let's fight. Rem would often annoy the soldiers or commanders of his unit with such words. "Is this what you call swordplay? Come here, I'll teach you everything from the start. It's an honor, right? I, the immortal Rem, will show you. Now shout. Immortal with one sword, Rem Sama with two." He'd raise the intensity of training to absurd levels. "Is this cooking? The chicken isn't even cooked enough, and soon it'll lay eggs. Get out of my way. I'll show you how to cook." He'd torment the soldiers' taste buds by making Western-style stews that were poorly made. Encrid said Rem usually made decent food, but it was all just mischief. Of course, Encrid still ate it happily. This is nutrition. It's healthy food. Ragnar, upon smelling it, immediately knocked the pot over. Audin, muttering, "Is this another trial?" said a prayer before taking a few bites, and then went silent. Jaxon would leave the moment Rem started acting like that, as would Craze. Having seen it all, Nurat couldn't help but think this. At least it's better than before, right? The saying "quiet is good" didn't come out of nowhere. She had asked that question with Rem's past behavior in mind. Craze let out a short sigh and then spoke. "That's true, but just watching. I can't shake the feeling that the next disaster might be a big one." Recently, the Knoll pack had been growing in numbers, but Rem wouldn't have any problem with them. They weren't a threat. Despite Craze's concerns, Rem simply did his job. With the axe handle on his forehead, balancing it as a trick, he thought to himself. Even when the gnolls of the Penhanil Mountains grouped together to charge, the situation remained the same. Qua! The leader of the Gnoll colony, with a harsh metallic sound, breathed fire from its mouth, as though it had swallowed a flintstone. Rem read the direction of the flames and avoided them. It wasn't difficult. This creature was merely a monster with no eye for the strength of its opponent. I miss the West. Among the monsters and beasts there, many used their intelligence as a weapon. This one was no different. It was a mere warm-up. With that thought, Rem took a position to the side of the Gnoll leader and swung his axe. The blade fell, cutting through the Gnoll's neck. The steel axe, made of Rewis mountain iron, sliced through its skin, muscles, and bone. Thwack! Black blood splattered everywhere, and the severed head rolled down the slope. Qua! The remaining gnolls were easily taken down by a few more swings of Rem's axe. It wasn't hard. Rem swung his axe a few times in frustration before heading back to the barracks. Coincidentally, Encrid, who had received a request letter, was in the process of selecting someone to go with him. Let's go together. The destination of the request was near the west. Rem had already decided to go, but he hadn't fully settled his mind to leave yet. Now he was sure. At this rate, he would continue to be outdone by Ragnar. I can't stand that. Vikrang sat in the great hall, lost in thought as he observed the ministers speaking fondly of Krona and how much they cared for her. How often does this happen again? He had heard it from Marcus, and he had seen it himself. The magic domain residing at the border of the kingdom was a dangerous place in many ways, and there were often too few hands to deal with it. It was a place struggling with both a lack of talent and people, and it was dangerous on top of that. Who would actually want to go there? In a way, it feels like a bottomless pit that just eats up the budget. It would be one thing if it were a simple pit, but this was a magical pit that would spew poison if you didn't keep filling it with water. If it weren't stopped, the encroaching monsters and beasts would cause them to lose some of the land. It was also why they hadn't used the Knight card in the Civil War. Then there's the problem with the south, with Lehinster. So it wasn't just the magic field border region that lacked people. Other areas had similar problems. The situation in Norelia was worse than Krang had expected. If things went wrong, they'd have to worry about being swallowed by the south, or an invasion from the magic field. And Aspen had still not completely given up, making it a constant nuisance. So? He almost heard Encrid's voice in his head. Right, so what? He was already seated on the throne. Krang had work to do. The knight Ora, who guarded the border, had sent the usual request. There were too few hands, and they needed people who could fight. If possible, send over 500 troops. If that's not possible, at least send 3 to 4 semi-knights, preferably with a trained ranger unit, came the request. It's a difficult one. Considering the work going on in the capital, both would be impossible. It's best to just send 10 soldiers to Asia. The border guard had been inspired by the security policy and had started road work, setting up posts along the way. It was a simple task, but labor-intensive. While doing this, they had to clear out the surrounding monsters and beasts and keep an eye on the bandits that seemed to pop up out of nowhere. There was no room to rotate troops. Was this it? While the commoners recognized their efforts, there were always idiots starting to question if the royal family's youngest son should be the one to hold that position. Of course, most of them were pawns of foreign dukes. The real nobles and officials were all on Krang's side. He pushed aside the complicated thoughts and focused on the immediate tasks at hand. If he didn't take big strides, he wouldn't get far before dying. Who has the bigger dream, me or you? Alcyon, I said. It was something he wanted to ask Encrid. Krang gazed out the window made of colorful glass. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. Perhaps there's another way, said Duke Bazar. What's that? Kreis's gaze shifted to the Duke. The border guard has more than just mid-level knights, don't they? Would they even go? Surely. If the king commands, they must go, no? But aren't we talking about the demon slayer? Are you suggesting that he will defy the king's orders? The nobles eagerly joined in, offering their opinions. Naurelia has a system of mercenary soldiers, Your Majesty, Marcus chimed in. They take requests and offer payment, the Duke added. The treasury is empty, he concluded. Before the Duke could finish, Krang spoke. The three of them spoke in a synchronized manner, almost like a play. We secured the economy and have been bringing in Krona's profit, but it's still difficult to grow food or breed rare horses. It may look good on the surface, but there's still a lot of work to do. The Duke spoke again. Conveniently, there's someone here with expertise in that area. Marcus continued, and the Duke added a few more words. Krang thought that, in some ways, the two of them were quite alike. They fit together perfectly. Of course, Kreis himself had made it work. One of the southern nobles, known for breeding fine horses, listened to the conversation and seemed ready to agree, but something felt off. So we're the ones who will pay the price. While nobles worked for the good of the country, it was also a long-standing law to respect private property. He had decided to share his expertise in breeding rare horses, while another noble would help with the land and irrigation. But it wasn't something anyone had forced upon him. It just happened that way as the conversation progressed. Well then, I suppose we should send the request, Count Bazar. Yes, I'll send it. With that, the meeting ended. Krang thought that the request from the border region, being more about a lack of hands than danger, might actually be a good opportunity for Encrid. Doesn't he want to meet some knights? He knew that Encrid had already met the king of mercenaries, but knights in a knight order were a different story. Krang was unaware that Encrid had already been associating with Ragnar and Shinar. Chapter 437. Those lacking intelligence, the request was simple. In Naurelia there was a soldier mercenary system, and this was a request based on that. Go to the border region of the demon realm and help the Knight Order. It was even added that this request came directly from Knight Ora. The letter was written by Marcus, but Encrid felt as if he could hear Krang's voice. Knight, don't you want to meet them? He did want to meet them. There were many rewards mentioned as part of the request as well. What's this? A horse, huh? Oh, a decent one? With this, it might be possible to establish proper sewer systems in Border Guard, just like in the capital. Thanks to monsters and magical beasts, the world had become accustomed to living in castles. Many conveniences had been developed, but most of those were only in the capital. Some of that technology would be passed on. The knights would show what they knew, share the technology, and in the end, they would give everything. Akka was given to me. But is this really okay? Encrid placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, tucked into his sword belt. He didn't understand politics, but for a moment he worried that the surrounding nobles might oppose it. But he quickly dismissed the thought. The ones passing on the technology were nobles. They must have been persuaded well. Wow. Encrid's persuasion involved hands, feet, and blades, while Krang persuasion was through words and atmosphere. The concern was brief. These things were important, but right now, they didn't catch his attention. The only thing that stayed clear in his mind was the name Knight Aura. Knight. Knees. Without realizing it, his hand tightened around the hilt. The strap binding his right arm during training began to snap, with a distinct crack. It seemed it would break with just a little more force. The Knights of Aspen, the Mercenary King, Ragnar, and Shinar. Encrid had fought them all, and through that he understood what being a knight meant. Among them, the swords of Ragnar and Shinar were still constantly being blocked by him. But that wasn't the end. Encrid had swum across the lake of experience, guided by Aluagarn. In doing so, his true nature had been revealed. Yet, despite all that experience, he still felt something lacking. There was still an unquenched thirst inside him. Perhaps this task would satisfy that thirst. Knight or Aura. Out of pure curiosity, he wanted to meet them. Naturally, refusal never crossed his mind. However, not all of the unit could go. He had been told it wasn't necessary for everyone to join. Beneath the letter there was a note mentioning that Aspen's forces needed to be suppressed as well. It wasn't a serious matter that would require all the madmen of the unit to go. Kreis folded the letter neatly and spoke first. Please leave Audin behind. We need someone to be responsible for the overall training. Training the standing army at Border Guard was arduous and difficult. It was essential to have someone to lead the entire process without complaint. Though anyone, including Encrid, could technically do it, Audin had been filling that role for now. Anyone who had been near Audin's fists knew better than to desert. Rebellion wasn't even an option. Of course, Audin believed it was all done with a heart full of compassion. The soldiers believed Audin's compassion was found in his fists. I don't mind not going, brother. The knights had requested support, but it wasn't a serious matter, according to them. There was a mention of a monster ambush that needed to be stopped, due to insufficient numbers. There is still a lot to teach. I must go. Aluagarn, who had been listening, spoke up. Encrid nodded in agreement. I've got plenty to do. The beautiful blue-eyed woman with long hair, Esther, spoke. She was in her human form today. As she swept her hair back, several soldiers guarding the barracks in front of the training ground couldn't take their eyes off her. Encrid subtly shifted his body to block their gaze. If they stared longer, he was sure Esther would start saying something about pulling out their eyeballs. I'm busy, Ragnar complained lazily. He wasn't exactly the one who should be speaking about being busy. It wasn't that Encrid couldn't guess his inner thoughts. Since it wasn't a dangerous task, Ragnar probably didn't want to take part. He also seemed to want to hone his own skills further. If he was frustrated and wanted to exert his energy, he could always deal with the recent issue near the Penhanel Mountains or patrol around the 5 walled cities near the areas Kreis had mentioned. He'd heard the monsters had been quite active lately. Go ahead. Encrid nodded again. He wasn't sure how diligently he would move if he weren't confident, but that was another matter. Robert stayed behind, and Fell did too. Fell's complexion had darkened severely in just a few days. He had lost confidence, so his strength had waned, but no one comforted him. After all, wasn't it the proper way to overcome such things alone? Encrid and his companions considered it normal. If someone got left behind, well, They would think of them as someone the wild shepherds of the wastelands might raise, someone just a little lacking. Encrid didn't worry about such things. It was their own responsibility. Teresa stayed behind to help Audin. "I want to fight," Dunbakel said, hiding her true feelings. Honestly, among everyone here, there was no one worse than her. Teresa and the new guy, Rupert, were no different. Dunbakel had grown stronger from the torment she endured at Rem's hands. Is this my limit? Lately, such thoughts had been creeping into her mind. Every time she thought of her limits, nightmares came. Sometimes she'd transform in her sleep without even realizing it. She revisited the nightmares, recalling the day she was chased from the village where she had been born and raised. "You can't live here. Go out and die. It'd be wise to throw yourself off the cliff right now." What had she done wrong? At the time, she felt a burning hatred and wanted to destroy every living being. But she didn't want to make death her goal in life. Dunbakel felt the same way then, as she did now, and even when she lost to Encrid. She wanted to live. If she had fought back on the day she was expelled, maybe she would have stayed in the village. But Dunbakel didn't. "I want to run away. I want." Her instincts led her to seek a way to escape dangerous situations. Should I find a place to settle down and just live a quiet life, serving as a guard and eating the scraps? Dunbakel didn't really want to live like this. She didn't even know what she truly wanted to do. So, whenever the thought of running away crossed her mind, she would look at Encrid and gather her resolve. Would escaping and running away lead her to paradise? It was a saying from Kentaro, the once respected storyteller, painter, and old saint who had passed away. He said that there was no paradise in the places you run to. In other words, when she said she wanted to fight now, it was just a way to hide the desire to escape. Finite Deutsche. Of course, Encrid didn't pay much attention to Dunbakel's change of heart, as much as the consideration that a ghoul might have. Meanwhile, Rem returned covered in black monster blood and suggested they go together. Encrid told him to go ahead with it. It wasn't a serious matter. It would be closer to a light journey. Even if the borderlands were dangerous, it wasn't as dangerous as the actual magic lands or labyrinths further south. The magic lands bordering Norilia were dangerous, but it was considered to be less risky than the true magic lands. The departure will be in 3 days. Encrid flicked the rope that had been wrapped around his right arm, brushing it off. It was quite a sturdy rope, but he had cut it with sheer muscle strength. "That's my secret technique, the rope escape technique," Audin commented, watching it. "You mean you just used muscle to snap it?" Recently quiet, Rem complimented the technique's greatness. "Why'd you come back to life after being beaten to a pulp?" Ragnar remarked to Rem, saying it was nice to see him return to his old self. It had been a while. Such a warm sight was rare now. Encrid had also not seen such a scene in a long time. Rem laughed and scattered his joy around. "Ha! Yeah. It's about time to stop carrying a head on my neck and start carrying an axe blade. Let's make heads out of axe blades. Let's replace heads with axe blades." Rem started singing some nonsensical melody. Audin smiled and said, "You two brothers sure love to cause trouble." Ragnar, in a relaxed posture, let his sword dangle. Rem placed the axe on his shoulder and gave it a little jiggle. It looked like a fight might break out immediately. If left alone, they might even end up fighting for their lives. In the tense situation, a bolt of lightning struck between the two. Zitz, dut. It wasn't real lightning, but a sword's afterimage. It zigzagged and made a sound like a bird's cry as it left a white flash. The swords cut in the air caused both to instinctively shift their weight back. In that moment, Encrid, who had delivered the sword strike, spoke. "It's my white lightning." What crossed between them was Encrid's sword strike. Ragnar's lightning-like sword was a combination of techniques he had learned and developed. Naturally, it was a technique imbued with will. If the giant strike was about infusing explosive power into a blow, this technique was about punctuating that strike and distributing the power in small bursts. It was a technique forged through immense effort and sweat. For Encrid, it had been like that. And the technique proved effective. What used to require a full-body push to force, it was now enough with just a single sword strike. It was a cut that firmly left an impression on everyone present, showing how far Encrid had progressed. "Are you borrowing something again?" Ragnar showed interest. "No, I've made my own version," Encrid replied. Though it looked similar on the surface, the elements that composed it were different. Ragnar's dark lightning had originated from a swift and heavy sword. What about the white lightning from earlier? Ragnar analyzed the sword's characteristics before him. It focuses on speed, distributing the force. The sword moved quickly, like a flash of light, leaving after-images and confusing the opponent about where the strike would land. It was all about breaking and bending the force with raw strength and landing blow after blow. Ragnar's genius talent allowed him to grasp the essence of the technique with just one look. It wasn't a new form of will. It was more of a variation on speed. A mix of that with the giant's strike. "Yes, I see," Ragnar said, agreeing, and Encrid nodded while giving Rem a light tap on the shoulder. "We're leaving in 3 days. Rem wiped his nose and nodded. "Got it." Though he might have had something to add, Rem didn't say anything more. 3 days later, the group set off. The borderlands of the magic region were to the northwest of Norilia. As they walked, they eventually came to a road heading west, and Rem paused for a moment to turn his head in that direction. It felt as though some nostalgic scent tickled his nose. "Why?" Encrid asked. "Just looking," Rem replied. "That's the west." Encrid spoke, though he didn't really need to. "Do you think I can't tell direction?" Rem snapped back, clearly irritated. He had probably been compared to Ragnar. "No, I just said it," Encrid responded, taking a casual step forward. On their journey, they came across a band of bandits a few times, but only one of them dared to make a move. Encrid found it quite strange. There was a frog among them, and the group was fully armed. If they still dared to attack, one would have to seriously question the intelligence of these bandits. Or maybe they had something they believed in. Fully armed Encrid, with his terrifying presence, Rem, the frog Aluagarn, and beastkin Dunbakel were all there. They had ridden horses up to this point, but they had sold all but one of the horses at the last village. Now, they were traveling on foot. The road was slightly off the main highway, with a mound to the left and a few trees to the right. It was good ground for walking or running, but not suitable for horseback riding. Near the magic borderlands, monsters roam, so horses would just be food, they had heard on the way. The palace had offered to send a ranger squad to guide them, but they had declined. It was unnecessary. Ragnar, after all, was not with them. Anyway, they had about 5 days left on foot before reaching the magic borderlands. That was when a band of bandits blocked their path. The murderous intent in the eyes of the bandits would have looked quite intimidating to any merchant or regular group. "Wow, are they crazy?" Dunbakel muttered to herself, her body tensed, ready to spring into action at any moment. Encrid observed the bandits closely, ignoring Dunbakel's comment. The leader had a rough, scruffy beard, and the others had similar rough appearances. They looked like the type of people Rem might be related to. Their posture, gripping spears and swords, showed they weren't inexperienced. Some of them had also taken positions to form a semicircle, creating a perimeter around them. While not an extraordinary tactic, it would be difficult for ordinary people to escape from such a formation. There were a few with bows as well, so they seemed to know what they were doing. Being a bandit wasn't just about swinging swords. You had to survive against monsters and secure safe areas. As they ventured closer to the magic borderlands, rougher individuals were showing up in the towns. It wasn't surprising that bandits like this would appear. One of the bandits seemed to have heard Dunbakel's muttering and spoke up, showing he had keen ears. "We're risking our lives out here. You think robbing merchants is easy?" Encrid thought about how many more of these types of people there could be in this country. He couldn't even begin to count. It wouldn't even be possible to wipe them all out. But of course, he wouldn't let the ones who dared to challenge him get away. Chapter 438. Foolish and Stupid Actions. The bandits had recently been making a fortune by robbing caravans that traveled this way. They didn't even have a name for their group. At the center of it all was the swordsman Jack. He was a former mercenary who specialized in swinging a broad blade without recoil. Technically, he was a deserter, but there was no need to talk about his past while engaging in robbery. Jack stepped forward, brushing past the one who had spoken up. Just because he can swing a sword, he lost his nerve? Or does he trust the frog? In situations like this, you just need to break the pride of the one who steps up first. After that, the rest will start groveling on their own. And so, clink. Jack drew his sword and swung it downward without a word. A nearly perfect trajectory was drawn, something he had never experienced before in his life. As Jack swung his sword, he felt it. Sometimes, luck would bless you, and you'd experience moments like this, where a strike sharper than skill itself would come through. It was a gap in time. He targeted the man with black hair who stood at the forefront. He was clearly the leader of the group. If he killed the leader, the rest would be easy. Even though the frog was a nuisance, Jack was confident. He was a capable fighter, close to reaching the level of a knight with just a bit more effort. Damn Knight Order bastards! The thought of them briefly crossed his mind. But why did time seem to slow down so much? Everything around him seemed to slow. In the meantime, something rushed past. It was faster than the raccoons he had seen in the mountains when he was a child. Back then, they only saw shadows, so they claimed the friend was a rabbit, and he, a raccoon. That was the raccoon, after all. While Jack was lost in thought, he suddenly saw the world around him flip. Huh? Before he had time to feel dizzy, he saw his own body standing dumbfounded on the ground. He saw a person whose neck had been severed while still holding his sword. Strangely, it looked like he was wearing the same clothes as Jack. That was the end of his musings. Encrid, having decapitated him with one strike, flicked the blood off his sword in a horizontal motion. The blood from the bandit, Jack, stained the ground as it dripped down. Jack had been a well-known mercenary recently. He had fought in the borderlands and deserted from the army. He knew the structure of the area well and was planning to leave after making a good haul. But less than a month into his life as a bandit, he met Encrid. Jack was no ordinary man who would die with one strike. Yet that's exactly what happened. Run! The remaining bandits scattered immediately. The one holding a bow didn't even dare draw it. It was only natural. Jack had been the reason the bandits had held their ground until now. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been involved in such things. But now, the fear of having their leader decapitated in one strike made the rest scatter instinctively. Encrid didn't bother chasing them. Let them be. They'll die on their own. Rem said, wiping his nose. Why not? In a land filled with monsters, they were essentially praying to the sky for death. They had already encountered several monsters and beast packs along the way. It was unusual for bandits to attack, but it wasn't strange for monsters or beasts to do so. At first glance, it didn't seem like there were more than 4. Some of them seemed to be trying something like an ambush, but none of them were foolish enough to be caught by the monsters who were known to outsmart others. After all, it wasn't easy for a monster or beast to get past Dunbakel's sense of smell. That was dull, Dunbakel remarked. Looks like it's the season for these kinds of guys to be out, Aluagarn added, noticing something. Curious? Encrid asked. Do you know something? The monsters come in waves sometimes. A lot of troublesome ones appear, and when that happens, There's no time to sleep, and the pay is low. Some even run away when it gets too dangerous. But even so, they're quite a large group. Jack's group had been more than 20 strong, all deserters perhaps. Hearing Aluagarn's words, Encrid was reminded of something from the past. It was a memory of a colleague's words, foolish and stupid action. Encrid had replied at the time, "I know. You should run." His colleague had said so. A man-eating bear had attacked a village. It was a village that had just begun gathering people. It wasn't a commission. It was something that happened while they were passing through. His colleague's words had been right. Encrid knew it well. Is it foolish or stupid? With our skills, holding out here would be suicidal. His colleague had been angry. Back then, Encrid knew it was a foolish act, yet he still did it. The bear, now a monster, had eaten people, and Encrid had seen a child crying over their eaten parent. The child, barely surviving, would likely not live much longer. Such children would become more numerous, it was easy to predict. Children who lost their mothers. Mothers who lost their children. People who lost their lovers. People who lost their friends. People who lost their comrades. Such things were common in the continent. The threat of monsters was like a knife constantly looming over you. People were dying, and it was obvious. But should they turn a blind eye to the danger just because it was approaching them, knowing that those struggling to live were there? Encrid snapped out of his thoughts and briefly looked at his own hand. The palms, scarred from years of gripping swords, were now cracked and full of calluses. With these hands, he had once raised a sword. What had he been trying to do? He had taken up the sword to protect those behind him, and that was why he was here now. So, it was only natural that he wouldn't stop. "Let's go," Encrid spoke. The difference now was that back then, he had only colleagues who had turned their backs on him. But now, "Let's do it." The barbarian agreed casually. "We'll go." The beastkin with golden eyes blinked, and even the frog nodded. A splendid group, if I do say so, Encrid thought briefly. Honestly, they could wipe out most monsters they met in an instant. They had done so up until now. The group immediately headed to the borderlands. They stayed in any villages they encountered, and if there were none, they camped out. They weren't uncomfortable with camping. It was something they had gotten used to. And so today, they were camping. There didn't seem to be any small villages, given the proximity of a large city. Soon, they would be able to see the city that guarded the borderlands. Before sunset, they found a spot where 2 large rocks formed a barrier and began to prepare their campfire. Dunbakel caught a rabbit, and Rem made a stew with it. "Why don't you cook like this in the barracks instead of messing around?" Dunbakel asked curiously. Rem grinned and replied, "This is field cooking. That's proper cooking. How about only doing field cooking from now on?" Encrid thought to himself that Dunbakel was fearless, though it didn't seem like she was doing it on purpose. "Been a while since I last beat you, huh?" Rem asked as he slurped the stew. A drop of broth spilled down the edge of the wooden bowl. "What? The sparring? It hasn't been long." It had been some time since. Rem had been quiet for some reason, probably because he was unafraid. But now, it seemed like he had returned to his old self. "Finish eating and come out. Even if a beastman loses a leg, it can regenerate, right?" "I can't." Oh, was that a frog thing? Rem knew how to torment others. In moments like this, he was honestly quite talkative. It would have been nice if he had been like that when teaching. Thinking so, Encrid was observing when Aluagarn, who was sitting next to him, spoke. "The atmosphere seems worse than before. What do you mean?" "Just a feeling." "Really? That's it? Do you want to learn frog steps?" The words didn't really make sense in context, but Encrid didn't dwell on it. It was a process of learning. He was someone who could set aside minor awkwardness. Encrid set down his finished bowl. He could do the dishes later at the stream he had prepared for. If Dunbakel didn't faint, he'd just ask her to do it. You bend the knee of the leg stretched backward. From there, you'll use the power to push forward. Before that, show the opponent your front legs to reduce distance without them realizing. It's called the frog step. It was less about swordsmanship and more about a charging step. In a way, it resembled the techniques of the Valan mercenary swordsmanship. It was a trick with the front legs to deceive, and then striking with the back. Aside from that, the frog taught him several more steps. On the way, she explained how to jump off a cart, fight while riding a horse, fight against someone mounted under a horse, fight monsters you've never seen before, and 11 different ways to block arrows. The best way to block arrows was with a shield. However, practicing with a sword wasn't bad either. She was truly an excellent teacher. That's good. Rem, who had been listening from the side, nodded in agreement. Encrid was the type who would work hard to master what he was taught. Aluagarn broke down every process for him to understand. He even learned how to jump off a rock with a sword in both hands and maintain balance. The whole day passed in a flash, focused on step training. Before long, the moon had risen, and it was nighttime. Dunbakel did the dishes. Though she was limping from getting hit by Aim, it was clear that she was faking it. If you limp one more time, I'll cut it off. At Rem's words, Dunbakel quickly returned to her original stride. She was pretending. Her acting was quite impressive. Encrid thought about that as he went to the stream to wash the sweat off. After coming back, tidying up, and resting, he fell asleep. While lying down, Encrid continued his training in his dreams. Starting from basic steps like lunges, passing, gathering, to steps that closed the distance or confused the opponent's steps. When he woke up, he tidied up, reheated the stew from yesterday, and the group set off again. Although summer was ending, it was getting hotter, and the air was growing humid as they moved on. Aluagarn liked the weather. Dunbakel didn't care, but it wasn't great for her. The frog herself was used to such humid weather and didn't mind, while Dunbakel had made it her habit not to wash, so it was fine for her. After a light rain, the air became even more damp. Encrid felt that he had forgotten something. I forgot. He hadn't told Shinar. He was supposed to tell her that next time he was heading somewhere, but Cray would likely take care of it. He thought about it vaguely as they walked. Smell monsters. Dunbakel spoke, and Encrid felt the killing intent in the air. This was a road leading to a city. It wasn't a path made by people, but a road with stones laid on it. Could monsters appear on such a path? No matter how hungry they were, this wasn't a common occurrence. Besides, this was the gateway to the border city of the demon realm. Grr! Some hunting dogs had become monsters. They were much bigger than regular dogs. First thieves, now monsters. Although there had been monsters on the way, the appearance of these monsters here was a problem. This was an inner city area. That meant it was far from the demon border. If it were a few ghouls, it could make sense, but mutated hunting dogs shouldn't be coming out in this area. Is the situation bad? Aluagarn blinked her big eyes and puffed her cheeks. She had worked in the royal palace before, and knew a bit about these matters. It seemed that the number of monsters coming from the border area wasn't small. If that weren't the case, these mutated hunting dogs wouldn't be roaming around here, just like the thieves earlier. Normally, thieves wouldn't be active in this area. If they made a big move, the knights from the city would cut them down. No one would rob here unless they were looking for death. Is control breaking down? Aluagarn began to make some deductions based on the situation. They were all leaning toward the negative side. Meanwhile, 4 mutated dogs recklessly charged. Dunbakel stepped forward and beheaded 2 of them with her sickle. One of the dogs attacked a horse carrying cargo. The dog circled around and leapt, biting the horse's neck. The horse let out a loud cry as it was bitten. The blood poured out of the horse, soaking the dog's fur, which turned dark red. It was an unexpected ambush. The dog wasn't targeting Dunbakel, nor the others who were threatening it. It went for the horse. Clever. Had monsters like these ever been this smart? Even their size was unusual. Their attempt to lure the horse into an attack made it seem like they had learned some tactics. Aluagarn killed the dog that killed the horse with a powerful kick. Crack. Thud. With a frog's strength, the dog's stomach split open, and its innards spilled out. This is strange, Aluagarn muttered as she withdrew her foot. This area was under the control of the Red Cloak Order. Monsters and mutated creatures could appear, but it was happening too frequently and too much. There are too many. The smell is still there, Dunbakel added after Aluagarn's words. Rem turned his gaze around. He also felt the unease. Though they were near the border of the demon realm, this was beneath the city walls, so the path should have been relatively safe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a well-maintained road. Encrid inspected the horse's neck. It was done for. If it was bitten by the mutated dog, it was likely to transform into a monster unless it was lucky. Sorry. He had grown fond of the horse during the journey, and he felt he hadn't taken good care of it. The horse cried out, and Encrid swiftly cut its neck. Its blood stained the stone floor, and as it poured out, Encrid said, "Let's continue." If they weren't going back, their only choice was to keep moving forward. Chapter 439. The city built with 1,000 bricks, the border city guarding the magical frontier, was named 1,000 Stones. A city built by stacking stones to form a wall. It meant that Norilia had built it with thousands of stones to prevent the invasion of the magical realm. Despite being a border area, it didn't seem like what was happening right in front of them would be a common occurrence within the walls of the city. Block them. It was right in front of the city walls. Soldiers were facing a fierce battle. Above, harpies were flying, and below, the dark hunting dog's claws were rampaging. Encrid saw the city gates of 1,000 Stones were half destroyed. Even though this gate wasn't facing the magical frontier, it was still in chaos. Among the people holding their ground, Encrid recognized a familiar face. It was Aishia. She was striking the skull of a hunting dog that had charged toward her with the edge of her sword. It looked like a light strike, but the force behind it was that of a mid-tier semi-knight. Whack! Clang! The creature's skull shattered and it rolled away. There were plenty of beastly creatures, but would that really be a problem? Aishia was also a mid-tier semi-knight. Calmly, she continued to strike and stab the hunting dogs, occasionally glancing upwards. Above her, 5 harpies were circling around. It wasn't dangerous. She was fighting with proper formation, and if they died that easily, they wouldn't be considered mid-tier knights. However, it was almost laughable just watching. Encrid, unable to simply stand by, stepped forward. It would only be a matter of time before the beasts were all dead, so why not speed things up a little? Dunbakel. Are we loosening up first? Before Encrid even called for them, Rem darted forward, with Dunbakel following close behind. Encrid called for them and rushed ahead himself. He dropped his pack to the ground, keeping only his spear for the battle. With even pressure on the soles of his feet, he kicked off the ground and ran. It was a step he had been practicing, learned from Aluagarn. It was about training the basics so that the center of gravity could shift at any time and in any direction. Encrid felt the air hit his face and looked up. He saw a harpy above Aishia's head, its wings slashing forward in place of its arms. His instincts warned him, even though he couldn't see it. It was something he could feel. A gust of wind poured down like a blade. Aishia raised her shield to block it. Clang! Clang! The wind's blade struck the shield, breaking apart with a sharp sound. A magic-using harpy? Encrid thought as he continued running. The harpy gained altitude. The blade couldn't reach, and even a crossbow could barely hit it at that height. Unless it was a master archer, targeting it would be difficult. There were 5 harpies in total. They used magic and knew how to take advantageous positions. They also knew how to gauge their opponent's abilities. Otherwise, 5 harpies would have already been skewered on Aishia's sword. Encrid took in the information with his eyes and organized it as he inhaled. His senses, honed like blades, became sharp. A perfect line, drawn only on the battlefield, appeared in his mind. It was a skill he had gained from Abnire, Aspen's genius strategist. Encrid acted on it immediately. As he ran, he drew the gladius that was strapped horizontally behind his back and threw it. The move was a quick throw, combined with a subtle shift to the left, opening his chest, then closing it and extending his arm. It was a technique inspired by the throwing sword style. Whoosh! The gladius spun through the air, looking almost like a disc. The harpy, which had been using wind magic to block crossbows, seemed to realize it couldn't block the gladius. It changed the direction of its wings, altering the air resistance, and veered to the side. The gladius grazed the spot where the harpy had been, embedding itself in the brick of the back wall. Thud! The harpy's head exploded with a sickening crack. The creature plummeted, its head impaled by an axe that had been thrown by Rem. "One more," Encrid said. Rem silently complied and threw another axe. This time, Rem threw first. Encrid, recalling the training he had undergone with Aluagarn, took out a short spear. He hadn't expected to use the spear he'd brought for training, but now seemed as good a time as any. We trained with all kinds of weapons, didn't we? Think of this as another step in that process. The training that started with Rem had been continued by Aluagarn. By learning to handle every weapon, they could internalize the experience and build their senses for combat. Encrid had diligently trained with throwing spears as well. His sharpened senses allowed him to throw with a different speed than before. Though geniuses might have found it lacking, Encrid thought it was decent enough, and now he could prove it. As a harpy dodged the flying axe, a spear, as long as his forearm, pierced its chest. Thud! The spear, breaking the breastbone and piercing through, sent the harpy tumbling backward into the wall, where it bounced off and crashed to the ground. Enki? Aishia recognized Encrid. "Let's wrap things up." Encrid responded. Dunbakel, ignoring the harpies, charged at the hunting dog beasts below. She lowered her stance and drew 2 curved blades, swinging them out like whips, slicing through the beasts with deadly precision. Seeing this, Encrid understood why Aishia hadn't rushed in. If she had really charged, 5 harpies would have been no problem, but she had been holding the line to protect some merchants she had noticed in the back. If she left, the harpies would likely target them, so she had been waiting. As the 2 magic-using harpies fled, the remaining 3 flew off into the distance. The humid air and the sun, blocked by clouds, illuminated the spot where the harpies had been. Encrid had expected to discuss things slowly after the battle, but Aishia was not interested in that. "You were the reinforcements? And you? I'm also here to support. It's my original affiliation." That was true. She was from the Red Cloak Order. "Let's go inside." Aishia casually wiped her sword with a cloth and sheathed it, as if this kind of thing was nothing to her. Several merchants, shaken and weak, collapsed as they tried to steady themselves. "You didn't mention anything about magic using harp," one of the merchants asked. It was a tone that seemed more like a complaint, but it likely came from surprise. No merchant would dare speak like that to a knight of the order. The merchant seemed relieved that Aishia didn't take offense. "I've never seen them either. But anyway, since I'm here, you can get back to work, right?" Encrid realized again that Aishia was indeed a member of the order. Those who could become mid-tier semi-knights in the order didn't concern themselves with petty matters. Her answer, stiff and direct, made it seem like the merchant was overreacting. Get a hold of yourselves. If you stay there, the harpies will think you're lunch and come back for you," Encrid said softly, and the merchants quickly stood up, some being supported by others. "Hey, don't threaten them," Aishia said, turning and heading inside. "When did I?" Encrid asked, and Rem laughed, patting his shoulder. "You called then a harpy lunch? That's a threat, isn't it?" Rem chuckled, and followed Aishia inside. Encrid thought the merchants didn't have much wit, since he'd only made a half-joke. No mid-tier semi-knight would lose to harpies, even while protecting merchants. "You should practice more with throwing while running," Aluagarn said, gathering the remaining packs and handing Encrid the gladius. Encrid nodded, heading inside. The gate was half destroyed, but it didn't seem like such a big deal. The people inside were calm. The soldiers around Aishia chatted casually, as if there was nothing to whisper about, and walked along. The harpies really need to be wiped out. The monsters should be killed too. This was 1,000 stones. The gateway to the borderlands of the demon territory, blocked by 1,000 stones. It was so dangerous that most people didn't even want to live there. Only those who hated monsters remained inside. 1,000 stones was a far rougher place than the former border guard, which had once been called a fortress city. Two soldiers who looked neither like guards nor bandits approached without helmets and passed by the merchants entering, glancing over at Encrid. One had a long scar above his right eyebrow, and the other looked like a mix of a guard and a bandit. Clank, thud, clank, thud. The soldier with the spear in his right hand tapped the ground with it as he walked toward Encrid. He ignored frogs, beastkin, and even Rem. "Are you the demon slayer, General Encrid?" the soldier asked. Encrid nodded slightly, feeling a faint pressure. The man moved the hand, holding the spear to his opposite side. Encrid didn't respond. The man switched the spear to his left hand, slightly bent his right arm, placed it on his waist, and said, "It's an honor." It was a military salute. The man's name was Milio, the one who had heard the rumors about Encrid and had been eager to meet him. "Nice to meet you," Encrid greeted. Milio's hands trembled in excitement. "Could we have a duel sometime? Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are, asking for a duel?" Another soldier standing nearby shouted angrily. "The mood's a bit off, huh? You'll need some time to get used to it," Aishia said, leaning against the city walls. She looked extremely tired, and her eyes had dark circles beneath them. It seemed she had been lacking sleep for a few days. "Get used to it? You're probably excited, aren't you?" Rem said from beside her. It was true. Milio had asked for a duel, so it was simple to grant it. "And you two? Asking for a duel in a situation like this? Are you full of yourselves?" "No, ma'am. We will correct ourselves." The two soldiers straightened up, responding to Aisha's words. They must have received a solid reprimand before, as they quickly regained their composure. "Let's go inside." "We should meet Saroara first," Encrid said. Saroara, the knight. The reason Encrid had come here. As they entered, a few more soldiers had arrived, each of them with a fierce appearance. "Rem, you seem to have a lot of friends here," Encrid remarked. Rem glanced around. There were no Westerners in sight. Upon realizing this, he smiled. It was the kind of smile he usually had when killing someone or driving an axe into a monster's skull. Rem realized that his commanding officer was teasing him for fun. "Why are you so excited?" Rem said. And Encrid quickly understood why. "Damn, you're excited because we're meeting a knight." "Correct," Encrid said as they followed Aishia inside. The city was large, but there weren't many people. Most carried weapons, and there were no young women selling flowers. There were some general stores and food shops, but they all looked deserted. One shop had people working with long horns. Other than that, there was almost nothing else. There was a bakery selling arrow-shaped bread called Arrow Bread. Right next to it, the pub was quieter than expected. almost eerily silent. Normally, people would be eating and drinking in the daytime, but everyone avoided the pub. The pub's owner, a burly man, stood outside, shouting angrily, "How am I supposed to live like this? Just because you're a knight, you think you can act like this?" Knights were respected because they faced countless enemies alone. Knights were revered because their strength was unpredictable. Knights were worshipped because they showed their will for their beliefs. "Aura, please." The man shouted several similar lines, but no one answered. Aishia just shrugged it off. "The situation's not great, so there's a ban on alcohol." "Ban on alcohol?" Encrid asked, but Aishia only replied with, "Talk to Sir Aura about it." They passed through the poorly maintained dirt road and noticed a few women in the alley. It seemed that business was good there. One man, likely a soldier, could be heard talking. "Give me a discount. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to save up Cronus for gambling?" "No, I really want to." The soldier seemed angry and raised his hand as if to strike the woman. Encrid slowed his pace instinctively. The woman was the weaker party. He couldn't just stand by and watch. His logic was simple. He wouldn't let it go, even if it meant using his fists to stop it. But the soldier didn't touch her. "If you want to die, go ahead," the woman said firmly. "I've been in a bad mood since losing in cards this morning," he apologized. The woman snorted in disdain, then grabbed the soldier's arm and pulled him into a small door. "They seemed to know each other." "Interesting," Rem remarked. He agreed what they had just witnessed was something unusual, certainly not an everyday occurrence. "I'll take a look around the city," Rem said, clearly more interested in the city than meeting a knight. He walked away excitedly. At the center of the city was a house that, if you called it a mansion, would be embarrassing. It was a log cabin. Though it was called Thousand Stones, it wasn't possible to build everything out of stone. How could they transport and layer all those stones? Most things were probably made from wood cut from nearby forests. It was such a house, made from logs. Creak, creak. Aishia opened the door without knocking, and a strange noise came from the rusty hinges. "Are you going to fix the door?" Encrid asked. "You do it if you want. I'm better with a sword," Aishia replied. Inside, the voices of a tired, lifeless woman and a rough man could be heard. Dunbakel was waiting outside, and only Aluagarn and Encrid entered. The dimly lit room was illuminated by candles and lamps. At the center of the room was a round table with brown liquid-filled bottles, and 3 people sat around it. "Did you bring the merchants?" the woman with brown hair asked, her eyes blurry. The candlelight made her hair appear reddish, though it would probably look brown in daylight. The smell of alcohol was strong. "We've brought reinforcements, the demon slayer," Aisha said. The woman with the brown hair turned her blurred gaze toward Encrid. "You," she said, pausing for a moment before speaking again. "You're handsome." The blurry-eyed knight's focus snapped into clarity. Chapter 440. "I think I killed him on the way here." The brown-haired woman's eyes sharpened. "I agree." From behind, Aluagarn spoke. It felt like a pointless remark after all the trouble of bringing him here. Encrid didn't intervene immediately. He knew from experience. When situations like this arise, adding a few more words often worsens things. "Do you have a girlfriend? Maybe Aishia? He can have her as a mental spouse, and he already has a fiancé and a pet cat at the main base." The brown-haired woman and Aluagarn spoke incessantly, with Encrid in between. "That's harsh, man. Keeping me on the side like this." Then, a man beside them opened his mouth. His voice was deep, whining in a way that didn't suit him at all. If whining like that could be called a talent, then it would be a strange one. The woman laughed, "Ha-ha," and slapped the man's back. Encrid found the interaction awkward. The man was shorter than Audin, but still quite large, while the woman was less than half his size. Her hand slapping his back seemed tiny. But of course that wasn't everything. Encrid's gaze shifted to the woman's palm. Without saying anything, He cast an observant look. The palm was calloused. It was the kind of callous that only comes from wielding a sword for years without letting go. Encrid then examined the man. Large stature, a rough look, a whining tone, yet an incredibly well-trained body, muscles as defined as a sculpture. The last was a woman with short blonde hair and sharp eyes. Her eyes met Encrid's. The brown-haired woman, seeing where Encrid's gaze was directed, spoke. "Is he your type? You like dangerous ones, but he's really handsome. Just looking at him would be enjoyable. Hey, people from Border Guard must be lucky." She paid no attention to the man, continuing her own conversation. As she spoke, she tapped the table rhythmically with her glass, making a sound that wasn't jarring but perfectly timed, like a beat. "I'm Encrid from Border Guard." Encrid introduced himself plainly. He had long given up on clearing up the misunderstanding caused by Aluagarn's words. He knew nothing he said here would be heard, and that wasn't important. The brown-haired woman, if seen on the street, might have been mistaken for an ordinary person with an average appearance. Knight O'Hara, however, leaned back in her chair, raising the front legs and resting her right arm on the backrest as she responded. "I'm Aura of the Red Cloak Knights." As expected, she was a knight. Though her appearance was slightly different from what Encrid had imagined, it was clear from her behavior that she was indeed a knight. "Quite a provocative one, huh?" The short blonde, twirling a metal goblet in her hand, commented. In that instant, Encrid quickly assessed the situation, imagining how he would react if that goblet came flying at him. It was a thought that came instinctively, not intentional. Having experienced similar situations a few times, Encrid quickly grasped what was happening. Why was the goblet dangerous? It wasn't just the goblet. The man who had been whining had also moved his right hand under the table. He was holding a weapon, but Encrid didn't look at that. His gaze remained fixed on O'Hara, the knight. Encrid, adding intent to his instinct, deliberately exuded pressure. It had been happening since earlier. That's why the two had reacted. However, Knight O'Hara dismissed it all. To be precise, she ignored it. If you're not possessed by some dead spirit that couldn't fight, then drop it. I know you can strike, but these two are also capable. O'Hara said, "If you want to spar, I'm always welcome." Encrid spoke calmly. "You're just like Milio," the man responded, matching his gaze. The woman who had been twirling her goblet subtly eased her pressure. Knight O'Hara smiled faintly. "But you really are handsome." It was an unpredictable direction for the conversation, but Encrid was used to people like this. Rem, Ragna, Jaxon, Audin, and so on. It felt familiar. "I hear that a lot. May I ask for a spar?" Encrid requested. "Oh, you're a persistent one. I've been reading about characters like you in novels lately. I suppose I am persistent. I'd like to learn from a knight." "You're stubborn, I like that," Knight O'Hara said in her own way, just like Encrid did. Aishia, who had been observing quietly from the side, seemed to be seeing parallel lines that would never meet. "Let's stop the small talk and get to business, Master." The knight, as the master of the entire order, was called Master by her semi-knights. "Oh, business." Encrid finally sat down, listening to what resembled an explanation. Knight O'Hara, unpredictable as ever, immediately brought up the alcohol ban. "With so much to do, how can you be drinking? We don't even have enough manpower to handle the aftermath." "Then why are you drinking?" the curious frog asked, unable to hide her curiosity. "I'm the head of this city and the lord of the castle," O'Hara replied with confidence. Aluagarn, after thinking for a moment, seemed to accept that. After all, it wasn't unusual for superiors to act a bit more freely. She knew humans well. Encrid saw O'Hara as a free spirit, a knight who didn't fit the usual mold. Still, he wasn't surprised. After all, not everyone in the world was the same. Most importantly, does it really matter? That was the thought that crossed his mind. What mattered was that she was a knight, and that her skill was real. More importantly, she was doing something for the city. There were things about Knight Aura that couldn't be learned just by observing her, but the way Aishia and the others acted made it clear. Even though she seemed tired, she respected and honored her opponents, both as a knight and as a person, a respect that even Krang had never easily shown. The other two felt the same. They trusted her, more than just respecting her. She may have acted like a fool, slapping his back and calling him handsome, but her eyes and attitude remained unchanged. You could tell what kind of person someone was by how those around them treated them. Encrid had learned that lesson as he wandered across the continent. Having internalized that lesson, he didn't look down on others. He was solely focused on being a knight. He hadn't forgotten why he came here either. Isn't the situation worse than expected? Encrid quickly grasped the situation. If he couldn't do that, surviving this far would have been impossible. Since taking up the sword, he had repeatedly engaged in acts close to suicide, running toward his dreams. To survive, he had to use everything around him. Surviving was one thing, but he also had to find ways to make difficult and dangerous tasks work. The experiences from that time had also helped Encrid. Those experiences gave him the keen awareness to assess situations. It's bad. Aishia nodded and summarized the situation. The desertion problem is bad enough, but there are 3 colonies that appeared while we were dealing with the monster wave. It wasn't a coincidence that they encountered the harpy casting a spell earlier, and it wasn't surprising to spot the intelligent monster. The colonies were what raised the levels of monsters. Oara, meanwhile, was casually eating roasted broccoli. She acted as though none of this was important. As she chewed the broccoli, she spoke again. This year, there are a lot of deserters. There are more than just a lot. We're running out of hands. Aishia responded, and Encrid focused on the most critical issue in the situation. Deserters and colonies were problems to solve, but all of this depended on surviving the tide of monsters from the magic domain. That was the most dangerous and important part of the situation. Beyond the western gate lay the magic domain's borders, and this city was one built to protect those borders. How are we handling the monsters coming from beyond the western gate? Encrid asked. I'll handle it. Oara answered simply. Encrid was genuinely interested in seeing her fight. A knight standing alone, ready to face the monster waves of the magic domain. Could Aspen's knight, the Eastern mercenary king, Ragnar, or even Shinar do this? At least that wasn't how it seemed right now. Only the seemingly ordinary knight in front of him seemed capable of handling this. Can I watch? If you do your part, I'll let you watch from the front row. Just make sure you take care of yourself. If I kill you, half the women in the world might become my enemies. Oara ended with a joke. Encrid, now accustomed to her manner, responded. If it's too dangerous, will you not protect me? Oara laughed loudly at his unexpected answer. She burst out laughing, and the man next to her, seeing her laugh, puckered his lips and said, You're not bad. It seemed that there was a standard for measuring skill through humor in this place. If that's the case, Encrid might become the continent's top knight. Not bad. The short blonde junior knight nodded. Let Aishia take care of the work. I'm getting drunk today, Oara said, and Aishia nodded. Oara slammed the chair back and finished her drink. The meeting ended there. As they went outside, Aluagarn asked, What do you think? Her words were blunt, but it was clear she was asking about the impression of the night. I don't know. You don't know? I'll have to see. He was curious about her fight. Her sword was even more intriguing. What about her tactics? How good was she as a knight? Not all knights are the same. Everyone has their own path. He now understood that. So, I can't guess without seeing it. He really wanted to see her sword, which gave no sense of intimidation outwardly. His thirst had not been quenched even after receiving 4 knight-level swords. Instead of impatience, passion bloomed. If this too is a talent. Aluagarn, watching Encrid, was deeply curious about what would happen if this man truly became a knight and used will like a knight. It was something she couldn't predict at all. It seemed like he was already reaching his limits, which made it even more exciting. To make the impossible possible, and to not even know what the end would look like. She felt a thrill that for a human would have sent chills down their spine. Her skin turned red instead of goosebumps. It was the trait of a frog. She was filled with emotion on her own. She had resolved to do her best for that. Asia, despite her tired eyes, didn't offer any excuses about O'Hara. She understood Encrid. He wasn't the type to disregard or belittle others because of their attitude. In fact, if someone showed curiosity and wanted to learn from him, that would be different. Sure enough, he showed such a side even now. Dunbakel, who had been listening from the side, asked, "Are we going into the magic domain?" She didn't seem scared, but there was a subtle concern in her voice. She was trying to appear calm, hiding her fear. "If the opportunity comes," Encrid said bluntly. If he hadn't expected this, he wouldn't have come this far. Dunbakel swallowed quietly, not making a sound. She felt the urge to run, even though nothing had happened yet. "Now, should we go over the request list? There's more than 1 or 2. If we resolve half, it might ease things up. Tell me." Aishia did, as Encrid suggested. The requests could be divided into 2 major categories. One was the deserters. This year, it had been particularly bad. From Encrid's perspective, it was no surprise that there were so many deserters. Battles that could kill you at any moment had been frequent, and the supply lines weren't stable, nor were the wages high. Compared to the border guard soldiers, the pay was less than half. Yet, this was considered a relatively higher pay than other regions' soldiers. If things were like this, they should at least imprison the deserters to prevent them from running away. Would the ones who are leaving fight properly? Aishia quoted Aura's perspective. Only those willing to fight would be left. Aura's approach was to filter out the ones who could fight well and had strong resolve. If they weren't fit, they would break down and wouldn't be able to fight properly. The human mind isn't strong enough to withstand the edge of death for long. Living constantly on the brink of death, with a new comrade sitting next to you every day, was exhausting. To survive that, proper rest was necessary. The border guard hadn't rotated 2 battalions for nothing when they fought against Aspen. They had to avoid sustained battles. Combat fatigue doesn't just affect the body, it consumes the mind first. The second problem, the monster colonies, was something Asia was already grumbling about. The worst ones among the deserters are 2, and the worst is this guy, the swordsman named Jack. He attacked a supply caravan from the capital. 1,000 Stones was a barren land. It was hard to find food through hunting or other means, so they had to rely entirely on supplies. But the deserter had attacked the caravan from the capital. Some deserters just ran away quietly, but this kind of madness was rare. They were the type to steal anything they could and run. It turned out that more than half of the conscripted soldiers were criminals, and the worst of them had quickly gathered a group and raided the caravan before fleeing. It'd be good to deal with that guy first. Aishia spoke about the swordsman Jack, and Encrid replied, "I think I killed him on the way here." Chapter 441, City and Name. Only after hearing the full story, Aishia let out a smile, momentarily forgetting her fatigue. She had been quite irritated due to the shortage of supplies. The fact that a knight was personally going out to bring in a few merchants showed just how dire the situation was. What an inefficient way to handle things. 1,000 Stones itself was a city like that. Even though she was a semi-knight, there was no room for arrogance in a place like this. Aishia had also needed some time to adjust to life here. The feeling she had when seeing Knight Aura hammering a nail into the wood with the blade of her short sword was hard to describe. It was like watching someone plowing a field with a holy sword. Yet, Knight Aura smiled. A bright smile. A smiling Aura. The sword-wielding Aura, smiling like sunlight. All the nicknames for Knight Aura were quite similar. She smiled often. Asia had seen Aura's smile, and had immediately written a letter asking the palace to send over some artisans. "You're the best," handsome, as expected. Aishia shook off her thoughts and gave a thumbs up. Is that a compliment? It's Aura's style of compliment. It seemed like Aishia had gotten quite fond of joking around. Encrid had also heard the other tasks that he needed to handle, apart from Jack the sword fighter. One of the deserters had allied with a heretic and created a new religion, essentially becoming a cult leader. Aishia added that this cult had been established for about 2 years now, and its size seemed to be growing due to the involvement of the heretics. I'd like to go and kill him right away, but if a wave happens while Knight Aura is away, we're done for. For the same reason, Asia couldn't afford to leave her post either. She mentioned that harpies or monsters often poked at the city, and if she left, there would immediately be dangerous ambushes. That's why Encrid's arrival was very much appreciated. However, this wasn't a simple battle. It was a pursuit to track down and drive out the enemy, so Asia didn't have high hopes. The cult leader was incredibly quick at running away, and if he hadn't been, Asia would have already killed him long ago with gritted teeth, even if it meant splitting her time. Honestly, if Encrid hadn't come, she had planned to take care of it herself at the right moment. They weren't bishops of some cult or anything special, just pathetic guys pretending to be leaders or gods. Asia figured she could easily go and slit their throats herself. Encrid asked a few more questions. The location and scale of the colony, the characteristics of the religious group, and so on. Asia answered as best as she could. Did you see the tavern in the village? The owner there knows more than I do. He was really angry because of the alcohol ban. He's a good guy. You should just go. Order some food and talk to him. I'll be careful of something. I heard one of those cult guys is a sword fighter who used magic. What kind of magic? If the person was using spells, they needed to be careful. The person might summon fire from their hands or entangle their body with webs. Encrid had sparred with Esther and experienced various things. Although he hadn't gained new insights from battling mages, at least he had gotten used to fighting them. That's why he asked. I heard that someone got a hole in their belly without even touching them. Asia made a slicing motion in the air with her hand. Some of the soldiers had been affected, and she added that the cult members would make holes in anyone who was caught. Encrid listened to all this, but he knew that these were not the kind of people that would be easily found. There were 3 recently established colonies. It wasn't by chance that it was on the border of the magic zone. If they didn't deal with it for a while, crazy monsters would gather, build nests, and cause chaos. Welcome to the border of the magic domain, 1,000 stones, Asia said once again, and Encrid nodded calmly. The magic zone didn't change things much. It just meant there were a few more monsters than usual, but it wasn't different from Border Guard. Asia had been very busy, and it seemed like rest was more important for her now. With the dark shadows under her eyes, it felt like a demon might be born from her fatigue. She was confident in her physical strength as a knight, but recently, fatigue had piled up. I've been awake for 2 nights, because of the harpies. If they all attacked at once, she would have led the soldiers to fight them head-on, but instead, a few harpies would sneak in, observe from a distance, and only strike when they thought they could get away. Even a semi-knight like her found it difficult to catch harpies that were using magic and running away. If they attacked in earnest, it wouldn't have been impossible to catch them, but still, they kept poking at her from a distance. They wouldn't even come near the towers or the walls of 1,000 bricks unless something big was happening. When the merchant group was brought in, the harpies attacked in excitement, and Asia had rushed to deal with them, which she considered lucky in a way. It was a good opportunity to kill a few of those pests. Milio, show them the way. To the inn and restaurant. Understood. Asia headed off to rest and entrusted Milio, a soldier she had seen by the city gates, to guide them. Encrid quietly surveyed the city for any signs of trouble, like curses or fights. He was looking for Em. There didn't seem to be any commotion. It was still just a moderately noisy, moderately smelly city. Most of the smell came from sweat. The stench of sweat coming from the clothes soaked in it, mixed with the damp air, creating an almost magical harmony. It wasn't uncommon to see people training their muscles or swinging weapons here and there. Smash the monster's head, break it into two. Let's die laughing. Hurrah! Slogans could be heard. 6 people were seen lifting logs or doing similar physical training. The most common sight was people repairing longbows or making arrows. They were all sweating profusely. The weather was that hot. Even standing still made sweat pour down. The smell of dampness was not quite rotten, but it filled the air with an unpleasant sensation. Dunbakel, who had frowned a few times because of the smell since the beginning, eventually covered her nose. The smell is awful. Don't these people ever wash? You have no conscience, do you? Encrid reprimanded Dunbakel. Why? I bathed 10 days ago. Encrid made up his mind that if there was a bathtub at their inn, he would dunk Dunbakel's head into it. 10 days ago. That was when they were on their way here. Dunbakel reached a stream, dipped her fingers in the water, and wiped her face with a few drops. That was her idea of a wash. You'd better hope the tub is sturdy, Encrid said, creating a sense of foreboding. Dunbakel took a step back, feeling uneasy. Of course, it wouldn't change anything in the end. Aluagarn, being a frog, was used to the humid air. No, she actually liked it. The smell was bearable. Frogs, after all, could grow back their limbs when they were severed, so their senses were a bit dull. They actually thrived in humid environments. Occasionally, as a hobby, frogs liked to half-submerge themselves in lake water for relaxation. Though not actually frogs, they enjoyed things that frogs would. They would flick bugs with their tongues and consider mud baths by the swamp as some of the best leisure activities. Sometimes when she remembered the little treats she had received in the palace, Aluagarn thought back on them with nostalgia. Is there a mud-filled bath anywhere around here? Of course no such thing existed here. Mud, you say? Milio reacted to Aluagarn's words. The soldier with a deep, resonant voice still wanted to cross blades with Encrid, but for now, he focused on his assigned duties. He was a soldier who fulfilled his obligations. Beyond the western gate, if you skirt around the gray forest, there's a swamp, but you shouldn't go there. That swamp is always cloaked in poisonous mist. A completely unnecessary warning. Encrid thought so, glancing away. The city came into view. He had seen it earlier, but its unique appearance caught his attention once more. Houses were sparsely distributed, and a dirt road ran through the city, connecting the 2 gates. Most buildings were constructed on raised platforms of neatly stacked bricks, likely because the ground was prone to flooding when it rained. To mitigate this, trenches had been dug everywhere to channel water. The drainage system seemed designed to guide water downhill, with the most striking feature being a large open trench in the center, resembling a roofless cave. It was substantial enough to turn into a stream during heavy rain. Did a giant dig it? It's the handiwork of Night Aura, Milio said, noticing where Encrid's gaze lingered. The soldier was perceptive in many ways. His speech was rough, but there was a kindness in his demeanor. According to him, a knight had wielded a shovel to create this. Should Encrid be surprised? Not knowing what to make of it, he dismissed the thought. Thanks to the central drainage system, no homes appeared at risk of flooding even during heavy rain. Encrid observed other features of the city: a general store, a grocer, a tavern, a few empty houses, a blacksmith, a shop displaying butchered meat, some stores seemingly out of business, solitary buildings, half-destroyed wooden scarecrows, and shops selling stacked firewood. Merchants from outside trade goods for krona, but here most purchases are made through contributions, Milio explained, selecting his words carefully. The city's unique economic system intrigued Encrid. Contributions? Dunbakel asked, her voice nasal as she pinched her nose. Milio nodded and elaborated. Yes, contributions. You accumulate them by slaying monsters or beasts. Alternatively, you can earn them by contributing to the city. Repairing the gates, for example. Or for something more substantial, assisting Knight Aura in battle. Didn't you just kill a harpy earlier? A spellcasting harpy is a rare variant. That alone should cover your meals and lodging for 10 days. As Encrid pondered this unusual system, he noticed that almost everyone he saw carried weapons. Most bore bows, and each had stick-like symbols on their shoulders. Ah, those aren't unit insignias, but rank indicators. It's loosely based on Aurelia's military ranking system. Once a month, a squire from the Knight's Order comes to train us. 1 stick denoted a low rank, 2 a mid-rank, and 3 a high rank. If the sticks were crossed, it signified a commander. While the system resembled the one used by the royal palace, engraving the rank on the shoulder for easy identification seemed practical. This would be handy for the border guard as well. As Encrid continued to observe the city, he felt a peculiar sense of ease. The stench was foul, yet the atmosphere was comforting. It felt like returning home, though this wasn't his actual homeland. It was the kind of place that soothed the soul. The unpleasant, sticky weather remained, making him long for a bath. The oppressive humidity made him want to drag Dunbakel, who refused to bathe, by her hair and dunk her head into a tub. Encrid spotted 2 soldiers in a small clearing, sparring with wooden sticks. A duel? No. It wasn't a fight. They were testing each other's skills. Both men wore only pants, their torsos bare, as they swung their long wooden sticks. It struck him at that moment. This wasn't a city. It's not a city, but a barracks. Thousand Stones was a city in name only. This place was essentially a massive military camp. And the reason for this was clear: to fend off the endless attacks of monsters and beasts. With no farmland and no commercial significance, who else but combatants would populate such a place? Everyone here was a fighter. The entire city has been turned into a barracks. And who could have orchestrated such a transformation? Knight Aura. This was her handiwork. Here, you can stay and have your meals on the first floor. Everyone knows the Demon Slayer, so they'll recognize you. The building was a spacious brick structure that appeared in better condition than where Sir Aura resided. The door was covered in graffiti, carved with sharp objects like knives. Run away while you still can. For Sir Aura forever. I'll crush the monster's head for life. Oh, let's die with a smile. Such were the words inscribed. Encrid pushed open the door. If this was a barracks, then its residents were essentially all warriors. Inside, he saw the 2 sparring soldiers from earlier. Both were now dressed differently. One wore a shabby linen outfit, carrying food, while the other, a woman, was fully equipped. She carried a short bow slung diagonally across her back, and wore light leather armor. She seemed ready for battle, or an immediate mission. "Welcome," said the male soldier, while the woman glanced at Encrid. "So, this is the Demon Slayer. Handsome, aren't you?" Was this demeanor typical of the unit? Or had Knight Aura's influence shaped such a culture? The woman spoke without concealment, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the dining hall toward Encrid. "A man isn't just about his looks," muttered the male soldier carrying food. Unable to hold back, Aluagarn stepped in. "Not just his look. Everything about him is excellent." It was nonsense. Encrid ignored the remark and took a seat. The woman approached him. "I'm Rowena, a Decurion," she said. "A Decurion, a leader of 10. I saw you in the alley earlier. Encrid's curiosity piqued. Oh, that's my side job, she replied. In this city, everyone seemed to serve as soldiers. Let me know if you need anything. Her words carried a double meaning. Whether she referred to daytime matters or something else was unclear. Probably not, Encrid said. Then again, you never know. Dunbakel muttered a vulgar remark while making a crude hand gesture. But Encrid turned to the innkeeper. Can we bathe here? Huh? Yes, there's a tub. The innkeeper replied, and Dunbakel tried to flee, only to be caught by Encrid, grabbing the nape of her neck. Chapter 442. What is a knight? Encrid filled his stomach with stale bread, thin soup, salted meat, and watery cookies made from mixed grains before acting on his resolve. Phew! I'm dying here! Dunbakel resisted, but there was no escaping it. Encrid dunked her head into the bathtub. Water splashed everywhere as her head surfaced again. I just bathed 10 days ago, Dunbakel protested. If splashing your face with water counted as bathing, then sure, she wasn't wrong. I could toss Rem in the same tub with you. I'll bathe alone. Resigned, Dunbakel washed herself while Encrid requested water for another tub. I'll scrub your back, Aluagarn offered kindly. No, thanks. Encrid declined. Soaking in the warm water, he felt the travel fatigue melt away. He had the nagging sense that he'd forgotten something, but it probably wasn't important. Thinking about his tasks ahead brought night aura to mind, and soon a wave of drowsiness followed. There was no need to fight it. He closed his eyes. Encrid fell asleep with his head resting on the edge of the wooden tub. You've come to an interesting place. Splash. A purple lamp appeared before his eyes, floating atop the river. A shadow under a black hood slowly took form, its features sharpening one by one. Eyes, nose, mouth. The figure had stone-like grey skin and vacant eyes devoid of emotion. It was the ferryman. Does misfortune approach? Encrid asked. The ferryman showed no reaction outwardly. But if he had been human, if he would have clenched his fists and ground his teeth. Had he been capable of such a thing, he might even have struck Encrid's face in sheer frustration. Purple veins bulged in the hands gripping his oar. Guess not. Encrid tilted his head quizzically. The ferryman struggled to hold on to his reason. This was the first time since taking the oar that his emotions had surged like this. Until now, he had only felt derision and disdain, taking twisted pleasure in his encounters. Now, though, he felt something different. Perhaps this, too, was a positive shift. After all, had he not lived so long that he had forgotten what it was to feel anger? The ferryman calmed himself through reason. It's fine if you don't know. Encrid's words carried no malice. To him, the ferryman was a divine presence. He merely voiced his honest thoughts. He had hoped for an answer, but if there was none, so be it. His tone and demeanor made this obvious, allowing the ferryman to respond calmly. Get lost, you lunatic. He blessed Encrid's day, promising that in the most brutal of ways, he would come to regret it. Yet, none of the ferryman's intended taunts escaped his lips. Even if misfortune wasn't on the horizon, nothing would have changed for Encrid. From the next day, he adapted on his own. Good morning. He greeted a soldier in the dining area, likely either Rowena's boyfriend or just another patron. The soldier looked up. Dunbakel, freshly washed and now sporting white fur instead of grey, followed Encrid and addressed the soldier. Hello, beggar soldier. The nickname was creative. Why am I a beggar soldier? I saw you asking for a discount in that alley. Dunbakel mimed shaking her hips mockingly. The soldier turned red, humiliated by the memory of his desperate plea and the accompanying gestures. I'm a squad leader, he said. Encrid acknowledged it casually and moved on, while Dunbakel ignored him entirely and trailed behind Encrid. Don't they have roasted larvae? A frog's question came from behind. The soldier shook his head. No, we don't serve that. Fair enough. Work hard, soldier with a healthy lower half. After the trio left, the soldier muttered under his breath. I'm a squad leader, you jerks. Still, with insufficient contributions, he had to hold food in the dining hall. Such was reality. He had overextended himself trying to gather enough krona. But there was no regret. The soldier bit his lip and said no more. Encrid stepped outside and picked a random open space. The entire city was essentially one enormous military camp, dotted with wooden scarecrows for training. The houses were sparse, leaving plenty of open areas that could serve as makeshift training grounds. Yesterday's rest and bath had left him refreshed, his fatigue gone. Your body is strong. Excellent, Aluagarn remarked. As always, under the rising sun, Encrid repeated his training routine countless times. The isolation technique was about pushing the body to its limits through relentless practice. Even if misfortune came, nothing would change. Since it hadn't, there was even less reason to deviate from his routine. Training it was moving his body, wielding his sword. Aluagarn drew her sword, the sound of its unsheathing ringing out. Tiring or not, the frog wielding her looped sword was no opponent to underestimate. Through a simple sparring match, they loosened up. As damp sunlight pierced the clouds, Encrid incorporated his learned steps and used his blade to feint and unbalance Aluagarn. A thrust aimed at her left shoulder came after a feint to the right. He used a step Aluagarn had taught him, shifting his weight onto his left foot and thrusting with the sword in his left hand. It mimicked the movements of a nervous soldier, a frog step, where arms and legs moved together awkwardly. Thanks to his practice with his left hand, writing, training, and more, his movements were sharper now. All these efforts culminated in precise execution. Good, Aluagarn exclaimed, her excitement evident. While not inherently combative, sparring with Encrid often brought out a certain thrill in her. After working up a good sweat, an unexpected visitor arrived. Shouldn't you look for someone when they're missing? A barbarian with gray hair approached the training ground. Ah. Encrid realized what he had forgotten in the bathtub. Rem, where have you been? Do you even care? Not really. Judging by the dirt, leaves, and faint charcoal scent on him, Rem had been wandering. His pouch, visibly weighed down, held bits of stone poking out. Rem had been scouring the city and found a usable whetstone. Without enough contributions to buy one, he'd taken matters into his own hands, locating a natural whetstone, hardening it by fire, and spending the night preparing. Let's get some rest now, Rem said. Rest was essential, even in Thousand Stone, or the heart of the demon realm. He did as he always had, unaffected by his surroundings. Encrid resumed his training without much thought. As his blade cut through the air, a voice interrupted. So, you want him to be a knight? It was Night Aurora, sitting atop a tree stump at the edge of the clearing. She perched there, arms draped over her knees, a plum in hand. Chewing noisily, her lips stained purple. A drop of juice trickled down. In the sunlight, her brown hair appeared soft, with natural waves framing her face. A neat cloth was tied across her forehead. Her eyes were round and sharp, her gaze piercing. It seemed the alcohol had already worn off. Or spat a seed she had been chewing, and it embedded itself in the ground, its color matching her hair. Yes, I intend to, Encrid replied. O'Hara nodded slightly and said nothing further, merely observing. Encrid continued his task as O'Hara stood still for a moment before shaking off the idleness. She strolled to a tree between the houses, snapped off a branch and began stripping it of leaves with her hand. Soon she drew a knife to trim it more finely. Better brace yourself, muttered Aluagarn, who had been quietly watching. Just as O'Hara turned with the polished branch in hand, a sudden motion followed. Thud! Dunbakel pushed off the ground, retreating over 5 paces in a single leap. Now transformed into a white lion, she bared her fangs, lowering her body almost to the ground. Her chin nearly grazed the earth as she held her head aloft, a display of intense wariness. Her presence was overwhelming. Unlike the typical oppressive aura of knights, which felt like a heavy stone weighing on one's shoulders, Aurara's was more extreme, like iron shackles clamping down or a metal club swinging straight at you. It wasn't merely a warning of move, and I'll strike. It felt more like you'll be hit before you can even react. It's been a while since I've done this with humans. My control's a bit off, she muttered, stepping forward with the branch now lifted in her hand. She moved to stand opposite Encrid. Encrid raised Akka. Under normal circumstances, movement should have been difficult. Aurara's oppressive aura radiated within a precise range, spanning 5 paces in the direction she faced. The weight of it was fundamentally different from other forms of pressure. A semi-knight would surely falter under such conditions. Yet Encrid not only maintained his stance, but unleashed his aura as well. The moment he felt the invisible metal weight crash toward him, his will of refusal activated within, negating her force entirely. Aurara, unintentionally intrigued, observed with growing interest. Not a knight, but he shrugged off my aura. It was like watching a 7-year-old wielding a shield made of solid black iron, an impressive feat. The child shouldn't even be able to lift it. Yet Encrid not only held it, but managed to parry with it. A faint smile curved Aura's lips. "A fine sword you've got there," she remarked. "It's a royal treasure," Encrid replied. "They call you the hero of the Civil War. Could have given me one too, don't you think? You're acquainted with His Majesty?" "Not at all. Never met him." Aurara had no involvement in royal affairs or civil disputes. Her sole purpose was to protect this place, a promise she had made to herself. "Care for a spa?" she offered, her tone seductive, almost as if extending an intimate invitation. Encrid accepted, stepping forward silently without pretense or feints. His movement was pure and direct, a line connecting 2 points with unwavering intent. No probing attacks to gauge her strength, none were needed. His opponent was a knight. Therefore he would deliver his best from the start. His heart of the beast roared to life. Every muscle fiber primed, his focus narrowed to a single point, making time itself seem to stretch. The sensation of sinking into a swamp enveloped his body as he fought against the immense pressure. And then he swung his blade. Nearby, Dunbakel's eyes widened. Her claws involuntarily dug into the ground, cracking a stone beneath her hand. The technique Encrid unleashed was unfamiliar, even to her, a strike unmatched by any she had witnessed or endured. Every ounce of his being poured into this single slash, muscles honed through the isolation technique, surging to their peak. It was as if someone had grasped the threads of time and stretched them taut. In that suspended moment, Encrid alone advanced, cutting down with unyielding force. The blade seemed to cleave through sunlight itself, descending toward the knight's head. But then, tappa! A hollow sound echoed as Aura's branch intercepted his sword mid-swing, resting lightly on his wrist. Encrid froze in place, still holding his stance. Calmly, he shifted his left foot to the side, his blade tracing a new arc. Aura countered fluidly, her branch moving to strike his wrist again. She aimed to disarm him, confident that even a knight would falter under such force. But not all knights were perfect. Crack! The power behind the branch might have broken a regular person's wrist, yet Encrid endured. His muscles, toughened through relentless training, absorbed the impact. Drawing on Audin's lessons, he timed his movements to diffuse the blow, redirecting the point of contact. With unwavering momentum, his blade resumed its course, slicing through the air like a white bolt of lightning. Recognizing failure, Aurara discarded the branch and drew her short sword in a blur. Clang! Steel clashed, the blades halting in a perfect deadlock. Through her tilted short sword, Aurora met Encrid's gaze, her brown eyes locking onto the vivid blue of his. Neither yielded. Both channeled their force precisely into the point of contact, holding the other at bay. "You're good," Aurora admitted, genuine respect coloring her voice. At this level he rivaled her two finest Squadmates, or perhaps surpassed them in sheer determination. Experience could only be gained through combat, but some truths were evident without fighting. She had underestimated him, not his skill, but his unrelenting nature. Encrid wasn't simply a polished knight. He was a survivor, forged from the ground up. "Fail to block, and it'll hurt," she said, pushing his sword away with a burst of strength. "Then tell me," she continued, lowering her sword, "what is a knight?" Encrid responded not with words, but by resuming his stance. "A knight is one who manifests will, an intangible force, into reality. A stark, unromantic definition, yet irrefutably true. Knights, after all, could not be understood without will." And with that, Aurora prepared to demonstrate her definition of a knight. Chapter 443. "You're leaving now?" Encrid had experienced facing blades from outside his perception before. Jaxon had repeatedly been the source of such encounters. This time was no different. It was beyond perception, so fast that Aurora's words seemed delayed in reaching him. "Stomach. The single word struck his ears, but the blade preceding it had already grazed his stomach. His heart of the beast and sense of evasion activated simultaneously. Encrid shifted his weight to his heels and pushed backward as if gliding on the floor, thinking he had evaded the strike. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of Aurora's face. A faint smile adorned her lips, curving higher than before. "Knee. Ha!" Encrid realized the blade slashing at his stomach had been an illusion. It was akin to magic manipulated by sheer will. No, this wasn't entirely unfamiliar. It resembled the energy-forged sword Shinar had once demonstrated, but this time it relied solely on momentum and suggestion. As Aurora spoke, the blade targeting his knee struck down vertically from above. Instead of dodging, Encrid swung his sword in a diagonal arc. From below to above, his blade lashed out like a whip, carving through the spot Aurora had just occupied. Aurora avoided his swing effortlessly, twisting her body while keeping her sword's trajectory unchanged. A clean vertical thrust. She hadn't moved her right hand, only shifted her body to evade while maintaining the attack. Thunk. Ow. The blade tip lightly grazed his knee. No wound, just a mark on his garment. "That's it for today," Aurora announced cheerfully. Huff. Huff. Encrid exhaled heavily, releasing his held breath. Aurora sheathed her sword with a crisp motion and approached. Her mischievous gaze lingered on him as she tapped his cheek lightly. "Feeling like you got tricked by a simple move?" Encrid acknowledged that she had only used two techniques in the entire sparring session. One was the slash aimed at his stomach, a feint. The other was the vertical thrust targeting his knee. It was the second move that decided the match. Though he had learned much, Encrid understood the most crucial point. The difference lies in experience. Aurora was skilled. She hadn't just ascended to the rank of knight recently. She had lived this life for years, showcasing her expertise. "How old are you?" he asked in a jesting tone, adopting the thousand-brick questioning style. Aurora's smile froze slightly before her eyes glinted with mock annoyance. "You're lucky you're handsome. Haven't you learned that asking a lady's age can get your head ventilated?" Encrid stayed silent as Aurora chuckled and walked away. "Ah, I'm starving," she muttered, leaving with a casual wave. Aluagarn approached, observing. "If your knee got hit, your mobility would have been compromised. Even if the spar had continued, you'd have lost." "I know," Encrid replied. "Her moves may be simple, but they carry profound principles." Aluagarn paused, giving Encrid time to reflect before he answered. If your opponent is faster and stronger, you can't block them. Knights were such opponents. Looking further, the principle was clear. Relying on simple techniques was a show of confidence in one's ability to subdue the enemy. Elegance didn't diminish lethality. A sharp blade didn't turn into cotton fluff simply because it struck gently. Encrid had already grasped this truth. Victory was about efficiency. Exactly, Aluagarn agreed with a nod. Though Encrid wasn't discouraged by his loss, he wasn't satisfied either. After a quick wash and a meal, Encrid sought out the tavern keeper. "No bugs here," Aluagarn muttered in complaint. It was no surprise. This tavern didn't seem to cater to frogs. Encrid gestured toward the barkeep, who approached the bar where Encrid sat. The tavern was quiet, thanks to the prohibition on alcohol. "Do you know the whereabouts of the cultists or zealots? Instead of that, could you ask Lady Aura to lift the prohibition? We're all starving here." Most needs were settled through contributions, but currency, krona, still held sway in certain areas. Merchants, alcohol, and brothels were among those exceptions. The barkeep grumbled about his struggles, and Encrid ordered something unusual. "One plate of well-roasted larvae, please. Where am I supposed to get such? Never mind. I'll figure it out." Clink. A pouch landed on the bar. Slightly open, its silver coins glinting inside. The barkeep's hands moved swiftly. "By tomorrow at lunch." The handful of silver coins sparkled atop the counter. Motivated, the barkeep shared what he knew. The information wasn't particularly useful. Even though he vaguely mentioned the cult's location, they wandered like nomads. What could they possibly be searching for in this desolate area? Encrid mused. The answer was simple. They gathered followers, deserters, desperate souls from the demonic frontier, and others who had lost their way. The cult preyed on their vulnerabilities, inserting their ideology into the cracks of weakened spirits. When their numbers swelled, they'd vanish to a distant place to live in comfort. Their reasons for being here didn't matter. What mattered was that they needed to be dealt with. After a day spent scouring the city, the results were meager. "You'll have to search for them yourself," was the most helpful advice, courtesy of Milio, who had also observed Encrid and Aura sparring. "Care for a match with me?" Eager and persistent, Milio wielded a heavy hammer, effective for crushing enemies in one blow but too slow for follow-ups when dodged or blocked. "What if you grip it here and twist like this?" That hurts." Encrid demonstrated a few footwork and joint techniques to counteract the hammer's inherent sluggishness. Though rudimentary, they offered a way to exploit an opponent's momentary hesitation. As time passed, Rem awoke late in the afternoon. Those cultists, they're a day's journey from here. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a clue while looking for a whetstone. "You saw them?" "They were gathering far off. I thought they were bandits, but their behavior screamed cult." "You know where? Do I look like some clueless swordsman who can't find his way or follow directions?" Rem's sharp glare hinted at a quick temper, ready to draw his axe at any slight. Encrid considered whether this was something to delay. It wasn't. It was his task, capturing deserters and dealing with the colony. A deserter turned cult leader. Even if they'd gained some notoriety here, they wouldn't be on par with a true bishop of a cult. At best, their strength might rival that of a squire. With a small elite team like Rem, Dunbakel, and Aluagarn, they wouldn't be lacking. Though the cultists reportedly used strange incantations, his instincts didn't perceive them as a real threat. It would be nothing more than tedious theatrics. With his team's current power, it would almost be overkill. Encrid knew his abilities objectively, and if danger arose, retreating was always an option. It wasn't a mission to protect something but closer to an ambush. Delaying any longer would make tracking down these troublesome targets more difficult. Hence, the suggestion arose. "Shall we go now?" The question was posed with the answer already decided. The sun was beginning to set. There's a saying that the sun belongs to humans, and the darkness to monsters. For creatures whose eyes excel in the dark and shun the light, this was their prime hour. It was the same now. Dusk had arrived. Of course, none here were concerned about such things. Just the four of us? Dunbakel asked. Do you see anyone else around here who knows the area? Encrid replied with a counter-question, implying there wasn't anyone else to bring along. Recruiting soldiers? That would be pointless. They wouldn't be of any help. With that, they left the city. The soldiers guarding the gates tilted their heads in confusion. You're leaving now. Is that a problem? The one asking was the demon slayer, the hero of the Civil War. The soldier shook his head. The guard assumed Encrid's party was merely stepping out for a stroll. After all, that barbarian, Remhem, had done the same yesterday, leaving briefly and returning shortly after. Thus, the guard taught them the passphrase to use upon their return. No, sir. Just shout, the cloak should be read after all, in front of the gate, and we'll let you in. This was a measure to prevent strangers from entering the city at night. The soldier passed this instruction to the next shift, and they, in turn, relayed it to their replacements when their watch ended. They're taking their time, huh? Do you think there'll be any trouble? To an average soldier, a semi-night was akin to an unreachable peak. Encountering a few monsters on the way wouldn't be an issue for them. Not to mention they had a frog and a beastkin with them. Dawn broke. The morning guard saw figures returning against the light of the rising sun. It was Encrid's group. Open the gate. The sight of blood-soaked armor caught their eye. Black and red blood mingled together. Did you run into monsters? Something like that. Encrid answered as they entered the city. When they first left the gate, Encrid thought the mission would be simple. Finding them was the hard part. Dealing with them would be easy. Which way? This way. Rem led the group. Clouds obscured the moon, leaving their surroundings dim, but the faint moonlight sufficed for those present. Want to learn how to track people? Now? Encrid's response to the sudden question wasn't a refusal, just curiosity. Rem figured it would be easy to find their targets, a cult group. There was a reason. Rem's gaze fell on the beastkin. Dunbakel's eyes glowed golden, even in the dark. He'd always thought those eyes were unique. Beyond that, her sense of smell was exceptional, even for a beastkin. Dunbakel noticed his gaze and instinctively reached for her curved blade. Crazy beast sniffed them out. This isn't a sparring match? This is your method? Encrid asked in the middle of it all. Why take the hard route when there's an easier one? We've got a beastkin here, and she can track scents with freakish precision, everything except her own. It wasn't wrong. Even Dunbakel agreed. She wrinkled her nose, sniffing, before speaking. The scents coming from that direction. The group moved and soon spotted a group with makeshift tents. Who's there? One of them, picking his nose at the front, called out. Encrid responded with action instead of words. He stepped forward, raising his sword. The blade cleaved upward, carving a red line from the man's chin to his forehead. Fudadin. Blood sprayed as the body collapsed forward. Crazy bastards. The spiky-haired blonde beside him spoke in a trembling voice. Thwack. Dunbakel's blade flew toward his face. He stood dumbstruck, unable to dodge. Why stop? Dunbakel asked. I didn't, Encrid replied, cutting down whoever he could see. He ignored those fleeing. The devil's henchmen have arrived. A man who looked like the leader appeared. He seemed more like a seasoned bandit than a true cultist. Encrid focused on him instinctively. He wasn't a mage, but performed a feat resembling magic. The man closed the distance and extended his hand. An invisible blade shot forth. Encrid had encountered similar attacks before, from Shinar and earlier from Aura that same day. Invisible didn't mean non-existent. The energy remained. Ting. Encrid unsheathed his gladius, twisting it to deflect the attack. The leader's hand contorted as if gripping an unseen weapon. It was fascinating. It truly seemed as though he held a transparent sword. Without hesitation, Encrid raised his blade and swung down on the man's shoulder. His strikes were as indifferent as chopping firewood. Crunch! Ah! Blood spurted as the man tumbled backward. Despite his speed, the blow aimed at his head struck his shoulder instead. Please, spare me, spare me. A stark contrast to his earlier cries of allegiance to the devil. The cult supports you, don't they? That's just a rumor I started. The man's eyes darted around as he spoke. Uninterested in such excuses, hurled a throwing axe while Encrid exchanged a few words. Whiz! Thunk! The axe embedded itself in the man's forehead, his body flying backward from the force. Encrid noticed something fall from the man's hand. Approaching, he saw the object glint faintly under the torchlight. This isn't something gold coins alone can buy. Do you know Carmen? He's not called a master craftsman for nothing. If this dagger appeared on the black market, assassins would kill each other over it. In fact, a few years ago, Carmen's third masterpiece, a Qatar, caused a commotion among assassin guilds. Jaxon's words resurfaced in his mind. He had mentioned what Carmen's collection was, and the name of its final dagger. Invisible Blade. A gift came out of nowhere. Encrid pocketed the dagger and returned to the city. On the way, they encountered a few beasts. A pack of feral dogs, seemingly transformed into monsters, attacked them, but all were swiftly dispatched. Dawn broke. It was time to return. Back in the city, they ate, cleaned up, slept briefly, and then headed for the gate once more. Looking for colonies? That's even easier. The terrain makes it obvious, Rem commented as they set out. The oppressive heat remained unchanged, the humidity unbearable. They had already witnessed how troublesome a harpy colony could be. Encrid's group moved immediately. Somehow, their pattern continued, resting during the day and venturing out again at dusk. Heading out again? The same guard on duty the night before asked, experiencing déjà vu. Any problems? None. With that, Encrid's group departed. Rem had ample experience hunting monsters. Dunbakel's sense of smell was almost absurdly sharp. Aluagarn brought a wealth of knowledge. None of them were polished warriors from an organized group. Instead, they were individuals forged by the wild. With Dunbakel's keen nose and their combined experience, locating the harpy's nest was a breeze. This stench is foul. It's perfect for hiding and gathering. Clearly, this is it. Dunbakel and Rem alternated remarks as Encrid stared at the towering cliffs. The bizarre terrain of the demonic realm was as unpredictable as ever. Was it a cliff or a natural tower? The circular rock formation was so tall that Encrid had to crane his neck to glimpse the top. Judging by eye, not even 10 Rems stacked on top of each other could reach the summit. It was tall, very tall. Above, the harpies began to appear, flapping their wings. They weren't formidable, wielding only minor wind magic, but their sheer numbers made them a threat. I'll start. Rem spoke, pulling out his sling. Though using a spear might be challenging, this barbarian excelled at hurling stones with deadly precision. Today was brighter than yesterday. 2 moons alternated their glow, one large and one small. Amid their light, a hum began to echo. The whistling grew into a deafening roar as it pierced through the air. Whoosh! Between the moons, Ram spun his sling. Soon, a 3rd moon appeared above him, a full moon crafted by his sling. Chapter 444. A day of rest, swish, snap, zing, bang. The battle with the harpies could be summed up in these 4 sounds. In the end, Rem tore through 2 slings and fired 19 rounds of ammunition. Kya! Kya! The harpies cried as their heads exploded. They kept charging, casting spells in response. A swirling wind formed a barrier of sorts. On closer inspection, the distorted space appeared faintly visible, though even if it weren't, one could sense it. So what? A barrier? What difference does it make? Whoosh, bang! The harpy's magic couldn't withstand the overwhelming physical force of the sling. The bullets shot from the whirring sling tore through the barrier without hesitation. Kia! Kia! By then, the harpy's cries sounded like laughter. Are they laughing as they die? Ah! They must have wanted to die but couldn't find anyone to do it for them. Well, your barbarian executioner is here. I've come with stones. Oh yes, I have. Murmuring an old rhyme, Encrid didn't even have a chance to step in. There's a lot of them. As he placed a hand on his grip and raised his head, harpy chicks screeched as they emerged. The flapping of wings, scattering feathers, the rancid stench of blood. It all assaulted his nose. More than 30 harpies had appeared, might even reach 50. As Encrid watched, more harpies emerged from the stone tower, likely pushing their numbers beyond 50. Snap! Once again, bullets ripped through the air, moving too fast for the eye to follow. When a stone pierced through the chest of a female harpy with swaying breasts, black blood sprayed into the air like rain. The harpy, now sporting a hole in place of her chest, crashed to the ground like a falling star. Boom! Dust billowed with the sound of impact. The harpies didn't just sit back and take it. 3 male harpies with solid pectorals flew down, flapping their wings to launch razor-sharp feathers. Dozens of feather blades, no different from knives, rained down on the group. Encrid pulled out a circular shield, about 2 spans wide, reading the trajectory of the feathers and blocking them. Thunk, thunk. The feathers failed to penetrate the oiled surface of the shield, merely embedding themselves into its exterior. Blocking them was easy enough. He only needed to intercept the ones aimed at him. The rest were evaded by predicting their trajectories. Should have just slashed them with my sword. That wouldn't have been hard either. Regardless, he had blocked them, so there was no point dwelling on it. Aluagarn drew her loop sword, positioning it to shield her heart, while ignoring attacks elsewhere. She wore hot guarding armor, with its multiple layers of thin steel plates, high-quality beast leather, and enchanted fabric around her chest. Feathers were no match for her armor and simply bounced off. However, frogs typically suffered from a deep-seated fear of heart injuries. Even with double or triple layers of protection, they couldn't help but feel anxious and terrified. Aluagarn, on the other hand, was an exceptionally trained frog, who could even mutter the word heart without flinching. The feathers struck Aluagarn's limbs and abdomen, but merely slid off her mucus-coated skin without leaving a scratch. A frog's skin, covered in a unique viscous layer, naturally deflected most bladed weapons, so this outcome was expected. Only a blow strong enough to sever limbs could have posed a real threat. Dunbakel simply leapt out of the attack range. Rem, meanwhile, dodged effortlessly while spinning his sling. The 3 harpies who had launched the feather attack hesitated for a moment. Their supposedly terrifying attack, enough to make most opponents panic, had been shrugged off like it was nothing. If I were them, I'd be a little stunned too. Encrid understood their reaction. Good strategy always starts with understanding your opponent after all. Knowledge gleaned from swimming through the lake of experience. Know your enemy, know yourself. It's something that should happen long before a fight begins. The male harpy's thick pectorals heaved visibly. Ah, what are these creatures? Monsters? The thoughts of the beasts seemed almost audible. Their brief hesitation was a mistake. The harpies had descended just enough to attack, bringing them within range of a determined leap. Dunbakel sprang into action, using the tower's wall as her ground. In a few strides, she reached the harpy's height, twisting mid-air as her curved blade and claws tore through their heads and chests. Her body spun gracefully in the air, before landing lightly on the ground. Thud, crunch, thud. The 3 harpies crashed lifelessly to the floor. Meanwhile, Rem's bullets continued to tear through the air. Swish! Thud! The colony leader, a harpy firing wind arrows, was struck down as well. Rem's shot pierced the leader's skull with precision. Of course, this wasn't just any ordinary shot. Rem spun his body in a full circle, releasing the bullet with the sling's momentum, amplifying its speed. With that, the harpy colony was finished. The leader lost her head without even casting a single significant spell. Screech! The remaining harpies screamed in terror. Some charged in anger, while others fled. The attackers were swiftly slain by Dunbakel and Aluagarn. "Shall we move on to the next group?" Encrid asked. The fight was over before he could act, and his companions didn't seem particularly fatigued. The night was still young. "Let's do it," Ram replied, tossing his torn sling to the ground. Tracking the black dog colony was even easier. Dogs, even as beasts, leave territory marks. They followed traces of excrement and scents without difficulty. Dunbakel, experienced in hunting, was excellent at tracking by scent. After all, it was her specialty as a bounty hunter wandering the continent. Thus, they found the second monster colony. This time, a bipedal dog emerged, an aberrant version of a hellhound. Indeed, the creatures near this region seemed far from ordinary. Spellcasting harpies, bipedal dogs, it was remarkable for a non-major miasma zone. The monsters near miasma zones are never ordinary, and that makes them all the more dangerous, Aluagarn remarked, spinning her loop sword in her hand. The heavy metal blade cut through the air with a resonant hum. It was said mounted troops couldn't operate near miasma zones. No animal could endure the fear these places induced. The result was an eerily desolate environment devoid of typical wildlife, replaced instead by an abundance of beasts and monsters. Grrr! The leader of the beasts, a 2-legged hound, spat fire and carried venomous fangs, but none of it mattered to Encrid. With 2 swift strikes, Encrid severed its head. He parried its front paw with his left-hand gladius before finishing it with a clean slice to the neck using his right-hand ecker. Meanwhile, Rem and the others felled dozens of the beasts, slashing and battering them until they were lifeless. There had been over 100 beasts in total, and half were slain. The rest, gripped by fear, scattered in all directions. Chasing them all down was neither feasible nor necessary. "They'll die on their own," Aluagarn remarked, offering an explanation. The beasts in the vicinity were resilient, but wandering alone without a colony spelled certain doom. This region was unforgiving even to the strongest of monsters. Her lecture on monster ecology continued, and Encrid listened attentively. It was a topic filled with intriguing insights. The crux of her lesson was this: monsters near the demonic zone undergo evolution. On the way back, Encrid summarized the key point in his question. Aluagarn nodded. After resolving 2 monster colonies, they returned to rest, sleep, and recover. Upon waking, Aishia came looking for them. "What exactly have you been up to?" Her question, tinged with astonishment, wasn't about their sparring sessions but likely stemmed from the reports she had received after her rest. By now she must have heard how Encrid had eliminated 2 colonies and a deserter who had evolved into a cult leader. Understanding the implications behind her words, Encrid responded casually, just fulfilling requests. He said this while meticulously cleaning his blade with an oil-soaked cloth, premium flaxseed oil to be precise. This city's cuisine was mediocre, but its weapon maintenance supplies were superb. It seemed as though this city existed solely for warriors destined to die in battle. "In 2 days?" Aishia asked incredulously, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword. She wasn't here to argue, but she marveled at how efficiently the task had been handled. Encrid, seated on a tree stump outside their lodgings, continued maintaining his weapons laid out on a thick leather mat. 2 days are more than enough," he replied simply. Ha ha. Aishia exhaled sharply, marveling not just at his combat prowess, but at his tracking abilities, akin to an elite ranger. Sure, the Thousand Stones Legion had capable rangers, but few matched Encrid's dual mastery of battle and pursuit. His work had created a much-needed buffer for the city. Without him, they would have been forced to confront the winged harpies directly. Impressive work, Aishia said finally. Just then, another visitor approached, this one far more casually dressed. It was Knight Aura, her brown hair untamed and her outfit daringly light, a loose shirt revealing glimpses of her neckline and short trousers, exposing her knees. Hey, want to hang out? Aura asked with her usual unpredictability. Training? Encrid asked, hopeful. He was always ready for a fight, his determination radiating palpable energy. Not today, Aura said firmly, noticing his intent gaze. Why not? It's a day of rest. What's that? Work for 6 days, rest for 1? It's a divine teaching, she explained, lifting a pendant symbolizing her faith. Encrid recognized the sentiment. Audin, too, would have appreciated such discussions rather than dismiss them. You wrapped up your tasks so efficiently. It's time to relax, Aura said, her brown eyes twinkling with amusement. Encrid hesitated briefly before delegating tasks. Dunbakel. What? Finish up here. Without protest, Dunbakel got to work. She was dependable like that. Aishia. Don't you have time now that the harpies and venomous hounds are gone? Come with us, Aura invited Aishia, pulling her into their plans. As Encrid rose from his seat, Rem, sharpening his axe with a whetstone, looked up. Have fun. I've got work, Rem said, fully engrossed in his task. How did you locate the colonies? Aura asked, her boots light against the damp soil. We've got a beastkin with a good nose and a unit member who's a great tracker, Encrid replied succinctly. Aura listened closely, nodding in admiration at the strategy. After a brief walk, they stopped in front of a bustling tavern. The air was filled with cheers, jeers, and shouts of encouragement. What's going on? We lifted the alcohol ban, Aura explained. Inside, 2 burly men were locked in a fierce arm wrestling match, their struggle the centerpiece of the lively scene. Chapter 445. Arm wrestling drinks, pride, duty, responsibility, and the end of rest day. It was arm wrestling. Reuben, you bastard, Reuben, you son of a bitch. A man named Reuben lost. His wrists slammed back with a loud thud. Some in the betting crowd screamed Reuben's name, as if spitting blood. The arm wrestling match was held outdoors. Several tables were set in front of a tavern, and the owner, his nose red from drinking, bellowed, James wins! Someone shouted amidst the increasing noise. Hey, let me join in. Aura barged into the crowd without hesitation. Encrid stood idly by, turning his head to look at Aishia. She's always like that. Get used to it. Saying this, Aishia also moved toward the crowd. She didn't seem particularly opposed to moving together. Encrid stepped toward the front of the tavern. The owner, who seemed just as intent on drinking as selling, was already heavily drunk. Yet even in his state he recognized Aura. Hey! That's not allowed! That's cheating, Aura! Knights were respected by all, but they didn't impose that respect on friends. Even knights had friends. The tavern owner seemed to be one such friend, an acquaintance or companion of Aura. Snorting, he voiced his objection, and Aura protested. Oh, why not? If one only saw her petulant behavior, she might seem like a mercenary who swung her sword a few times for coin. But this woman could kill everyone here with just a few strikes. Come on. How could that be fair? It wouldn't be a proper bet, said James, the victor. He rubbed his flushed head, looking as if an octopus had taken up residence on his face, with no clear boundary between his forehead and crown. Do you see these frail wrists and still call it unfair? Aurora kicked James from across the table and climbed onto a chair, shouting. The man tumbled to the ground but quickly got back up. Hey, why are you kicking me? Because you're annoying. Faced with her blunt response, the man nodded. Was he accepting it? Encrid silently asked himself, and continued watching. The tavern, now free from the prohibition, had transformed into the opposite of what it was initially. Though it wasn't quite a festival, the atmosphere was one of celebration and revelry. Oh, tell me again. No one dares challenge these wrists, really? None at all? Aurora, you're a knight. Did you forget that? The tavern owner also chimed in. Aurora turned her gaze, her eyes hunting for someone who might say something she liked. Among the crowd, there was a familiar soldier carrying drinks. It was that same fellow who had been scrounging for money due to a lack of krona. He seemed to have come here for work after his stint at the inn. Hey, you agree with them too? Aurora pointed directly at the soldier. He rolled his eyes a few times before answering. No, I think we should honor Lady Aura's wishes. His response was sly, though his demeanor made it seem like a heartfelt pledge of loyalty. Aurora smiled brightly and said, Drag him over and seat him down. With a light jump, she leaped into the air and landed squarely on her chair with a thud. Following her words, the surrounding men grabbed the soldier. Hey, what's going on? Shut up and sit down, you punk. Aurora laughed as she spoke, and soon the soldier was seated across from her. It's a bet. If you don't like it, back out. If the person you pick beats me, you'll get 3 gold coins. If I win, you'll lead the charge in the next monster wave. What? Leading the charge against a monster wave, a surge of creatures pouring out from the labyrinth, might as well have been a death sentence. Her words drew hearty laughter from the crowd. The soldier regretted not joining the fight when Jack the Blade had asked him last time. Of course, even if he got the chance again, he wouldn't go. He loved a woman who worked the alleys for a living, dreaming of taking her away and marrying her someday. What did it matter if she'd sold her body? Now she offered herself only to him, and that was enough. Come on, man. You only die once, not twice. Besides, don't you want to marry Rowena? Didn't you say you were broke? Aurora's words spurred him on, and the surrounding jeers followed. Just do it already. If you're too scared, give up on Rowena. Flustered, the soldier shouted back, Shut up! He turned serious, then cautiously asked, Are you going to pick someone from the Knight Order? Nope. Aurora shook her head. You're not stepping in yourself, Lady Aurora. Absolutely not. Aurora's head bobbed vertically this time. The soldier pretended to think deeply, but had clearly already made up his mind. Encrid could tell. Still, he acted hesitant, as if deliberating hard. Some people were just naturally like that. Not that it made him seem bad. In a way, he was amusingly transparent. His thoughts were plain to see. Aurora folded her arms, smirking, and waited. I'll ask Sir Oliver to represent me. His choice prompted jeers from some of the soldiers. Encrid spotted a man with arms twice as thick as the others. Though short in stature, his stocky frame and thick jaw gave him a powerful appearance. Smaller than Aurora in height, but renowned as the strongest in arm wrestling at 1,000 stone. A squire of the Knight Order, Oliver. Is that allowed? The soldier hesitated, gauging reactions. He was clearly aware of the rules and cautious about his choice of a squire. Aurora reeved him off. I accept the challenge. Now, who should I pick? Feigning contemplation, Aurora scanned the crowd dramatically. Oliver patted the soldier's shoulder and took a seat, his physique radiating raw, innate strength. Aurora rested her chin in her hand as if deep in thought, then turned to Oliver. Oliver, you'll throw the match, right? I won't lose. His immediate response earned a decisive nod from Aurora. My champion is you. Come on. Her finger pointed right past Ashia, to Encrid. Me? Negan. Watching the spectacle, Encrid blinked, then asked. Unperturbed by his interruption, O'Ara declared, "Or should I send Aishia? Look at those delicate wrists of hers." Apparently, she had a habit of mocking others' wrists. "If you're scared, you can back out. You might get hurt," Oliver said. Despite his polite tone, his expression radiated a fierce competitiveness. Encrid stared at him briefly before stepping forward. O'Ara grinned and moved aside. Encrid took his seat, meeting Oliver's gaze. "Don't worry. You won't get hurt." "Oh, I mean you, not me. I'll go easy on you. Go easy." Oliver's face hardened at the provocation. "I meant, I'll make sure you don't get hurt." Encrid's words were calm, yet taunting. "Is that so?" Oliver's expression tightened, veins bulging prominently across his forehead. His arms were equally thick, his veins looking ready to burst. Encrid rolled up his sleeves, revealing lean but solid muscles honed through the isolation technique. Though not as thick as Oliver's, they were compact, compressed through Audin's rigorous teachings. "Place your bets," O'Ara shouted. It was time for the match. Spectators swarmed in, those training nearby idlers, even gamblers abandoning their dice. Still, betting on Oliver seems like the smart choice, right? His opponent's a semi-knight, though, the Demon Slayer. You're clueless. Even Lady Aura said Oliver's strength is unmatched. So, you don't know, Sir Oliver? Bets began piling in favor of Oliver. Encrid, however, remained indifferent. Someone placed a tankard of beer next to them. The pewter mug brimmed with golden liquid, topped with frothy foam. Oliver took a hearty swig, exhaled deeply, and then rested his elbow firmly on the table. Thud. Visually, he resembled a stone golem shaped into human form by some crazed mage. Encrid grabbed his own mug and drank. It was bitter yet fragrant, a refreshing and satisfying beer. After finishing his drink, Encrid mirrored Oliver, placing his arm on the table and clasping his hand. It truly felt like gripping the arm of a stone golem, unbelievably solid and heavy. Oliver met Encrid's gaze, but Encrid lowered his eyes, reflecting inwardly and focusing. Was it a lack of competitiveness that made him willing to lose? A carefree disposition, or humility? Quite the opposite. Encrid was the type of person who latched onto a challenge until he won. In short, he abhorred losing. However, he used all his strength and willpower to ensure victory in the next battle. If winning were possible now, he wouldn't entertain the idea of defeat for a second. As the noise around them quieted, O'Ara gave the signal. Begin. Both Oliver and Encrid exerted their strength simultaneously. Crack. The table groaned but held together. Oliver's strength could easily be described as monstrous. His grip alone might justify the claim that he could crush a demon's hand. However, sitting across from him was a man who had trained in the isolation technique under beings far stronger than Oliver. Encrid unleashed the full force of his will, channeling it to his muscles in an explosive surge. It had been rare in his life to exert himself to this degree. Giant strike. He employed a technique learned through swordsmanship, or as Rem would call it, the strength of a giant using every ounce of effort. Grrr! Oliver let out a groan, something between a growl and a whimper. Creak-gato. The table trembled, cracks spreading across its sturdy wooden surface. Oliver's arm started to tilt slightly to one side. Snap! The table finally gave way, the section under Oliver's elbow collapsing. Even with the table's support compromised, Oliver struggled to hold on. Is it a draw? A soldier muttered. Encrid stopped at that moment. Oliver steadied his breathing. After holding out for a while, he relaxed his grip. I lost, Oliver declared. No. A soldier, a man apparently close to Rowena, let out a wail of despair. Yet those who had lost their bets burst into laughter, cheering enthusiastically instead. Wow, impressive strength. Hey, big guy, is your stamina as impressive at night? Several soldiers cracked jokes, and someone retorted, "What good would it do you to know? The soldier deserves another chance. How about a drinking contest this time?" O'Ara extended a hand of salvation to the despondent soldier, though it was unclear whether it was angelic or devilish. "Let's do it." The soldier, full of determination, squared his shoulders. Encrid nodded approvingly, deciding there was no harm in fully embracing the camaraderie for one night. Strong spirits were brought forth. Encrid drank the unnamed liquor. By his fourth glass, the soldier's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed, shouting, "I love you, Rowena!" The soldiers roared with laughter. Encrid set down his glass, smirking. Next. He had no intention of losing this challenge either. "I'm up," Oliver declared, only to pass out after a single glass. Strong in body but weak to alcohol. Aura downed her drink, as did Aishia, who opted for a light fruit wine. Nearby, some soldiers started gambling with dice, while others began swapping bawdy tales. Encrid overheard two women making particularly risque jokes and silently marveled at their audacity. Even Ram eventually joined in. "Why am I the only one left out of the fun?" he complained, blending into the lively crowd. Soon, Aluagarn and Dunbakel also joined, turning the tavern's front into a bustling carnival. "Enjoying yourself?" O'Ara asked. Encrid, already tipsy, replied, "It's heartwarming." And he meant it. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the town, the soldiers chatted loudly. Some on duty cursed under their breath, "Damn it, why's everyone so lively today? Unlucky bastards." Others jeered in response. One commander lamented his woes to O'Ara, and a squad leader awkwardly tried to balance praising Encrid with not offending O'Ara. One soldier confessed love at first sight to Ashia, and promptly got pummeled for it. It was a truly vibrant scene. As twilight gave way to night, O'Ara wandered among the soldiers, listening to their grievances while drinking. At one point, she left briefly and returned with a large log to replace the broken table. "Fetch a plane." Her carpentry was rudimentary at best, so a petite female squire from the nearby lodge took over, skillfully crafting a new tabletop. The night continued with laughter and revelry. "I like this town," O'Ara declared drunkenly. Encrid, who had spent several days here, agreed. This was a garrison where deserters were common, yet those who remained genuinely loved the place. A final bastion guarding the frontier. Impressive, isn't it? Pride radiated from them. "If we fall, the towns behind us will be destroyed. Do you know that? If the Maelstrom expands its territory, this entire region is doomed." They spoke with a deep sense of duty. "This is my job, so I do it. What's the problem with that?" Their commitment was unwavering. Living on the Maelstrom's border meant constant danger, but it also cultivated mental and physical resilience. "Ah, this is great," O'Ara shouted, clinking her glass with Encrid's. The alcohol-fueled night passed, and Encrid returned to his lodging to sleep. Riem, who had joined the drinking midway, was already snoring. Aluagarn, who had indulged in a special bug-based dish alongside the drinks, remarked, "Exquisite, clearly satisfied." Dunbakel, meanwhile, was curled up in a corner, softly snoring. Encrid closed his eyes. In his dream, the ferryman asked, "Having fun?" It was 100 times more unsettling than forewarnings of impending doom. Just as Encrid was about to respond, he woke up. The same routine greeted him, warming up and working up a sweat outside. Aluagarn soon joined him, followed later by Dunbakel. "Do you even sleep?" By noon, O'Ara arrived again, clad similarly to the previous day but carrying a long, slender sword. "Rest days over," she announced. It was a welcome change of pace. Chapter 446. Milio's Dream. What is swordsmanship? After the sparring session, O'Ara posed the question, They were standing in a courtyard that hardly deserved to be called a training ground. Encrid knelt on one knee, clutching his abdomen. He had dodged a vertical slash and a subsequent thrust. These were techniques he had seen many times before. With his sense of evasion, avoiding them wasn't too difficult. He evaded the swordplay, but Aura immediately closed the gap and struck his abdomen with her palm. The impact pierced through his guts and seemed to blast out his back. It was a relief he hadn't coughed up blood. Although her attack was imbued with will, the movement itself was remarkably simple. Nothing more, nothing less. What must you do to subdue your opponent? Think about it. Encrid nodded. Saluting her with military courtesy, he watched as Aura smiled brightly and departed. Her words echoed in his mind, but they didn't resonate deeply. Aura returned the following day. Don't tell me you didn't understand what I said. Strange, your body should have responded by now. The knight with chestnut-colored hair tilted her head in puzzlement, then continued as if dismissing the issue. Don't you think you know too much? Any vessel overflows when filled to the brim, and the excess is wasted. Undrinkable, even. Is that a problem? Swing only as much as needed, when needed. That's all there is to it. Keep that in mind. While her words didn't strike Encrid with the force of sudden enlightenment, he understood her point. Too much knowledge is a hindrance. Aurora reiterated her advice another time. Technically, you have more than enough. Discard what you don't need. She was firm, and Encrid contemplated her words. They might be exactly what he needed to hear. Even so, something held him back. Why? He wasn't sure, it was just a feeling. He didn't like it. While brooding over this, his gaze fell on Rem, who was meticulously sharpening his axe. Shirk. The sound of the whetstone against the blade rang clear, a pristine note. Beads of sweat dotted Rem's forehead. His focus was absolute, a rare sight. He appeared far more dedicated than when teasing Ragnar or harassing the soldiers. Shirk. The sound had been a constant in recent days, echoing in Encrid's ears. Can't you see I'm busy? Without even looking up, Rem responded. Encrid stood where his shadow cast over Rem's head, blocking the sunlight. Am I greedy? Shirk. Shown. Rem pressed the whetstone against the blade and repeated the motion. Is that even a question? His tone was nonchalant, as if the answer was obvious. To Encrid, it sounded less like a response and more like a suggestion to drop the matter. Sitting beside him, Encrid unsheathed Akka, Ember, and Gladius. He began oiling the blades with flaxseed oil, polishing them until they gleamed in the sunlight. Nearby, Dunbakel exhaled through her nose, engrossed in her muscle training. Aluagarn swung her loop sword and whip, honing her senses. She claimed to be preparing to demonstrate a frog's fighting style, a prospect that intrigued him. He cleaned his swords and counted his whistle daggers. 3 remained. He sharpened them, inspected his throwing axes and round shield, and checked for any damage caused by the humid air. Finally, he spent his spare time practicing his swordsmanship. That evening, he joined the team in exterminating the remaining colony. The last threats were ghouls, a rare sight outside the demon borderlands. These ghouls spat bodily fluids that no one wanted to get hit by. Their saliva corroded metal and emitted smoke upon contact. Aluagarn handled them effortlessly. From 3 steps away, she wrapped her whip around their necks and snapped them. The frogs were indeed a combat race, and Aluagarn proved it. With this, the colony's done, said Dunbakel, clearly eager to leave. Encrid ignored her. Returning to camp, they enjoyed a quiet evening in the life of Thousand Stone. During this time, Aurora left the city only once, returning covered in black blood. Spiders were gathering. I dealt with them, she said casually, as though it were a light warm-up. Thanks to you, my handsome little genius, I didn't need to worry about the rear. You've made preemptive action possible. A knight capable of slaying 1,000 on her own, she had gone out alone, and slaughtered dozens of monsters as though on a stroll. Accompanying her were two familiar figures, a large man and a petite woman, both semi-knights. "Not as handsome as me, but your skills are commendable," said the man. "You can ignore whatever he says," added the woman. Encrid observed the two. They were far from ordinary. Along with Oliver of the Order, they were among the best. Behind them, Oliver gave him a knowing nod. Encrid thought of them as honest, straightforward people. None hesitated to express their thoughts or jokes. If Shinar had been here, it might have been fun. Shinar, too, enjoyed a good joke. During this time, Isia had been overseeing city security. With no threats, there wasn't much to do. After her trip, Aurora spent 2 days inside her home, for reasons unknown. Meanwhile, Encrid sparred with some soldiers. A few uneventful days passed, until one evening when the sun dipped and the horizon blushed with twilight. This was the hour when shapes blurred, and it was hard to distinguish a dog from a wolf. The sound of insects buzzed faintly as meat skewers sizzled over Dunbakel's campfire. Rem sprinkled salt and spices over the meat, while Aluagarn happily chewed on bugs, puffing her cheeks in delight. Aurora appeared again, sparring with Encrid once more. "At the end," she remarked. "This is refreshing. Is it? You're stubborn, aren't you?" "I'd call it resolute. Stubborn," she concluded. Rem burst into laughter, interjecting, "She reads people well." "I agree," said Aluagarn. Dunbakel opened her mouth to speak, but catching Encrid's gaze, opted instead to chew her food. Crunch! She ate with remarkable gusto. Encrid didn't bother defending himself. He wasn't stubborn. He was steadfast. There was no need for external validation. "Your eyes give you away. You're a maniac," said Aurora. If she hadn't been a knight, her words might have earned her a beating. Rem laughed even harder, his voice booming. "That's true." Encrid made a mental note to ask what had amused him so much. As Aurora walked away, taking a skewer of meat with her, she gave him a thumbs up for the excellent roasting. The entire conversation had taken place after their sparring session. At the end of it, Encrid was lying flat on the ground. It hadn't been bad at all. "Not bad," said Aluagarn, puffing her cheeks lightly, a gesture he assumed. "If that surprises you, you'll be surprised 12 times a day teaching rookies," quipped Rem, now calm. His words seemed to hold more meaning, prompting Aluagarn to react. "What's so surprising?" The question was asked with genuine curiosity. "Because a madman always chooses to do mad things," Rem replied, gazing at the stars as if he were a sage imparting wisdom. In that moment, he seemed like someone who had reached profound enlightenment. Of course, it was nonsense. Encrid still wasn't entirely on board with Aurora's advice to discard complexity and chaos. Must one abandon the very things that safeguarded their life in order to progress? He questioned himself and then answered himself. No, he didn't want to. So instead of discarding, he embraced it. To be precise, he integrated it. He had done it once before and had naturally used the technique several times since, so it wasn't particularly difficult. The starting point was what he had learned from Jaxon. The sense of evasion, the realm of intuition, the sense of attack. All of it focused on honing perception. Jaxon referred to it as sensory skills. Had Jaxon separated these techniques when he used them? No, he hadn't. His movements were seamless. So why couldn't Encrid achieve the same? He simply shifted his perspective, and then he realized it. Everyone had dismissed Encrid as someone with mediocre talent, and even he hadn't repeated the day's success. But he had done it. He had achieved it. Encrid took pride in that accomplishment. It was unfortunate that it didn't work perfectly against Aura just yet. It's still unrefined, Ram advised, pulling out his axe and whetstone after finishing his meal. You'll wear that axe blade down at this rate. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on it. What? Do you take me for a fool who gets lost easily? Recently, the person Rem harbored the most animosity toward was Ragnar. The teasing over Ragnar's promotion to knight was the biggest reason. Ragnar, for his part, teased Rem incessantly, as if to show that Rem had been under him for a reason. Savage, that's not how you eat. Proper dining manners will improve your skills. Hold the fork properly. Even during meals, it was like this. Enough said. Attack like a storm, defend like an unyielding mountain, Aurora had imparted during one of her lessons. And one afternoon, she asked him again, "You intend to become a knight?" "Yes," Encrid replied, lowering his sword. Strength had yet to return to his left arm, numb from an attack imbued with will that Aura called a grip. If the mercenary King's Bull attacks added weight to his strikes, Aurora's sword made his arm muscles tingle with just a brush. Of course, the sensation soon subsided. The unyielding will began to push out the will Aura had imbued. Seeing this, Aurora looked slightly surprised. "You're doing something curious, aren't you?" That was the look in her eyes. And then she asked the question, "Do you want to be a knight?" "Not a shadow of doubt," he replied. "Good. You have a fine face and a commendable resolve. Then let me offer you some advice." "I'll gladly accept it," he said with a steady tone, though his eyes gleamed with eager. Aurora liked those blue eyes. She wouldn't have spent time sparring with him otherwise. Was it because she liked him as a man? While his looks were appealing, it was more about the fire in his actions, the way he stirred the hearts of those around him. "If you want to be a knight, first define the scope of what you'll protect." She spoke with the sun at her back, shadows casting over her face, but her smile was still vividly visible. Was she beautiful? Did she have striking features, a graceful jawline? If it was purely about looks, Shinar, with her inhuman beauty, outshone her. Esther, with her mysterious aura, was superior. For human beauty, the lady from the Marquisate of Bazar was remarkable. Kin, was it? She would likely explode in anger if she knew Encrid had forgotten her name again. She radiated vitality. In terms of vitality, Dunbakel too was lively, though her unwashed odor was another story. Teresa had a dependable, calming presence. Yet O'Ara stood apart from them all. The allure she exuded wasn't one of mere femininity. "I wish to be arrogant, but I'm bound here. To this city, to those behind me. That's my scope. A knight's conviction is forged by their will. That conviction becomes both their restraint and their oath. As long as I stand, this city will not fall. I won't allow the demon realm to approach." O'Ara smiled, a smile that earned her nickname as a knight. Her epithet was peculiar. Aishia had explained to Encrid why Aura was called that. Because she never lost her smile, no matter the situation. Though it wasn't a question, Encrid already had his answer. So he answered, "The scope of what I protect is everything I see and everything I feel I must." Aurora blinked, caught in the light drizzle that began to fall as she stood with her back to the sun. Her smile faded slightly before broadening again. "You're utterly insane, aren't you?" "Am I?" "That's far too arrogant. But, well, do as you please." That was already his plan. "Now that the job's done, you're free to leave, Encrid of Border Guard. This place weighs on me, so I'll stay longer. That's not something I can stop." Aurora vanished in a flash. Encrid, watching the rain cool the earth, packed up his gear and returned indoors. Still sharpening his axe, came into view. The next day, a familiar soldier approached Encrid amidst a group of troops. "Milio, sir." "In case you've forgotten," the soldier introduced himself. He had a solid, grounded demeanor rather than a sharp one. He had guided Encrid around the city after Aishia and expressed a desire to learn from him. "I've been busy with no days off, but I'm here now to ask for your guidance." And so, Encrid obliged by beating him senseless. Milio returned the next day, and the day after that. The rain continued for 2 days, and Milio tirelessly rolled in the mud, his face covered in dirt. By the time the rain stopped, the air around them felt heavier, as if something unseen loomed. At dawn, when the rain ceased, Milio visited early. "I have duty during the day, so I came now," he explained. Milio wasn't the only one seeking Encrid out. Other soldiers, many of them skilled, also came to him. Observing this, Encrid realized something. Overstaffed troops. The place housed a knight, 2 junior knights, and 4 squires. Even excluding Aishia and his companions, this was a formidable gathering. All of them were as skilled as junior knights. The soldiers, hardened by relentless battles, were no less capable than border guard troops. While the border guard primarily fought Aspen, these forces defended against incursions from the demon realm, shaping them into elite fighters. Their numbers were modest but sufficient. It wasn't an overconcentration of troops. It was evidence of the danger this place faced. That's why he didn't want to leave. Moreover, each soldier bore a sense of purpose, duty, responsibility, and mission. Milio, however, stood out. "What's your goal?" Encrid asked him. Milio blushed slightly, scratching his cheek before answering. "To marry Dame Orar." The man had an audacious dream. At 25, though he looked 35, he aspired to wed a knight at least a decade his senior. But Encrid supported him. His own dreams were absurd. Why not cheer for someone else's impossible goal? "Good luck. I'll do my best." 2 days later, something else unfolded. Chapter 447, Shivers Down My Spine, Enki. It's a Wave. It was the afternoon, still some time before the sun would set. At Ashia's almost commanding words, Encrid relaxed his grip on the sword in his hand. Aluagarn had just finished untying the whip fastened at her waist, saying she'd informed them about the frog's techniques. "Let's go." "It's not something you get to see every day," Aluagarn said, rewrapping the whip around her waist. Encrid agreed, and the rest followed. "We're off to that cursed place." "Cursed, cursed, cursed, cursed!" Rem hummed a bizarre tune as he followed along, while Dunbakel reluctantly dragged her feet, muttering under her breath, "Guess we have to. Damn demon grounds." "So exciting," she said with all the enthusiasm of someone trudging to their doom. As they walked briskly toward the northwest part of the city, Encrid recalled a scene from the battlefield of Aspen. A squire knight in a crimson cape had once dashed past him, leaving his heart pounding in awe. This time, however, it wasn't a junior knight, but a full-fledged knight. And it wasn't a sparring session. It was the real deal. To say he wasn't looking forward to it would have been a lie. Soon, they arrived at the west gate. It was a pair of massive doors carved entirely out of stone. Craftsmanship was so intricate that it left Encrid wondering how it had been done. About 30 soldiers had gathered, all armed with longbows, lined up along the walls. "Here you are. Never seen a gate like this before, have you?" Oara greeted Encrid with a smile in front of the closed gate. "Did you carve it yourself?" "No, my grandfather did," she replied, her tone hinting at a story untold. "One for another time. Hey, man on a Rowena, show your guts." A shout echoed from outside the gate. "Open it," Oara ordered the 4 burly soldiers standing by. Then, giving Encrid a playful nudge on the arm, she added, "Today just watch from the wall. Trust me, you'll witness the miracle of one man's devotion." Encrid complied, ascending the stone stairs leading up the wall. The staircase, built from stacked bricks, had a railing on the outer side that reached chest height. As he climbed, Encrid noticed the railing was free of dust, evidence of its frequent use. Oh, looks like a public execution." Rem's amused comment came as he trailed behind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Is that supposed to be entertaining?" For once, Dunbakel's tone carried a trace of irritation. A rare display of negative emotion from someone who would typically rather feign injury after being clobbered by M than show such feelings. Encrid, aware that the scene before them likely touched a nerve in Dunbakel, decided to let it go. It was something she'd have to process on her own. "Of course it is," Rem chuckled. Dunbakel fell silent, her lips pouting slightly in annoyance. Aluagarn, meanwhile, chewed on dried insects without a word. Seeing her relish such delicacies, peculiar to the demon-infested areas, brought a strange warmth to Encrid. He thought he wouldn't mind slipping the tavern owner a few more silver coins to procure more for her. Crunch. I'd die. These are mal. Storm. Draw. Bring me joy. Chomp. Aluagarn's long tongue darted out, wrapping around an insect and swallowing it whole. Even her peculiar eating habits seemed almost endearing to Encrid now. "Is that good? Want one?" Aluagarn replied, holding out her palm, where a white grub wiggled atop her slimy skin. Rem declined. Encrid shifted his gaze along the wall to the right. On the opposite wall he spotted Asia ascending as well. Their eyes met briefly, and Aisha motioned ahead with her chin, as if to say, "Just watch." Encrid glanced at her once more before looking away. "Ha ha!" A shout rang from beyond the gate. It was someone's war cry. "Ho ha!" The soldiers flanking the voice joined in, chanting in unison. "Thud!" The soldiers on the wall, armed with longbows, stomped their feet in time with the chant. "Damn it! I said I'd do it, so I'll do it!" The lone man of Rowena shouted with determination. Although the wave hadn't even begun, Encrid felt an ominous tingling sensation crawling over his skin. Beyond the wall lay a dense gray forest, its sinister aura permeating the air. The demon grounds, a place where the earth itself seemed tainted by the malice of the creatures that dwelled there. Directly outside the wall, the earth was a dull clay color, but it darkened as it stretched toward the forest, eventually becoming almost black near the tree line. The stench of decay wafted faintly through the air, carried from the depths of the forest. Mounds of earth rose like grave markers, signifying the edge of the forest. And then, the monsters began to emerge. "Gru-ha!" Their cries resonated through the ground, reverberating off the walls like the strike of a spear. Encrid's heightened senses made it appear as though he could see the sound itself crashing against the wall. It was a testament to how far his mastery of martial intuition had advanced. The monsters appeared grotesque. Creatures that walked on all fours, others with arms so long they dragged along the ground, mouths split wide open with drool dripping down, and some with two heads. Each bore long, jagged claws, with some having talons even longer than their claws. Those monsters used their hands to move while their feet barely touched the ground. Their flesh split open in places, revealing sinewy muscle beneath, a clear indication they were ghouls. These flesh-eating monstrosities existed solely to devour humans. Even the spitting ghoul from the colony before had been peculiar, but here, the abnormalities were overwhelming. Demon grounds allow monsters to evolve, Aluagarn had once said. The truth of her words unfolded before Encrid's eyes, and their numbers were staggering. In just a few moments, over 50 had emerged. Beyond the forest's grey trees, their numbers seemed limitless, hidden by the shadows within. Wave indeed. The ghouls now seemed like a gentle tide, but the moment they charged, they'd become a devastating flood. But these weren't ordinary ghouls. A typical ghoul might take 3 or 4 trained soldiers to subdue. If the soldiers are experienced, it may only take 2. But these? At least 10 experienced soldiers would be necessary to take on even one of these creatures. To face these head-on, a few soldiers would be torn apart instantly, Encrid thought grimly. One ghoul picked up a stone and crushed it effortlessly in its clawed grip. It was clear these monsters weren't something ordinary soldiers could handle. The sunlight seemed to dim as if the demon grounds themselves rejected it. Their unique gray trees and dark soil enhancing the ominous atmosphere. Fear crept in. Seeing hundreds of ghouls emerging from the forest, one couldn't help but feel dread. Grua! Their cries were like smoke rising from the depths, low, thick, and lingering. How could humanity stand against such terror? Encrid gripped his sword, determined to do his part. Ridiculous, Rem scoffed. Why are they holding a public execution? Dunbakel muttered, trying to avoid the reality before her. This is your first time seeing the ghouls of the demon grounds, and the warriors who fight them. Watch closely, Aluagarn said, her words relentless, as if she sought to teach until her final. It was as if she believed that without such resolve, even if one taught a single thing, the lesson would fail to leave any mark. They were right in front of the city wall. From behind Rowena's man, the wail of the ghouls from the depths received its reply. Oh! It was the same chant as before, a shout countering the soot rising from below. Laugh! The shout was followed by a cry, and the army atop the walls stomped the ground in unison. It was a declaration, embodying the mindset and conviction of those who opposed this land, this city, this demonic realm. Let's die with laughter. All of them belonged to the order of laughing knights. Aurora. And so they would die laughing. I love you, Rowena. The soldier standing at the forefront, having lost a bet, yelled out. Aurora honored their wages. Even words spoken lightly were upheld with sincerity. Knights, after all, are those who honor their spoken word. It is their oath. A will is born from conviction, and conviction begins with words spoken from one's mouth. A knight who fails to uphold their word cannot wield their will as it should be. A roar swept the ground as ghouls clad in soot charged forward. Their blackened eyes shredded through light, and their greedy tongues darted about, searching for crimson blood and tender flesh. Wah! To Encrid, Rowena's man appeared to have skill exceeding even a seasoned upper-tier soldier in the border guard. He could undoubtedly prove himself at the outskirts of Martai's defensive forces, but holding back the tide of monsters alone was beyond him. Even so, he didn't back down. Though Encrid could not see the soldier's face from the wall, the voice of what was presumed to be Rowena rang clear. If you make it back alive, fine. I'll marry you. Hearing that bold declaration, Encrid could easily imagine the expression on the man's face. He must have been smiling. Even in death, he would die laughing. Are you going? Rem's question came as Encrid placed a hand on the wall. Probably. He would act as he pleased. That was how Encrid lived. And so that soldier wouldn't die today. Encrid gripped the wall with strength. Though it was high and his body heavily burdened, leaping down wouldn't be impossible. No need, Rem said, gesturing with his eyes. Someone had already rushed forward from behind Rowena's man. It wasn't a nimble leap, but a heavy, deliberate sprint. Thud, thud. Each stomp propelled him faster, his body surpassing Rowena's man and drawing a long arc until he reached the front of the ghouls. Despite his weighty movements, he was faster than the ghouls, charging on all fours, their claws scraping the ground. It was the exact moment Rowena's man clashed with the first ghoul. I love you, Rowena. Even with his final breath, the soldier made a confession, thrusting his spear with precision. He had no time to worry about whoever was coming from behind. All his focus was on slaying the ghoul. The spear's technique was commendable. Thwack! The spear pierced upward into the ghoul's skull. Calm and steady, the thrust hit true. The soldier tried to pull the spear out but gave up, instead grabbing another one planted in the ground nearby. It was then that he realized someone had charged forward from behind him. You started well, shouted the figure. From the wall, Encrid recognized the man's familiar movements. It was Squire Oliver. Oliver the Hex Mace. A shout came from one of the soldiers. Oliver. A man with an alias now lived up to it. 6 ghouls had advanced, One was killed by the soldier, leaving 5. Oliver wielded a long rod with a hexagonal steel head at its end. He adjusted his pace, slowing slightly, before accelerating again to throw off the ghoul's timing. A brilliant tactic. Oliver swung his mace. Thump, crash, splatter. It sounded like fireworks exploding. The mace smashed through ghoul skulls, sending black blood and fragments of bone flying into the air. Oliver wasn't alone. The bet's over. Fall back. He pushed Rowena's man back. There were 4 squires at 1,000 stone, all as capable as semi-knights in their own right. While not quite at a knight's level, they were formidable combatants. Following Oliver, the other 3 squires advanced, wielding similar weapons. One carried a flail with a spiked iron bowl attached by chains. Another bore a morning star, lacking chains but equally brutal. The last wielded a long-handled warhammer. The 4 squires formed a front line, advancing and swinging their weapons. Crunch, crack, splat. Bones shattered, blood sprayed. Amidst the battlefield's chaos, the 4 squires shouted in unison, "Let's die with laughter." Encrid recalled the sight of sprinting knight trainees he had seen in Aspen's war. These 4 too wore red capes. The sight sent a tingling sensation through his skin, as thrilling as those charges he remembered. Orara's instruction to merely observe felt almost cruel. Not that Encrid couldn't have ignored it and joined the fray. But there was neither time nor opportunity. "Let's go." Orara moved first, flanked by the 2 semi-knights. "Excited, aren't they?" Rem muttered. He too must have felt the itch to act. Dunbakel remained by the wall, retreating slightly. The 2 semi-knights wielded heavy weapons. One used a thick sword-like club that could barely be called a blade. It lacked a guard, but the long, hefty iron bar served its purpose. He swung it like a wooden sword, though it was far from one. Bang! With a single strike, 3 or 4 ghouls were torn apart, their bodies exploding. The short-haired squire fought in stark contrast, silently flitting between ghouls, using daggers or piercing strikes with an awl-like blade. Though less destructive, her lethality was comparable. Guttural cries from the ghouls turned to screams as green smoke seeped from their nostrils, blood streaming down their faces. One by one they collapsed, their heads slamming into the ground. "Well, well," muttered Rem, clearly recognizing something. And then there was Knight Orara. From within the ghoul wave emerged a ghoulra, its sagging chest marking it as female, and its stature indicating it was the leader. The ghoulra extended an elongated arm toward Ora. The limbs stretched like a tentacle, slicing through the air faster than the eye could follow. Even from the wall, its speed was startling. Had it occurred up close, reacting would have been impossible. Such a monster could easily overpower a single squire. The battlefield path carved through hundreds of ghouls by the 4 squires, and 2 junior knights suddenly became the stage for Ora's intervention. The ghoulra's arms stretched, and in that instant, Encrid saw Ora step forward. Her sword swung upward diagonally, cutting through the elongated limb. But her movement didn't end there. It was a simple straight line, connecting 2 points, where she stood and the monster several paces ahead. Encrid had seen such strikes before, but had never executed one with such finesse. Orara created a point where she stood, drew another point over the monster, and simply connected them with her blade. Slash! Ora left after Mages. The moment her feet kicked off, the instant her blade severed the ghoulra's arm, and finally, when she split its body from chest to head, raising her sword skyward. Not so fast. Orara spoke. The ghoulra died, and it sent shivers down Encrid's spine. Chapter 448. A lucky day it was just a light wave. Those were Ora's words upon returning after slaying a ghouла. The eerie cries of ghouls, as though they had emerged from the depths. The overwhelming presence that made one's head spin at the mere sight. and the ghastly figure of the Gula with its elongated limbs. For an ordinary person, panic would have been inevitable. Yet, Encrid couldn't deny Aura's assessment. 4 squires, 2 junior knights, and 1 knight. This force demonstrated overwhelming combat power. Encrid had also noticed something else: the tactical structure of this city. Use squires and junior knights as the wall, with knights intercepting the enemy. A simple yet efficient strategy that clearly defined the roles of shield and spear. The remaining soldiers focused entirely on ranged attacks. The soldiers atop the city walls carried longbows crafted from the bones of magical beasts. High-quality weapons. They resembled turtles, sticking their heads out from their protective shells, the city walls. The turtle risked its safety to fire arrows, leaving the knights to finish the rest. Hadn't they just proven the effectiveness of this tactic? Aura had taken down the Gula with a single stroke of her sword and leisurely returned. She hadn't bathed in black blood, nor had she traversed the battlefield in chaos. Yet, the few times she swung her sword while returning, a dozen ghouls lost their heads. Of course, no ghoul could reattach its severed head. Such a feat was beyond even trolls. These bastards, I'll wipe them out someday. I'll clear out the demon realm and plant orange trees there. Aurora spoke with a bright, mischievous smile, her upper teeth flashing. The ability to smile so purely while saying such things was a talent in itself. No wonder they call her Laughing Aura. A surviving soldier knelt inside the city gates, shouting in triumph, "I'm alive." Aura chuckled at the sight, as did the 4 squires and 2 junior knights. Laughter seemed to be their constant companion. Even Encrid smiled. It was enjoyable, and it left a lasting impression. "What amusing people," was Aluagarn's candid observation. "Well, it's nice to see," Rem agreed. "Are we going home now?" asked Dunbakel, ever evasive. Encrid heard it all but couldn't take his eyes off Aura and the people around. The wind ruffled a crimson cape, a symbol of the knightly order. Aura, its cornerstone, sensed his gaze and met it. Facing the wind, she spoke. "Next time, let's fight together." Encrid nodded. "Hey, the bread's burnt." Aura remained as lively and cheerful as ever. She strolled through the market, greeting people and munching on slightly overdone brown bread. Is she a fun person? I'm not sure. But one thing's certain. She's unpredictable. Aishia often came by to drop such remarks. "How about a sparring match? Don't think I'm the same Aishia as before. You'll regret it." Encrid almost responded reflexively, as if addressing Rem, but held his tongue. "What? Did you have something to say?" Aishia noticed his hesitation. "No," Encrid answered as he drew his sword. It was a simple sparring match to test what he had and refine his skills. If instincts could unite into one, couldn't other things as well? The heart of the beast, the heart of strength, the giant slayer, and the breath of unity. Rem had taught him a mountain of techniques. Had naming them been Rem's intent? Or was it for another purpose entirely? To teach, perhaps? That might have been it. Struggling to explain, Rem had likely started by naming and defining them. Looking at Rem, one thing became clear. Everything he taught emerged naturally from his body. Skills and techniques honed in the realm of instinct erupted on their own. Encrid had things that came naturally and things that didn't. He resolved to start by making everything flow naturally. "What are you staring at?" A barbarian from the western lands, suspected of madness, continued sharpening his axe blade. He was already on his 3rd whetstone. "And I'll keep swinging my sword. If strength was needed, he would use it. If boldness was required, he would embody it." Encrid spent his time combining all the things Aura had told him to discard. "You're choosing to walk your own path. That's not a bad thing." Aura didn't claim her words were the absolute truth. When 10 people gather, each has a unique hue. The same holds for 100. Knights were no exception. Ragnar was different, and so was the mercenary king. Naturally, Encrid himself would be as well. Perhaps this time spent refining what he had was exactly what he needed. It was dawn. Uncharacteristically, Rem was up before Encrid. As Encrid reviewed what he had learned, Rem spoke. Not bad. The darkest hour is just before dawn. Though the surroundings were pitch black, the air had grown cooler. Looking at the dim sky, Rem rested a hand on his waist and gazed at the fading stars. As the sun rises, stars vanish, along with the twin moons that had illuminated the night. Do you remember her, Akiora? Rem asked. Lowering his sword, Encrid nodded. A term for the dark morning, the darkest hour before dawn. Right. But it feels like those words apply to me now. What do you mean? I need to head west. To leave and then return? Or perhaps to find his place? Rem wasn't sure. Honestly, he felt he'd only know once he went. It wasn't as if he had left his homeland for any grand reason. There had been various events, of course, but claiming it was entirely unplanned would be a lie. If he had to name a reason, because it wasn't fun there, he had left in search of excitement. But this mad commander's side was fun. It still was. To Rem, this city was like a candle in the wind. A strong gust could snuff it out. Knights were the ones holding it steady. Why did they go to such lengths to protect this city? He didn't care to ask. Instead, Rem thought of his homeland and the people who stayed behind to protect it. He wanted to go back and ask them. The stray cat and the lost fool may have spurred him on, but independently, Rem felt it was time to revisit what he had left behind. His heart told him so. Do as you wish, Encrid said plainly. He was never one to cling to others. Damn it, let's spar. Just this once I'll humor you. Rem grinned as he lifted his well-sharpened axe. Even in the dim pre-dawn darkness, the axe blade glimmered faintly. Have you gotten worse from being near the demon realm? Then I suppose you need treatment. Encrid raised his sword in response. Rem found Encrid's provocations oddly endearing. If running your mouth were the standard, you'd be the continent's best captain. All right, let's heal then. The healing resembled the persuasion Encrid often practiced. It involved slight contact at the least, and if necessary, even drawing a small amount of blood with a blade could be part of the process, like lancing a boil to release its pus. Rem figured the same principle applied to Encrid's thick skull. When I say shut your mouth, I mean it, Rem remarked. To Encrid, the axe seemed to vanish from view only to reappear descending toward his head. Thud! Of course he blocked it. It was a simple sparring match. However, Encrid appeared to have regressed. He was in the process of mixing and consolidating what he had rather than using it all outright. Like dough needing time to rise for the perfect loaf, Encrid needed time. Rem understood this but pressed him relentlessly, knowing that survival instincts often lead to improvement. Still, progress was painstakingly slow. You're disgustingly slow, Rem grumbled, as always. Over the next few days, Encrid alternated between sparring with Rem, Aluagarn, and Aishia. Milio's dreams persisted, and occasionally he sought out Encrid. Don't give up, soldier, no matter what others say. Do I really seem so hopeless? At times, Milio's earnest encouragement was met with sulky reactions, but he was as persistent as ever. Encrid also spent time walking around Aurora, and even sparred lightly with some of the city's junior knights, not Aishia but others. I don't do sparring, said a short-haired blonde knight. Her techniques weren't suited for sparring, leaving only the burly man as an option. This thing is for smashing and breaking, the man declared, pulling out a grey cudgel. Its handle resembled a greatsword's but was thicker, fitting his massive hands even larger than Audin's. Everyone here seems to have a nickname, Encrid remarked while gauging the distance. Yeah, some are for morale. But for you, I bet you understand. A will becomes a concept that can embody one's essence. What's yours, then? People call me Roman the Crusher. Internally, Encrid considered nicknames for his comrades. Audin, the Praying One. Jaxon, the Sneaky Wildcat Dotchgo. Ragnar, the Lost Wanderer. Rem, the Unhinged Berserker. All quite fitting. All right, let's begin. From Roman's movements, Encrid noticed something peculiar. Every action was clumsy, full of openings. Roman's entire style was tailored for fighting with heavy armor and specialized against monsters, yet it still felt lacking, as if a precise thrust could spill his blood in an instant. Fine. I'll take this seriously just once. Toward the end of their bout, Roman smiled, catching his breath, and swung downward with all his might. Whoosh! The cudgel disappeared. In that fleeting moment, Encrid saw flashes of Ragnar's lightning-strike sword, the bull of the mercenary king, and the aspen knight piercing his own heart. He even recalled Aurora slicing through Gula. Roman's downward strike reached a knight's realm. Encrid sharpened his focus and caught the cudgel's presence. If not for his countless encounters with Ragnar's strikes, he wouldn't have been able to follow it. The gray blur vanished briefly, then hurtled toward his shoulder. Encrid's sword moved. Clang! Crash! Even with Acker meeting the blow and Gladius supporting, deflecting the strike wasn't seamless. The force pushed Encrid back, forcing him to absorb the remaining impact. How was that? Roman asked, his face pale with exertion. What did you just do? Roman found himself liking Encrid, not just for his combat skill, but because he embodied the spirit of the Thousand Stone. Laugh today, even if you die tomorrow. Train hard, even if death awaits. That was the spirit Roman admired. So he showed Encrid something special, even if he wouldn't reveal its secrets. Not telling. Roman's reaction was refreshing to Encrid. Unlike those who readily divulged their methods, Roman treated him as a rival. Even the short-haired blonde's refusal to spar made sense now. Her techniques were lethal, and she wouldn't engage in sparring. She was certain to lose every time. Fair enough. Encrid wasn't disappointed. If anything, he smiled faintly. You're a bit of a freak, Roman quipped before leaving. Can't argue with that. Encrid caught Aluagarn agreeing in the background, but it didn't bother him. In their spar, Encrid had bested Roman, though not overwhelmingly. In a life-or-death fight, he reckoned he'd win 7 or 8 out of 10 times. However, that final strike Roman showed, that was a different level altogether. A knight's technique. How could that be? It was worth pondering. The next morning, Encrid woke feeling unusually light. His habits of eating well, sleeping soundly, and staying in shape paid off. But today felt exceptional. The sticky air near the demonic realm had cleared, and a refreshing breeze blew under a temperate sky. After training and eating, a soldier approached Encrid with freshly baked bread. This is the best I've made in years. The golden-crusted, soft-scented loaf emitted a warm aroma. Tearing it open and taking a bite revealed a perfect balance of savory and salty, with a subtle umami that made Encrid nod in approval. It really is excellent. I told you so, the soldier replied with a quiet smile before walking away. Later, Milio, armed for duty, approached. The weather's amazing. You should visit the Western Wall. The view's incredible. Is that so? Absolutely. Encrid took Milio's advice. From the wall, he saw the rising sun push back the ominous gray mist of the demonic realm, a rare and breathtaking sight. The sunlight shattered the fog, scattering it like waves breaking upon a shore. Quite a view. On his way back, he found a silver coin and enjoyed a day where everything, from food to training, felt just right. By evening, Aurora sought him out. Remember when I said my grandfather built the city gates? She did. Let's talk. It's a good day for it. What followed was a conversation that, while seemingly trivial, allowed them to understand each other better. Encrid thought it was a good use of time. Chapter 449. A dream of sweeping away the demonic realm. My grandfather carved this castle gate himself with a sword. Isn't it amazing? When O'Hara spoke, Encrid responded appropriately with a comment. Indeed. I miss my ex-husband. Out of nowhere, O'Hara often blurted out inexplicable things, giving the impression of being impulsive. From her actions so far, she didn't seem like a particularly calculated person. If I just kill that bastard ex-husband of mine, this demonic realm will be over. Though it was a puzzling statement, Encrid received it calmly. After all, his experience dealing with people like Rem hadn't gone to waste. Does your ex-husband live in the demonic realm? At that calm question, O'Hara laughed heartily. She'd never met someone who replied like that before. Oh no, it's just someone with the same name. At some point, Roman approached, carrying a liquor bottle and a metal cup. Drinks started making the rounds. What's this? What are you drinking? Give me some. Rem appeared. Go ahead. O'Hara nodded in approval. Uncharacteristically, the barbarian from the west wetted his lips and quietly listened. Most of the conversation was led by O'Hara. They sat haphazardly, using a tree stump as a table. Perhaps because of the pleasant weather, there wasn't anything to feel uncomfortable about. The breeze was cool, and the liquor was pleasantly mild. The only snack was jerky, but it wasn't bad. His name's Jerix. After hearing the full explanation, Encrid thought it was quite the eccentric hobby. Why give a name to a monster living in the demonic realm? Not that it was his place to comment, so he refrained from adding any sarcasm. It happened during Aura's days as a squire. She had fallen in love with a man and hoped to marry him, living closely together. But one day, the man succumbed to his wanderlust and left. He had been a strikingly handsome bard, Aura said with pride. Encrid resisted the urge to ask if that was something to boast about. Men should look like me. Roman chimed in, and Rem nodded in agreement. However, O'Hara paid them no mind. It's because of that bastard I became a knight. If heartbreak alone could make someone a knight, Encrid thought he wouldn't mind enduring 1,000 breakups. Of course, O'Hara's path to knighthood couldn't have been solely because of her foolish fiancé. Rumors said Jarek had gone on to leave dozens of women heartbroken wherever he wandered. The conversation continued for a bit longer, punctuated by quiet moments when they emptied their cups. The liquor wasn't particularly strong, just right for a relaxing drink. After days of humidity, the crisp night breeze, the majestic castle walls seen earlier in the morning, the stories, the drinks, everything came together to create a perfect evening. Before I die, I'm going to wipe out that demonic realm. O'Hara's sudden declaration struck a chord with Encrid. Even if she were to die, she seemed determined to rid the world of the demonic realm before that happened. Interpreting it in his own way, Encrid thought her words carried a peculiar depth. Then O'Hara dusted herself off and stood up. Good night. With those words, the two junior knights departed. Don't you think she looks like she might charge into the demonic realm any minute now? Rem had a sharp eye for such things, and seemed to sense the same feeling Encrid did. She does. But could the demonic realm be dealt with so easily? Just by closing it off? Killing the central monster would end it? Would defeating that monster really be that simple? Unlikely. If it were that easy, someone would have already armed themselves, entered the demonic realm, and slain the monster. O'Hara seemed to be waiting for the right moment, and perhaps she was hoping that moment would come soon. But that wasn't something Encrid needed to dwell on now. He, too, dusted himself off, brushing away the dirt before heading to the well beside the house they used as lodgings. There, he quickly washed up. When he returned, he saw Dunbakel lying on the bed, having not bathed in days. Her boots, caked in dirt, and her disheveled clothes stood out starkly. She had stripped down completely, wrapping herself in only a thin blanket. Sensing his gaze, Dunbakel opened her eyes. "Want to hold me? Shall I wash you instead? I'm asleep. I'm already asleep." Dunbakel spoke with her eyes tightly shut. Since it had been a good day, Encrid decided to postpone any further nagging until tomorrow. It was a fortunate thing for Dunbakel. "You seem to be in a good mood." Aluagarn, who had become an expert at reading Encrid's expressions, commented. She was settling down on her bed after finishing her meditation. Aluagarn prayed to the frog deity every few days, and today must have been one of those days. Otherwise, she might have joined them for a drink and a chat. Aluagarn enjoyed mingling with humans, especially Encrid. From her perspective, there was much to see, interesting conversations to be had, and enough unpredictability in his actions to make it entertaining. "Do I seem like it?" Encrid asked in return, nodding. It had indeed been a good day, even by his own measure. After replying, he lay down. Sleepiness soon overtook him. With a thought about his good fortune, he quickly drifted into slumber. Not long after, he woke up. It wasn't his usual waking time, not even midnight. Screeches echoed from afar. Not human cries, but undoubtedly the wails of monsters. Relish this as well. A ferryman appeared in his dream, but only briefly. Whether real or imagined, it felt like only a fleeting moment. As soon as he heard the screeches, Encrid jolted awake and grabbed his sword. He began gearing up immediately. Armor, dagger sheath, 3 swords, shield, and javelins. "What's that noise?" Ram woke up as well, equipping himself at a pace similar to Encrid's. Dunbakel and Aluagarn did the same. When they stepped outside, they saw a commander leading 20 soldiers. The soldiers were all armed with longbows, with short swords, axes, or iron-tipped clubs at their waists. "Did the noise wake you?" Marching in unison, the 20 soldiers moved at a deliberate pace. The commander in front raised his fist and asked. At his gesture, the soldiers slowed their steps. Their demeanor seemed almost too calm. Thinking this, Encrid responded. "I heard a strange screech. It was an unusual scream. That's probably the screaming spider. With the recent increase in spider hatchlings, something must have stirred things up inside the labyrinth again." The commander remained calm. This was clearly not the first time such an incident had occurred. "Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo." An owl's call echoed from the distance. "Seems like an owlbear's here too," the commander remarked. His demeanor was unchanged, steady and unperturbed. "Well then." He raised his right hand to his waist in a military salute before moving forward. The 20 soldiers quickened their pace slightly, ensuring the formation stayed intact. Encrid followed closely behind them. "Impressive composure," Rem commented from behind. "That's to be expected," Aluagarn added. "This is the borderland." Such battles are part of their daily lives. She glanced at the 2 moons above Encrid's head. Clouds gathered on one side, threatening to obscure the moons at any moment. "It'll get quite dark soon," she thought as they pressed forward, finally reaching the western gate. "Hey, over here." Dunbakel stepped closer to Encrid, walking beside him as she spoke. "What is it?" Dunbakel's nose twitched repeatedly. She had caught a peculiar scent, less a smell and more a signal. It was a scent only she could detect, one that had led others to call her a liar in the past. While beastkin often used scents as signals, they found it hard to accept this unique ability of hers. Occasionally, certain monsters used scent as signals, much like humans used sound. Scent was just another sensory mechanism, akin to hearing. Thus, just because others couldn't smell it didn't mean it didn't exist. She had been ridiculed for mentioning this before. After that, she never spoke of it again. She wasn't about to be mocked as a fool a second time. Should I mention it now? Encrid's gaze briefly met hers. As always, his eyes burned with the single-minded intensity of a madman. If she voiced her thoughts, what would he say? Believe it or not, I don't care. If I want to say it, I'll say it. Imagining Encrid's blunt encouragement in her head, Dunbakel spoke up. There's something out there. Something that uses sense as signals. Encrid didn't ask for further explanation. He simply accepted the information. He didn't bother questioning its truth. For now, he trusted her. She was one of his people. If he didn't trust her, who would? Dunbakel felt reassured by his response, and Aluagarn chimed in. Monsters communicating with each other isn't all that uncommon. It was an answer born of experience. Caw! A raven flew overhead, its cry resembling a horrific scream. It sounded as if it were fleeing something. As the group finally reached the western wall, they saw what lay ahead. Fire! Just as Encrid anticipated, the soldiers atop the wall were unleashing a barrage of arrows. With a wall, knights, and squires at their disposal, such tactics were to be expected. Draw your bows! Hold your fire! Wait! Wait! Use fire arrows only. Light the area! The commander's voice boomed above the chaos. Darkness blanketed the surroundings. It was, after all, the dead of night. The flickering red glow of the torches cast shifting shadows over the wall. It almost looked as if shadowy monsters were leaping at them. Reaching the wall, Encrid climbed the stairs. He passed a soldier carrying a bundle of arrows, ascending the narrow staircase with measured, unhurried steps. Calm and composed. No real trouble, it seems, Rem observed. Encrid said nothing, focusing instead on assessing the situation. Once atop the wall, he saw the commander shouting orders, veins bulging in his neck. Fire! At his command, the sharp twang of bowstrings resonated as over 20 archers loosed their arrows. Whoosh! Arrows arced gracefully through the air, cutting through moonlight before descending. By that faint moonlight, a swarm of spiders crawling across the ground became visible. They were as large as humans. Giant spiders, unmistakably monsters. Giant spiders, Aluagarn muttered. Although it was her first time seeing them, Encrid had heard of these creatures before. But weren't giant spiders supposed to only grow as tall as a person's knee? Encrid estimated their size. From atop the wall they seemed smaller, but on the ground their heads might reach up to his waist. While Encrid was still studying the creatures, a voice called out to him. You're here? It was Aurora. She stood atop the wall, arms crossed, calling him over. Encrid approached. Looks like sleep's out of the question tonight, she said. Seems that way, he replied. Despite not being drunk, he felt a trace of fatigue. It was natural to feel tired after missing proper sleep. Aurora felt the same. Knights might be superhuman in many respects, but that didn't mean they could forgo sleep or food entirely. They were skilled killers, not beings beyond human needs. Encrid understood this well. Still, he believed he could manage. He could endure 2 sleepless nights and remain functional. It might slightly throw off his balance when wielding his sword, but for now, he trusted himself to stay sharp. Knights, of course, were expected to endure even more. But looking at Aurora's face, he noticed the signs of fatigue, dark circles under her eyes, bloodshot whites and pale skin. She looked like a peasant woman returning home after a day's labor in the fields. Was it from a few weak drinks, or simply from lack of sleep? Either way, it seemed excessive. It's supposed to be the day of rest, Aurora murmured. The religious symbol around her neck swayed, its blue gem gleaming faintly in the dark. Encrid's mind raced. Day of rest, nights, labyrinth, dreams, Jerichs, borderland again, 1,000 stones, Roman mimicking the knight's swords. I'm going to clear out that borderland before I die, someone had once said to him. The thought clicked into place. Are you unwell? He asked, breaking the silence. Aurora blinked a few times. Huh? You're not sick? She realized again how observant and relentless this man was, despite his calm exterior. Sharp as always. Roman didn't notice for 6 months, she muttered. While Roman was also quite perceptive, he had been slower to catch on. Aurora had hidden it well. Pulling her cloak around herself to shield from others' view, she lifted her shirt slightly. Beneath the soft fabric, veins protruded faintly across her abdomen, a faint bluish hue showing under her skin. It's poison, she stated flatly. At her words, the clouds finally swallowed the moon, plunging the world into darkness. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred the torches, their flames flickering as Aurora's shadow seemed to split apart. Chapter 450. The Unlucky Night of the Twin Blood Moons. It's nothing major, just some bad luck, Aura said. She had entered the demonic domain dozens of times already, always alone. At first, she merely took down monsters near the entrance. Later she ventured further, seeking ways to eliminate the demonic domain itself. In the end, she formulated theories and delved even deeper. During one of these expeditions, Aurora encountered a peculiar monster, a ghoul with deadly poison on its claws. The moment she laid eyes on it, her knightly instincts warned her. This was no ordinary foe. Moreover, it served as evidence to support her hypothesis. What was the demonic domain, really? It could be likened to a colony. And in a colony, killing the leader often caused the entire system to collapse. So what about the demonic domain? It's the same principle. This one isn't even that big of a demonic domain, but it's been here for over 50 years, she explained. Her words, tied to the nature of poison, carried on, while Encrid listened quietly. Aurora wasn't a scholar, but she had dedicated her life as a knight to eradicating the Grey Forest demonic domain before her. Problems she couldn't solve with reason or intuition? She resolved them by throwing herself headfirst into the fray. Don't know the answer? Then go in, see it for yourself and find out, she thought. It was a method that required brute strength beyond the norm, but Aura managed it. And that's how she came to understand. It's a generational shift. While she couldn't explain the mechanism, one thing was clear. The core of the demonic domain changes. Aurora determined that the ghoul was the next core meant to sustain the labyrinth. If this were a colony, the ghoul was the leader. After a few clashes with the creature, she discerned its extraordinary power, speed, and intelligence. She had no idea what the previous core was, nor did she care. To Aurora, only one fact mattered. If she could kill this evolved ghoul, the demonic domain would lose its power. No monster more dangerous than that ghoul would emerge, and the remaining ones could be cleared out over time. In the end, there would be no need for knights. Roman, her chosen successor, would handle the rest. Aura had already decided to stake her life, if necessary, to erase the demonic domain's core. This resolve, her unwavering belief, was her driving force. For once, her expression brightened. A peculiar energy, her will, flowed through her body. It was strange, but talking to the man before her sparked a surge of determination. It reminded her of the omnipotence she felt when she first became a knight. Is it incurable? Encrid asked, grasping the heart of the matter. Meanwhile, arrows rained down again on the darkened land. Aurora! The soldiers shouted in unison, their war cries echoing. Protected by the fortress walls, squires and junior knights stood at the gate, ready to strike down any approaching monsters. Aura responded to Encrid's question with a laugh, giving him a hearty slap on the back. Hey, do I look like I'm dying? Kip, we're working on a cure, so don't worry about it. And I'm fine for at least another 10 years, all right? Her casual assurance didn't sound like a lie. Though poisoned by the ghoul's claws, she had managed to keep going into the demonic domain repeatedly. She had even fought the ghoul 2 more times, mixing the poisons further into her system. Holy magic and renowned alchemical remedies had been tried, yet no solution had been found so far. Holy magic wasn't omnipotent after all. Man, your back muscles are insane, Aurora remarked, flexing her hand. The sensation of Encrid's firm muscles lingered on her palm. A surprisingly pleasant feeling. Sometimes there are days like this, she said. And today was one of them. A day when troublesome monsters suddenly swarmed. The demonic domain's movements were unpredictable. Those spider bastards, she muttered, her eyes glowing white as her will sharpened her senses to pierce through the darkness. A pack of giant spiders lunged at the squires and junior knights. Their enormous bodies threatened to engulf the humans. "Don't mess with me!" Before they could strike, Oliver smashed his mace into one of their heads. The spider's skull shattered, spilling thick black ichor. "Dunbakel? That's frightening. Cry." Encrid called for Dunbakel, who reluctantly shuffled over, dragging her feet like someone who wanted to be anywhere but here. For days she had been whining about going back, so her slow response was hardly surprising. When Rem threatened to cut her ankles if she dragged her feet again, Dunbakel's pace quickened noticeably. A crow cawed incessantly overhead, while in the demonic domain, the eerie hoot of an owl echoed repeatedly. "Do you see them?" Encrid asked. "Somewhat," Dunbakel replied. Beastkin had excellent night vision. Though Encrid's training allowed him to see objects in the dark to some extent, he wasn't as precise as her. "They're holding them off in front of the walls," Dunbakel added. The screeches of the spider monsters resounded again. The soldiers fought under the dim light of a few torches, their shadows stretching long into the demonic domain. The 4 squires and 2 junior knights stood firm, breaking and smashing the incoming spiders. Their defenses seemed impenetrable. Roman, a cornerstone of their formation, radiated an almost overwhelming energy. "With a smile on your face," he shouted spiritedly. It appeared there was no danger, yet Encrid's instincts screamed otherwise. His skin prickled as though warning him of something unseen. Why? He didn't know. Even O'Ara, who had survived countless life-or-death battles, sensed the change in the air. "Is it a twin blood moon?" she wondered aloud. Rarely the 2 moons turned crimson at the same time, a phenomenon called Darpina. It was said to be the time when the god of death descended upon the land, and the god of monsters peered into the world. In other words, it was a day when bad things happened. "Bring me my armor," O'Ara ordered. 2 soldiers brought her armor, a chestplate reinforced with steel and leather. As she donned it, a strange noise from within the fortress caught Encrid's ear, a discordant sound amidst the twang of bowstrings and shouted commands. It sounded like an argument. "I'll go ahead," Encrid said, descending the stairs. At the partially open gate he saw 2 men arguing. "Let me out. Don't be stupid. You'll die if you go out there. I don't care. I'd rather die." One of them, a soldier, shouted desperately, but Milio, guarding the gate, refused to budge. "Don't be an idiot." "Damn it, Milio. Rowena went out on patrol and hasn't come back." The soldier's voice cracked, bordering on a sob. Milio hesitated, knowing Rowena and this man were the most famous couple in the city. A flower that had bloomed in the dark shadow of the demonic domain. Milio also knew one more thing. These 2 would lay down their lives for each other without hesitation. But letting him out wasn't an option. Rowena was capable. "Rowena's tougher than you think. It's already past time to return." Milio knew he couldn't defeat this man. The subordinates of a loyal friend silently stood behind him. "Are all of you planning to go together? To cheer for the squad leader's love, of course." A soldier standing directly behind answered. He was someone who had killed 2 of the lackeys of a tyrannical lord back in his territory before making it here. Now, he was a proud soldier of 1,000 stone. It was madness. Utter madness. But Milio stepped aside. "The knights are already holding off the front. Take the left flank to bypass them. We know." The soldiers slipped out of the castle gate. "Oi!" Milio suddenly shouted, and the soldiers on the walls stomped their feet in response. "Oi! I'll die laughing." The rallying cries tore through the night sky. The screaming spider was only one type of spider monster. There were others, armor spiders, web-shooting spiders, and so on. Yet none of them could breach the barrier constructed by the knights 20 paces before the castle gate. To make matters worse for the monsters, another figure joined the fray. "Hey, let's play together." It was O'Hara. She slid down the castle wall as if it were a performance, landing seamlessly before merging into her squad. Even descending the wall like that was a feat of skill. Now she moved nimbly among the monsters. "Where do you think you're going?" Drawing her longsword, she charged straight ahead, her movements shifting fluidly as she cut her way forward. Her blade flowed like a stream of water slicing through darkness, a seamless, continuous motion forming elegant curves. Armor spiders, giant spiders, none could resist her strikes. Anything that touched her blade was severed, whether it was flesh, heads, or carapace. It was clear just from observing her. If the monsters approached one by one, she could kill them all on her own. At times, even a glance from her froze the monsters in their tracks. It must have been the overwhelming pressure, a chilling effect even Encrid had experienced before. O'Hara was just warming up. Nearby, a short-haired woman with white glowing eyes commanded her formation. Poison, evasive maneuvers. Peering through the darkness, she directed her soldiers, splitting 4 squires into pairs to cover both flanks. Splat! A blob of black slime landed where they had been moments ago. A spider capable of spitting poison had aimed at them. Chai-ich. Ain. The short-haired woman's hand moved, and a throwing knife followed her motion. It pierced the poison-spitting spider's head with precision. Damned spider bastards. Roman. A man wielding a massive greatsword broke formation briefly. Advancing alone, he swung his weapon. Boom! Boom! The armored bodies of 6 spiders were crushed under his overwhelming strikes, their dark fluids splattering across the ground. Meanwhile, a soldier under Rowena stepped. Oliver, wielding a mace on the far left flank, shouted as he saw this, "I'm coming too!" Encrid followed immediately, with Ram and the others trailing behind. The soldier under Rowena's command looked on, almost tearful. "Are you an angel? Shut up. If you don't move, I'll throw you back myself." The soldier swallowed his words at Encrid's calm warning. They planned to scout only a small area. If they could just hold out until dawn, perhaps they could endure. Twin moons cast an ominous red glow from behind the clouds. Encrid turned back briefly to see Milio leading a small detachment outside. A knight could cut down hundreds, but they were still just one body. While one fought, 100 others could act elsewhere. The squires, junior knights, and soldiers filling those gaps were essential. As he turned forward again, Encrid's instincts flared. Block it! Before he could fully grasp what was happening, O'Hara's shout echoed. Then came a sharp noise. Tiddy-diddy-ding! As objects rained down from above. Encrid sensed the monster's attacks through the wind and sound. Arrows! But he couldn't see them clearly. The darkness obscured everything like a veil, and the twin moons, hidden by clouds, provided no assistance. Dunbakel's pupils dilated, expanding into her eyes as she caught the light. She could see them, white arrows seemingly spun from silk, filling the sky like dozens of falling meteors. Dunbakel instinctively drew her curved blades and crossed them above her head. Blocking, deflecting, and evading, she fended off the arrows. "Watch your head!" Rem reacted as well, pulling down the head of a nearby soldier before swinging his axe. Encrid reflexively raised his shield. Thunk! Thunk! The arrows struck his shield with weight rather than sharpness, glancing off. They weren't particularly pointed, but carried a heaviness that Encrid could feel. Kneeling with his shield raised, he easily fended off the volley. But the rain of arrows didn't stop. While squires, junior knights, and knights could withstand such an attack, Ordinary soldiers couldn't. Those fighting alongside Dunbakel and Aluagarn could manage, as could the troops on the walls using them as shields. But what about those who risked their lives to close the gaps? Milio! Heil! Encrid shouted in warning. He saw one of the white arrows fired by the monsters strike Milio's head. Crack! Milio had thrown himself to protect a subordinate. His helmet caved in, his eye burst out, and blood sprayed as his skull fractured. Not all arrows carried equal power. Some were devastatingly lethal. Monsters were clever. Instead of targeting those they couldn't harm, they focused on weaker soldiers. These damn bastards! Someone cursed aloud, voicing what everyone felt. Milio had been one of the kindest, most accommodating people during Encrid's time here. Losing him hurt deeply. But it wasn't over. From the monster horde, a tall pole emerged. A person was tied to it, with a blue stone, likely a firestone, fastened to its top. Its pale blue light mixed with the darkness, illuminating the bound captive. Rowena! One of the soldiers shouted. Even monsters were taking hostages now. Encrid instinctively knew this wave wasn't like the others. But should they stop here? Should they freeze in fear? Dunbakel left flank. While others hesitated, Encrid crouched low. Darkness, firestones, hostages, none of it mattered if they didn't move. In battle you fought. Damn it, Dunbakel muttered, moving. Rem was already crouching low and advancing.